Hi everyone, welcome to PW. Today I am here with very important announcement. Often students find it very difficult to score marks in essay paper. But in this video, I'll be discussing the whole length and breadth of the essay paper along with content enrichment so that all of you who are preparing for 2025 mains can get the maximum out of it. देखिए essay paper बहुत important है इस एग्जाम के लिए. Around 250 marks are linked to it. In 2024, majority of the students just scored from 90 to 100 marks. Even though the potential of this paper is as high as 140 to 150 marks, depending upon the year. Okay, so if you want to score the maximum marks in essay paper, then this video is going to cater towards that. To score the maximum marks, there are multiple things which are required to be done, like content enrichment. Number 2, understanding the process of structuring, plus ensuring you understand one very important dimension of essay, that is philosophical essay. How to create introductions, how to do structuring, as well as most importantly, how to conclude with a very good vision. All these things I'm going to discuss in this video. Now there is a very important announcement for all of you. The important announcement is that for this year, we have again started our SRIJAN program. This SRIJAN program is one of the best programs for mains, as we can see from last many years. In fact, the results speak for themselves. More than 190 students they passed last year. This year, we have a target of ensuring that every student who is preparing for mains 2025 is able to derive benefit from this program. In fact, all of you who have cleared prelims, this is a program which can help you in multiple ways, like it can ensure that if you have any weakness in any subject, GS 1, 2, 3, you can improve that with the help of this. Okay, so GS 1, 2, 3 के आपको recorded videos मिल जाते हैं इसके अंदर. Number 2, live ethics session. They will be taken by Atul Garg sir, who is the best personality with respect to ethics. Then it will also have lectures for essay, which will give you the broader ideas with respect to essay. मोर इम्पोर्टेंटली आपको टेस्ट सीरीज भी इसके साथ में मिलती है, तो आप अपने आप को इवेल्युएट कर सकते हो, मेंटरशिप ले सकते हो. साइड बाय साइड अगर आपको लाइव आंसर राइटिंग भी करनी है तो वो भी इसका एक इंटीग्रल पार्ट रहता है. एंड मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंटली देखिए सृजन प्रोग्राम में क्या है, आपको ऑप्शनल के लिए भी हेल्प दी जाती है. तो कुछ सिलेक्टेड ऑप्शनल्स है लाइक हिस्ट्री, सोशियोलॉजी एज वेल एज ज्योग्राफी. फॉर दोज यू गोइंग टू गेट सम वेरी गुड फीडबैक फ्रॉम द फैकल्टीज. बाकी भी ऑप्शनल्स है बट एक स्पेसिफिक तरीके से आपको मेंटरशिप दी जाएगी उस चीज के लिए भी. तो प्लीज अगर आपको कुछ भी हेल्प चाहिए फॉर मेंस, ओके, आप इस QR कोड को स्कैन कर लीजिए एंड ऑन द बेसिस ऑफ दिस, ओके, यू विल फाइंड अ फॉर्म. आप फिलअप करेंगे, आपके साथ टीम कनेक्ट करेगी और आपको अच्छे से अच्छा जो हो सकता है अपनी साइड से हम हेल्प करने की कोशिश करेंगे. चलिए अब एस्से के बाद वापस आ जाते हैं. ठीक है, एस्से में देखो बहुत सारी चीजें हैं जो आप लोगों को अच्छे से सीखनी पड़ेगी, जैसे हाउ टू डू एन इंट्रोडक्शन. इंट्रोडक्शन में क्या होता है ना, यू शुड बी एबल टू ड्रॉ अटेंशन. अगर इंट्रोडक्शन में हम ड्रॉ नहीं कर पाए अटेंशन तो उसका सबसे बड़ी दिक्कत क्या होती है ना कि एग्जामिनर आपको मार्क्स कम देता है. ऐसे इज वेरी स्पेसिफिक अबाउट इंट्रोडक्शन. देन बॉडी स्ट्रक्चर. इफ बॉडी स्ट्रक्चर इज वीक इन एन एसे या उसमें फ्लो नहीं आ रहा है, ठीक है, बहुत लोग बोलते हैं ना फ्लो कैसे लेके आते हैं, तो फ्लो सीखना बहुत जरूरी है. कनेक्टिंग वन पैराग्राफ विद द अदर, द क्रिएशन ऑफ फ्लो इज वेरी वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. एंड मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंटली लास्ट में जो सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट चीज होती है वो होती है कंक्लूजन. तो कंक्लूजन के लिए भी हमें सीखना पड़ता है कि भाई किस तरीके से हम ऐसी विजन क्रिएट कर सकते हैं विच, और क्या ऐसा कोई थॉट प्रोवोकिंग क्वेश्चन हम लेके आ सकते हैं इन द एंड विच कैन लीव द पर्सन विद अ लेवल ऑफ सेटिस्फैक्शन कि हाँ मैंने ऐसे पढ़ के बहुत अच्छा काम किया. एंड मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंटली इन द एसे पेपर यू हैव टू आल्सो लुक टुवर्ड्स द लैंग्वेज आल्सो. इफ राइटिंग दिस इन इंग्लिश you have to specifically understand the rules of grammar. तो उस पर भी हम थोड़ा सा फोकस करते हैं. कंटेंट जो है उसको एनरिच करना जरूरी है, ठीक है, एंड अच्छे कीवर्ड्स को यूज करना जरूरी है. दैट्स व्हाट इट इज ऑल अबाउट, द यूज ऑफ गुड कीवर्ड्स. तो इफ यू वांट टू लर्न देन दिस वीडियो इज फॉर यू. और ऐसे की सारी ऐसी दिक्कतें हम सॉल्व कर सकते हैं, बस आपको थोड़ा सा टाइम देना पड़ेगा. मैक्सिमम बच्चा GS 1, 2, 3, 4 ऑप्शनल में ही टाइम देता रहता है. इसको हम 20-25 घंटे भी नहीं देते. तो अगर एक वीडियो पूरा अच्छे से देख लोगे तो बहुत अच्छा आपको फायदा मिल जाएगा. From my experience, I was able to score in the range of 130 to 150 multiple times. Okay, I was able to score 130 to 150 multiple times. And 152 मेरा हाईएस्ट स्कोर रहा है 2016 के अंदर. तो मैं आपको ऐसे के अंदर सारी अच्छी चीजें जो है वो बता सकता हूँ. प्लस हमने बहुत अच्छी पीपीटीज यूज की है इसके लिए. ठीक है, द पीपीटीज आर वेरी यूजफुल एंड उसी से आप अच्छे के साथ जो कंटेंट है उसको यूज कर पाओगे. ठीक है, तो प्लीज अच्छे से प्रिपेयर करिए. मेन से गोल्डन अपॉर्चुनिटी होती है. एसए को आप अच्छे से प्रिपेयर कर लीजिए साइड बाय साइड. एज आई जस्ट टोल्ड यू, सृजन प्रोग्राम के अंदर आपको हर तरीके की हेल्प प्रोवाइड की जाएगी. ठीक है, तो आप प्लीज क्यूआर कोड को स्कैन कर लीजिए एंड हमसे जितना भी हेल्प हो पाएगा वो आपकी 100% हेल्प करेंगे इसके लिए. टुडे वी विल स्टार्ट आवर डिस्कशन विद रिस्पेक्ट टू एसए. ऑल ऑफ यू नो एसए इज अ वेरी वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट एरिया एंड इफ यू डू दिस प्रिटी वेल you can get a very good score. For last few years, UPSC has not been giving much marks in this paper. Only those who are writing very well, only they are the one who are able to get the maximum marks. So through this program, my logic is this, that you need to understand first what is an essay. Then we'll go on our journey to understand the multiple themes which are important for essay paper. And most importantly, there is a specific area which is the philosophical area. That philosophical area we have to understand, because out of the two essays that you have to write, most probably at least one essay is going to be from philosophical domain. तो उसको समझने की कोशिश करेंगे. ठीक है, ब्रॉडली 20 to 25 आवर्स का हमारा कंटेंट होगा विद रिस्पेक्ट टू एसे. आई विल बी टेकिंग ऑल द लेक्चर्स. आई वाज एबल टू स्कोर वन ऑफ द हाईएस्ट स्कोर इन इंडिया इन 2016. आई स्कोर अराउंड 152 मार्क्स. उससे पहले भी मैंने 135 के आसपास मार्क्स स्कोर किए, तो वो उस रेंज में नहीं है, फ्रॉम 140 to 150 के आसपास. Yes, initially when I started writing in first two attempts, I didn't get very high marks, but later on I improved a lot. So I would like to share my experience with all of you. I would like to share my knowledge with all of you. And if you can follow it, okay, we will be able to get good marks in comparison to our competitors. So please understand करने की कोशिश करना अच्छे से. Let us start with this. Okay, let us start right away. We are today starting with the introduction of what is an essay, the basic parts of an essay, what is brainstorming, how to utilize the time, etc, etc. So we are starting with the basic things and slowly we are going to go to the next level. ठीक है, तो चलिए यहाँ से start कर लेते हैं. So please see this. What is an essay in general? What's the meaning of an essay? Okay, why is UPSC bent upon asking you questions from the essay paper? Now, चाहते क्या हैं वो आपसे? What is the goal of UPSC? So please try to understand this. This essay paper is all about checking your ideas, your experience, your understanding, and that too in depth. Because all of you know in essay you will be given a specific title of an essay and then you have to write everything on your own. It's not like GS that you'll write the introduction just like whatever is asked, or you'll just write 5-6 points and then you go towards conclusion. That is what is not there. Essay paper is about ideas. It's about showing your experience. It's also about making the other person understand what you are thinking. So expression becomes very, very important. Expression becomes very important. Like this is a very famous viewpoint. It is from Michael de Montaigne. He says that essay is about one's experience of trying out and testing what you have learned throughout your life. Okay, it's not just about these last 1 or 2 years of your UPSC preparation. Okay, like many students, many people are there who read lots of books, so they use their knowledge from there. Like there was one student, I remember 2018 or 2019, he scored around 170 marks in essay. Why? Because he used to read books from I think 7th or 8th class, and he was like, every year he used to read 10 to 12 books. Very few of us are of that mindset that when we are free, we are thinking about reading a book. But there are few people who read books on a regular manner. That's why the ideas that these people have are probably more than those people who are just reading for civil services. Right? So it's about your experience. So whatever you have learned in your life, you can bring it about. And most important thing is that in essay, you have to come out with clear-cut expression. It cannot be vague. Clear cut means the scope for the vagueness is not there. Many students they get 90 marks, many students they get 100 marks, some students they get even 140 marks. What's the difference between them? They're not able to put out their ideas in a very clear cut fashion, and that's very, very important. So before starting with the essay itself, you should be aware about this. Okay, what are the attributes that we can link with essay paper? What are those attributes that we can link? Like, see, number one, essay is a short work of non-fiction. Okay, so it's about non-fiction. You cannot just write fiction here. You have to focus on non-fiction. That's number one. Number two, the attribute is very, very important, that it is written in prose. Okay, so you have to write in this prose which discuss topic formally and holistically. Formally, so you have to focus on the holistic nature of it, and in the formal nature. You cannot write something which is silly, right? Like, suppose if any essay comes on India-Pakistan relationship, you cannot write those slangs which are often used with respect to Pakistan. You have to be very formal in your approach. More importantly, it's about organizing your thoughts. This is the most important keywords. All of us have ideas, but how many of us are able to organize that into the thoughts? And that too in a seamless manner, starting from introduction all the way up to the conclusion. So all of you need to be aware about this thing, that please focus on organizing your thoughts. But to organize your thoughts, you have to learn few things. The most important among them is brainstorming. And we have multiple brainstorming approaches, which I will be discussing with you. Slowly, I will take you deeper into the essay paper. Okay, so please first half an hour, I would like all of you to just focus on what is required. And later on, we're going to focus on how to do it. Okay, how to do it is in fact more important, but at least in the beginning, instruction should be very clear to you. And that's what I'm trying to do. In fact, we will see the essay paper syllabus also. There's a very small 2 or 3 liner syllabus also given by UPSC, which majority of us never see that. Okay, next, it conveys certain packet of information. So information which is organized, that's something which can be linked with essay. Okay, next, very, very important, it is based on facts and tells the truth. So it should have an element of truth, and it may have some imaginative elements also. Some level of imagination you can use. Like, suppose if somebody asks you what is your vision of sustainable development, so you can give your vision with respect to that. So these are 5-6 keywords which are often linked with essay. It should be linked with non-fiction. Second, it should be formal. It should be holistic in nature. You have to organize your thoughts, okay, in an orderly fashion. In fact, that's also your syllabus. Organize your thoughts in an orderly fashion. That's the keyword used by UPSC. And more importantly, it's about facts. Little bit of imagination is allowed. Rest, it should be very objective in nature. Let us see further. Okay, so initially, when you're starting with the mains preparation, this question is going to come into your mind. What's the difference between essay writing and GS writing? Majority of the students, they just leave essay writing. They keep on doing the GS writing. In the last 2 weeks, they will pick up and they will write 5-6 essays, and suddenly they will feel, okay, I have done my best. Essay writing is very different from GS writing, and I'll give you lots of examples on this. We have made this chart to make it easy for all of you. What are the similarities? What are the differences? So let us see. Number one, in essay, the presentation is going to be in paragraph format. Please remember that. It's going to be in which format? Paragraph format. In your GS, it would be both paragraph, that's the similarity, but we often use the bullet point format also. But in essay, we do not use the bullet point format. It does not look formal at all. So anything which is informal in nature is to be given up. Okay, that's the first thing. Number two, linguistic and articulation skills, they are the key parameter to evaluate your essay. So language becomes very, very important. If you have good level of keywords, you will certainly get more marks than others. So that's very, very clear. Okay, linguistic. So keywords becomes very, very important in this case. Okay, and here quality of content is more important than linguistic and articulation skills. Okay, if you have written suppose 10 points and they make sense, they're holistic in nature, it's fine. But even if your language is having some kind of grammatical errors, you will still be rewarded in the GS paper. But in your essay paper, no, it's not going to happen. Grammatical errors should be strictly avoided, because look, the teacher of English subject, they are the one जो आपका copy check करेंगे. और English subject के जो teachers होते हैं थोड़े से strict होते हैं, okay, and they feel offended when you're not using the right kind of grammar. Majority of us who are not very skilled in Hindi, not very skilled in English, lying somewhere in between, this is where we get the most difficulty. This one paper is one where we feel like that we probably do not belong here, right? At least at the beginning, that is the kind of assessment that we have. So grammatical errors to be avoided, but it's the key parameter to evaluate GS paper, right? So most important thing is, even if you have some grammatical errors, it will still be okay. It will still be okay in the GS paper, but it will not be in the essay paper. Explanation of ideas should be in detail, very, very important. If you're generating some ideas, you cannot just write something left and right and leave it. You have to deal with the idea in detail. Here we often go for the short, okay, we often go for the small level of underlining, right? थोड़ा बहुत लिख के हम छोड़ देते हैं, बट यहाँ पे आइडियाज को अच्छे से पकड़ना पड़ेगा. You have to bring the different sides of an idea, and in general we follow this format that one paragraph, one idea. So whenever you create a paragraph, you have to be very conscious that do you have the substance which can effectively fill that paragraph. If you'll put too many ideas into one paragraph, that will take away the charm of an essay, because essay is not about that writing n number of things in one paragraph. It's about giving that kind of thinking fodder to the person who is reading your essay. That's why it becomes very, very important. Next, here we find limited use of data and more use of examples and case studies, right? But when you go towards your general studies, we used data freely. We are not restricted. Like suppose if question comes on economy, then you use data freely in nature. But here it's more about other things, unless it's a specific essay on economic topic itself. So there's certain things which you need to keep in mind. Okay, number one, in essay you have to use paragraph. Number two, these are some guidelines. Okay, before starting the paper, you should know these basic things. Number two, you have to improve your keywords. You have to improve your vocabulary, and I will tell you how to improve your vocabulary. Okay, that's number two. Number three, focus on your grammar. If you're writing in English medium, your essay और बहुत ज़्यादा weak है grammar, भाई उसको improve करना पड़ेगा. Otherwise, the examiner is going to deduct marks unnecessarily, and we will not be able to score very high marks in this paper. So that's why it is my humble advice that if you're having these problems with the language itself, please improve them. We are not saying that you can improve n number of times, but at least you can improve from your own level. Okay, at least you can be better than yourself. So if you are scoring suppose 110, if you improve, you can go to 125 or even 130, and that is enough for civil services. We are not here to become best in English language. That is not going to happen in 2-3 months. What can happen if we can learn the rules of grammar, and then we can avoid the mistakes which we often do while writing an essay paper. Is that clear? I hope this is clear to all of you. What is an essay? And next thing that I've discussed is how to differentiate between GS paper and the essay paper. Now, this is the syllabus of UPSC. This is the syllabus of UPSC. Very few people discuss about it, but please remember this. Like number one, candidates may be required to write essay on multiple topics. So before 2014, only one essay was required to be written by the students. Okay, but since 2014, UPSC is giving you two sections, section A and section B. In every section, you have 4 choices. Out of 4, you have to write one essay. And from last many years, in fact, last 6 to 7 years, UPSC is focusing on philosophical essays. So you cannot write a very good essay paper without understanding a little bit of philosophy. That's why 2 lectures I have dedicated specifically to philosophy, and they are must for all of you. I would like that this year, all of you who have written mains last year, writing it for the first time, your answer is getting improved. Your knowledge is getting improved, because essay is one area where knowledge matters a lot, where ideas matters a lot. In GS, still it's just 1 marks or 1.5 marks away. But here, there's a difference of suppose 90 to 120, 120 to 140. So if you improve very well, you can increase your score by 40 to 50 marks in the essay paper. So let's try to do our level best for that purpose. Okay. Number 2, they are expected to keep closely to the subject of the essay. So you cannot move away from the subject. Okay, you cannot move away from the subject. है ना कि essay का टॉपिक कुछ और था, हम लिखना कुछ और चालू कर गए. इंडिया पाकिस्तान रिलेशनशिप के ऊपर था और हमने बीच में लिखना चालू कर दे किसी और चीज के बारे में, ऐसा नहीं होना चाहिए है? तो वो चीज बस ध्यान रखना है। टू अरेंज देयर आइडियाज इन एन ऑर्डरली फैशन, दिस इज व्हाट वी डिस्कस प्रीवियसली ऑल्सो। अरेंज योर आइडियाज, लुक ऑल ऑफ अस हैव आइडियाज, but are we able to put them in an orderly fashion, the way it matters? So that's very important. And to write concisely, very, very important. If you need 2 lines to explain the phenomena, use only 2 lines. If you need 5 lines, use 5 lines. Do not write suppose a whole page just for making one point. That will not make much sense. That's why you have to learn to write concisely also. In fact, at the later point of time, I'll be giving you mentorship sessions also, okay, to many students, so that I can just see your copies and tell you what is wrong, what is right. I can give you the overall idea with respect to essay paper. Please see the last paragraph. Credit will be given for effective and exact expression. This is the most favorite part. Effective and exact expression. What is effective and exact? Exact expression means cramming of the words, nothing else. And what is exact expression? If you are able to cram it, okay, then you can write very well. Like suppose if you have to write a vision with respect to women empowerment. So when I used to prepare for essay paper, what I did, I saw few very good conclusions. Like there's a book by Amartya Sen, okay, and from there, from the book Development and Freedom, I just borrowed one quote, that women should be given voice and choice. Women should be given voice and choice so that they can charter their own destiny and grow in this freedom and eventually contribute to India's nation making or India's development. So when you have that kind of a vision, when you have that kind of exact expression, suddenly your essay becomes very effective. That's why in every theme I'm going to give you introduction. In every theme I'm going to give you some fodder points. In every theme, I'm going to give you certain very good conclusions. And we have already identified the theme from where UPSC is asking essay. So we will ensure that these 10 to 12 themes which we have identified, all of you are able to have certain level of expertness on them. So if you will become a little bit of expert on these topics, your work for this mains is going to get cut out. Okay, and that we will do in the classes itself. So please don't miss these classes. Please watch these classes. You can watch at least 2 to 3 videos. Like I would request that by the end of the June, you should be able to finish essay so that you can only focus on writing essay afterwards. Because learn everything in one go. Okay, do not wait for anything to happen. If we go further detail into these ideas, like keeping close to the subject, what's the meaning of this? Keeping close. Stick to the topic and reinforce the core idea in every paragraph. Reinforce the core idea. So that's the meaning of keep closely to the subject. Arrange idea in orderly fashion. What's the meaning of this? Organic flow of argument. Organic flow of argument should be there. That's very important, right? And interlinkages between paragraphs. Like suppose if you're switching from a political dimension to a social dimension, there should be some form of linkage. Okay, there should be some form of linkage. Okay, that like suppose if you're writing about development, so development not only has political dimension, it is also have a social dimension. Then you write about a social dimension, and this is going to create your interlinkages. Okay, this is going to create your interlinkages. That's why interlinkages are so important. They help in creating the flow. They help in creating in a kind of a order which could be easily consumed by the person who is reading your essay. And finally, exact and effective expression. So clarity of thought should be there. Depth and diversity should be there in the content. You can use the simple language and structuring and presentation. It should be very, very pronounced. So these are some of the things which can be linked with the essay paper. Is that clear? So we have discussed what is an essay. We have discussed what's the difference between essay and GS answer writing. And number 3, we have just discussed the syllabus of essay. These 3 are essential components to start. Okay, to start our lectures, this is the earliest part. Now, let us go towards the more meaningful part of the discussion, which is going to play a very important role in shaping your marks in the examination. So number 1 is how to select an essay. How should we select an essay? We have 2 sections, section A and section B. Okay, since we have 2 sections, section A and section B, out of both sections you have to choose at least one topic. What should be the process of selecting an essay? What are the criteria which you should keep in mind before selecting an essay? Let us talk about them a little bit. Okay, let us talk about them. Like, see, number one, first of all, do careful reading of all the 8 topics. Careful reading. Do not reject any topic just because you have seen. Because, like, see, in one section, most of the cases you have to select one philosophical topic. So it may be remarkable to note that majority of us are not skilled in the philosophy paper or in the philosophical topics, but still you have to choose one out of those 4. Okay, you have to choose at least one out of those 4. So what you need to do, first, careful reading. Number 2, try to identify the theme of each essay topic. You have to identify the theme. The more easily you are able to identify the theme, the better it is going to be for you in general. That's your point number 2. Okay, identify the key theme. Number 3, identify the keywords. Like, suppose if it's having 2 or 3 lines. Okay, identify the keywords and decode them properly. Be patient. And finally, you must be sure about the correct interpretation. You must be sure about the correct interpretation. Many times when we read any essay topic, it could have 4 to 5 kind of interpretations, and you have to be very sure that your interpretation is correct. Okay, you have to be like that. That's why before selecting any essay, read all the 8 topics carefully. Number 2, try to identify the main theme. Like in philosophy also, there is going to be a main theme. Is it asking about truth? Is it asking about wisdom? What's the part that it is asking about? That's very, very important. Number 2. Number 3, identify the keywords and decode them properly. That's number 3. And number 4, you must be sure about correct interpretation of essay topic. The last point is the most important thing. If there is a topic which you know about probably, but you are not very sure that the correct interpretation is correct or incorrect, so please do not choose such kind of essay. There have been years in which some of the students have done blunders. They've got 60 marks, 70 marks, 80 marks in the essay paper. And why did that happen? That happened because effectively they were not able to go with the correct interpretation. If you will not have correct interpretation, you will get the least marks. You will get the least marks if the interpretation itself is wrong. Then the next level, how many dimensions you can open. That's the next level. Along with that, is there a flow in the paragraphs? Then the next level above that, what are the quality of the keywords, quality of language that you are having? So everything adds up, but it all starts from the correct interpretation. If interpretation is missing, then it's going to become very challenging for all of us. All right. So please remember these things, that these are the points to remember. In the future, I will give you specific criteria also. Okay. Like we have discussed this. You must have adequate content on that topic. You must have adequate content. Without adequate content, even if it appears to be a very easy topic, it will not fetch you marks. Please develop your content theme wise. Like I used to develop content theme wise, like one essay more or less, it comes from women issue. One essay previously, it used to come even from the environmental topics or the climate change. One topic often used to come from in and around media. One topic often used to come from in and around science versus religion. Okay, so like that, we have also arranged our themes in these lectures. That is going to make it very easy for all of you. But at the same time, what you need to understand is this, that please have adequate content before writing that topic. Try to select a broad and generic topic. Do not go into a topic which is very, very minor. Okay, like there are sometimes topics which are difficult to comprehend. The real is rational and the rational is real. Now, very few students will be able to write a very meaningful essay on this topic. And now this is a philosophical topic asked by UPSC in the PYQ. The real is rational and the rational is real. What will you write on this? Do you have adequate content? Probably you have to think, do you know any scholar who has talked about rationality? Do you know any scholar who has talked about realism? Can you even present the meaning of real and the rational in a very orderly manner? Do you have good examples to support it? Can you create an anecdote for the sake of introduction? If all those things are not there, then it's not wise to choose this topic. It's not wise to choose this topic, right? Go for a broad and general topic. Like suppose last year there was a question in the essay paper, history repeats itself, first as a tragedy and second as a farce.
Now, this is a famous statement of Karl Marx. Now, majority of the students are aware about history, but you should know what is history. What kind of approaches are there to understand history? Some people say history is cyclical in nature. Some people say no, history is linear in nature. Okay, some put more emphasis on the relationship of history with geography. So, if you are having broad idea of any topic, and that topic is not going to be that much problematic, like if you choose within these two topics, the real is rational and the rational is real, and history repeats itself, first as a tragedy, second as a farce. Out of these topics, the second is a more generic one, and this statement majority of the students would have heard also. But along with this, you should have adequate content and always go for a broad and general topic, right? And confidence and comfortableness should be given priority and avoid any kind of biasness. We often get bias. Okay, we feel like कि हमें तो सिर्फ इकोनॉमी का टॉपिक लिखना आता है या फिलोसफी हम कभी लिख ही नहीं पाएंगे. It's not about becoming a philosopher. Nobody is asking you to give some new kind of philosophy like Socrates or Aristotle. Nobody is asking that. But at least we can read about them. At least we can quote what are their works. And whenever we write about any topic, we can have 4 to 5 philosophers. So building up content is very, very important for essay. Many students, they say that there is no content building which is required. Many faculty often say this in general. But you have to learn that there is a level of differentiation between students. Some people who read books, who read books, who have read 50 books in life, they do not need content for essay. They know how an introduction should be written because they know how good it is. If you read a book, if you can understand their approach, how they are writing in the beginning, how they are doing structuring, how they are writing the conclusion. Like there's a very famous book, Sapiens. It's very interesting. Okay, it's very interesting how he introduces, how he brings in the facts and how they are compared with the current environment of the world. And then eventually he gives his own insight into that. So those people who have read books n number of level, उनके लिए ऐसे में बहुत ज़्यादा प्रिपरेशन करने की जरूरत नहीं होती. These people are going to excel and nobody can do anything about it. But majority of those people who are like mostly from the middle class economic background, majority of them, they do not have this habit of reading books. So for them, what should they do? What about those people whose English is not good? What about those people who do not know anything in philosophy? For them, it is very, very important to build content. Just writing generic GS content will not get you marks. In essay paper, that does not work. Essay paper is always about leaving the person with a vision. They should be able to get a little bit emotional by reading your conclusion. If that is not happening, then you're not inspiring anyone. An essay is one paper which is about making the other person inspire, showing your ideas, their depth. So that's why it's so important to have adequate content. And always, I used to always go for the broad and generic topic and check your confidence in that and avoid any kind of biasness. It's very, very essential. Okay? Now, why you should not select a difficult topic? We are taking such kinds of questions in the beginning because many students, they will come up with these kinds of questions. So should I take a difficult topic and to show the examiner that I am a little bit different from others? Don't go for this approach. Many times what happens, you take a difficult topic, you're not able to reach to the core theme of that topic. It becomes a big challenge. And the worst thing which can happen that after writing 4 to 5 pages, you will not know in which direction to proceed. And that is going to become a very big challenge. Okay. So this strategy may backfire in the examination. Low returns if interpretation goes wrong. Look, essay is the most dynamic paper along with ethics. And UPSC, in ethics at least you have second chances. You have a large number of questions. If one case study goes wrong, it's fine. You have other 5 also. But in case of essay, you have only 2 essays. If one goes wrong, your confidence would be shattered. And it's the first day of the examination. Mind it. Essay is the first day. If it goes well, it creates momentum. If it goes bad, eventually your momentum is broken for the whole mains examination. That's why don't take such kind of unnecessary risk. We'll take these and don't try to attempt difficult just to be different. Like I have given you this example, the real is rational and the rational is real. Very few people can write a very good essay on this. Very few people. Even if somebody asks me today, I will not choose to write on this topic if I have other options. Even though I'm a faculty of essay, I can write. I have learned a lot of things. After getting selected, after resigning from the services, I've learned lots of things about essay. But initially, I also was like, जुगाड़ जितना हो सकता है, ठीक है ना? What I used to do, I used to read newspapers. In newspapers, you always find good headings. Used to write them down. They always used to be like, sometimes if articles of Shashi Tharoor comes and if he's explaining something, just write it down. And I had this one specific notebook for that purpose. And in those times, in my time when I started preparing 2013, at that point of time, effectively the level of essay writing was relatively easy in comparison to today. Because today UPSC is bombarding us with philosophical kinds of topics. And that creates a challenge. It's not easy to get marks these years. Okay. So please go for practical approach. Average marks are more better than extremely high or extremely low. Okay. And it's very, very relevant to remember this. Next. Okay. How should we go about interpretation? What are the points to remember before going for interpretation of any topic? What are the major things which you need to remember for that? So let us see. Number one, first of all, try to understand what is the nature of the topic. Is it issue based or is it philosophical based? And that's easy to remember. The real is rational, rational is real. It's a philosophical topic. But if we say the farming has become unsustainable in India, now that's more of a topic which is a issue based, which is going to focus only on farming as a topic. Even though you can introduce it with some philosophers, okay, or you can bring in some philosophy, but the 70 to 80% of the theme is going to be issue based. So always first try to understand the theme of the essay. What's the theme? Is it a generic essay or issue based essay, or is it a complete philosophical essay? That's the first thing to be remembered while you do the interpretation of an essay. Second, decode the keywords. Sometimes you may find 2-3 lines. Okay, I will give you examples because we have to spend some time in order to become comfortable in essay. And if we are not comfortable in essay, then the fear बढ़ता चला जाता है. So I'm going to make you feel comfortable in this. Just stay with me for the next few weeks, and it's going to be good enough. All right. So for the better understanding of the demand, please focus on the keywords which are given in the statement of an essay. The one exercise which is very, very important is brainstorming. You are given 3 hours to write 2 essays. Okay. So let's do the math. You're given 3 hours to write 2 essays. So broadly, we have 1.5 hour for each essay. That is clear. We have around 1.5 hour for each essay. Now, if we have 1.5 hour, how we should spend it? So a broad thing which is used by the toppers is this: 0.5 hour or 30 minutes are often spent on brainstorming. So you have to learn this exercise of brainstorming today itself. Today my focus would be on brainstorming, and then we'll move forward. Okay. So 0.5 hours we do brainstorming, and then in the remaining 1 hour we write the complete essay. Introductions, then all the paragraphs and the conclusion. So 1 hour we devote to that. But this part of brainstorming is very important. Because what happens, you may have multiple ideas, but those ideas are required to be vetted. Those ideas are required to be seen, and finally they should have to be in orderly fashion. So never write an essay without doing any kind of brainstorming. It works very rarely. Even if you have written the essay on the same topic, then also you should take some time for doing brainstorming. Okay, so whenever you see any kind of topic, brainstorming becomes very important. Correct interpretation is the first step to do essay writing, and most importantly, as I've told you, incorrect interpretation may compromise your essay altogether. So for safeguarding it, you have to focus on brainstorming. Let us move further. Brainstorming करते कैसे हैं? What's the process of brainstorming? Okay, so while doing brainstorming, first you need to remember that it's the prerequisite for writing an essay. Never write an essay without doing brainstorming. It's an important exercise. In some of the videos. We will do brainstorming together and you will learn. We'll have some live sessions also to understand about the topics. Okay, please see next. Brainstorming should be multidimensional in approach. Okay, so think of a topic. Okay, a topic is in front of you, and then think to the maximum extent as much as possible. That's the most important thing while doing brainstorm exercise. Next, think of insightful ideas, sound arguments, good examples which can be linked with this. Okay, then the purpose of brainstorming is to bring depthness and diversity in your ideas. Very, very important. Like suppose, let's go back to the same question. Like we have this history repeats itself. Okay, first as a tragedy and then second as a farce. History repeats itself. The history word, first of all, you should try to understand the meaning of history. What is history? Like there are lots of quotes on history. You can start with any one of them. Like Napoleon used to say, history is nothing but a fable that we both agree upon. So it's a story which all of us are agreeing upon. That's what he used to call it as a history. So at a lighter level, this could be a definition, but you should have some even more improved level of definition which can bring in the facets of what is history. Like there's a professor by J. Evans who say history is an academic discipline. So that improves the quality of the expression. It's an academic discipline, and which includes what? Which includes examination, which includes assimilation, which includes analysis. All these things are done, and finally interpretations are done, and a narrative is built. That's what history is all about. Suppose if I have to write on what is history, so I should have at least 4 or 5 ideas. At least 4 or 5 ideas. This is the brainstorm exercise. If I have to do brainstorming, think of these random things, write on them on the paper. Doesn't matter. Like when we do brainstorming, we just try to bring in the ideas. What all do I know about history? Okay, what all do I know about history? So some people, like I know about Napoleon. Napoleon said something about it. I know about Professor J. Evans. He gives a standard definition of history. Do we have some historians from India who can have written about this? Suppose R.S. Sharma or Romila Thapar. Are there any different approaches of history? Yes, we also have some different approaches of history. Okay. Do we have few examples which can say that history repeats itself? Okay. Do we have some examples? Yes, we can get that, like, yes, there was a world war, right? They did not care much. Again, we had a world war. So history repeated itself. The history of warfare has always repeated itself. But at the same time, you have to understand what are the various ways to explain history itself. Some people say it is cyclical. Some say no, it is not cyclical in nature. It is only linear in nature. So for these kinds of people, like Voltaire said it is linear in nature. We are going only towards progress. Some people, they believe that history is about great men. Okay, history is about great men. This is known as great men theory. That we only remember the history of the important personality. The others, they do not matter. Like when we talk about ancient India, we talk about Ashok. When we talk about medieval India, we talk about Akbar. So what is history? History is sometimes, if we see, it's just like the history of great men. So such kind of ideas, when you put in together, okay, first it repeats as a tragedy. So you have to link it with its tragedy. And second, as a farce. So what we did, we took out every keyword which was there in the statement. History repeats itself. So history becomes the first keyword. Repeat becomes the second keyword. Okay. So first as a tragedy becomes a keyword, and then second as a farce. Then we bring in the multiple things. So when we go for brainstorming, there are multiple approaches which can be utilized. Okay. We have to strike a balance also between depthness as well as diversity. We can write 10 pages about the definition of history, but is that what the essay is asking about? No. The essay is asking about diversity. Okay, depthness is required, but diversity is also required. Both things are required in an essay paper. And whenever we are writing an essay, these are the two things that you have to balance. And most importantly, you can always write about counter arguments and alternative perspective. That brings in a little bit of, like here, if they are saying history repeats itself, So I'm bringing in these alternative concepts also, that it could be considered linear also, it could be considered as the work of great men also. So if we do this much, okay, it brings in new alternatives in my essay. And if somebody is going to read my essay is going to be more entertaining. My essay is going to give more depth than if any person who is just writing few examples of how history repeats itself, first as tragedy and the second as a farce. If somebody is writing out just Karl Marx, suppose this is the statement of Karl Marx. Karl Marx also believes in cyclical theory of history. That's why to create right kind of content, you have to learn this. Okay, that's why we will have lectures on these themes. Like one lecture I'm going to have only on history. What is history? Okay, what is history? Like there was one more essay. History is nothing but it's the victory of scientific man over romantic man. Now you should first know what is history. Then you should know the characteristics of a romantic man. Then you should know the characteristics of a scientific man and why the scientific man often wins over the romantic man. So every concept, every theme has certain basics which are going to be similar. Like in the second essay also, you're going to write about what is history, and there you can take the name of 3-4 of these people along with their accurate definitions. So you have to cram something. We should have at least 4 pager notes on these kinds of important topics. Like suppose if something gets repeated in the examination, you will be the happiest person and I'll be the happiest guide on that day, that my students are doing fantastic in the exam. So that's what we are going to try to do. Okay, many of the teachers, what they do for the essay paper, they only focus on the process. I understand process is important, but just process is not enough. You should have content also, which could be utilized in the exam hall. If the content is not there, then even the process will not take care of that. Process can only give you clarity, but the depth, etc., is only going to come from content. And as I've told you, those people who are from the middle class or from the lower classes, very rarely they have this habit of reading books. Why? Because the life was like of different dimension. Okay, there's a different dimension of life which is lived by the higher class people and the lower class and the middle class people. Everybody is having different kinds of upbringing. Like I also do not have a hobby of reading books. Now I read a little bit here and there, but in general, the level of curiosity which many people show, I do not have that. That creates the problem for the content, because your content is weak and you have only read about civil services, the 5-6 books starting from Lakshmikant, and your knowledge is also limited to that. That does not create curiosity in the mind of an examiner. That does not create that wow factor. That does not create that vision. Okay, like if topic is about women empowerment, so you should know who all has talked about women empowerment, how many movements have happened with respect to feminism. All those things you should know. Whatever is going to be required to be used, we will be careful about that. We will not write all these theory in every essay. No. But at least you should know. At least you should have some idea. If that idea is there, naturally the marks are going to increase. Keywords, they should be there topic wise. Like suppose if you are writing an essay about climate change, okay, it's a बहुत famous statement है that there is no plan B as there is no planet B. It's a famous statement, right? There is no plan B as there is no planet B. Now suppose if this essay comes in. Now this essay is more about, as all of us can understand, climate change. There is no plan B. Why there is no plan B? Because climate change is happening and we have to do more to stop the global warming. All of us know the target, that we'll be happy if it can stay only up to 1.5 degrees Celsius. But naturally, the target of the world community is 2 degrees. So there is no plan B as there is no planet B. There is no other planet like Earth which exists in this universe and which we know about or where we can reach at this point of time. So you can discuss n number of things, but at least there should be some framework of climate change. There should be some framework which gives us, the examiner, the idea, yes, the person is thinking in the right direction. So whenever we go for brainstorming, we try to identify examples, we try to identify the theory part, we try to identify the argument, we try to identify the counter arguments. All these things we have written in this slide. Okay, but just reading the slide, it feels plain. That's why I'm giving you examples also side by side. Like think of insightful ideas, sound arguments, and good examples. That gives a, like if somebody has worked specifically for the climate change, then we can give their idea also. Okay, that this person has worked for the climate change and this is how it is required to be done. So those are the things which we need to work upon from now onwards. I hope I have given you a fair bit of an idea what is in the offering in the coming classes. Okay. To do brainstorming, we have multiple approaches. Like we have this pastel approach, temporal approach, institutional, stakeholder approach, and dialectical approach. This is for the sake of generating points. For the sake of generating points, just to give you an idea. Like the easiest approach is the pastel approach, right? Many people they say, like suppose if you are discussing any topic in essay, the one way is to go through your GS 1, 2, 3, 4 syllabus. GS 1 syllabus, we start from culture, then we go to modern history, then we go to world history, then we go to society, then we go to geography, polity, social justice, governance, international relation, economics of that topic, okay, then science and tech, internal security, disaster management, and in the end, it's about philosophy of the paper ethics. That approach is largely nothing but just the approach of pastel, where you're focusing or we're extracting multiple dimensions of a single topic. And that's the easiest way to write essays. But this pastel approach, it does not work in the paper of philosophy. Because in philosophy, if you just write example from political, economic, social, cultural point of view, it will not work. Pastel का मतलब ही वही है. Political, economic, social, technological, all those, right? Let us see, like suppose, if the topic is this, right? किस तरीके से use करें? Like impact of AI on human society. It is very important topic. Yes, all of us understand that AI has increased its footprint in the world and it is being used by companies on a very large scale, and probably in the coming years state is also going to increase its use, right? Individual people are also utilizing it. So what is the impact of AI on human society? So you know, okay, there are going to be some political part. In political part you can talk about how it can become part of policy making, okay, how surveillance etc. is being done by the state for that purpose, like it is being done in China. Economic, you can talk about how AI driven automation can be done, job displacement can happen, productivity gains will be there. I give example of chat GPT, give example of DeepSeek, right? All those. So what is this? This is nothing but this is a kind of approach which you can say pastel, right? Social, we talk about shift in education along with this, ethical concern which may arise because of AI, digital divide which may technological, like use of the same AI in robotics, automation, deep learning, legal, need for AI regulation, like recently there has been a regulation by EU of AI Act of 2024, environmental, that AI requires lots of processing capability, okay, and that processing capability, what does it do? It affects the environment, it may harm it. That's why what is required, these kinds of topics which are very basic in nature, okay, suppose if this kinds of topic comes in your examination, there you can use the pastel approach, but pastel approach will not work everywhere, okay. There is a limitation of every approach which we use for brainstorming purpose, so you have to be very aware about it, okay. You cannot just be like blind that everywhere you're using the pastel approach. Many students use this pastel approach in one essay. You have to write two, at max you can use it in one, because if you write in both of them in the same way, then it does not give the flavor of diversity of your writing of essay. Second is temporal approach, okay. I hope you have got the idea of the pastel approach. Second approach for brainstorming is often the temporal approach. What is temporal approach? It's following the time period, okay. So from the earliest time to the present and then to the future. Like suppose if we have this topic, towards equality, Indian women from past to digital future. Like suppose if this is the topic that we have. So what is the one way of talking about? One way we can talk about is by using the temporal approach. So in the temporal approach, we can start from the past, okay, from the ancient India times. Then we can come to the medieval, like that. We can talk about the patriarchal suppression. How did patriarchy begin? Okay. Then we can give examples of some people who were not going to accept this, right, patriarchy. So we start from ancient India, then we give example from medieval, like you can give example from ancient as well as medieval, like we have Rajia Sultan, right? And you can talk about some of the saints of the Bhakti movement. So those are the examples from the past. Then you will come to the present also, in which we talk about the constitutional rights. You can write about even the modern India, how we had the various associations found for the upliftment of women, Okay, their participation in the workforce, armed force, some of the case studies you can write. Okay, judgments of Supreme Court, all this. And what is the future? So here it's about past, present, and future. This is the temporal approach which is there. And temporal approach is often utilized in those kinds of topic where you have relatively less idea. Because this is the historical approach. You are using the history, then you're going to the present, then you're going to the future. The temporal approach can be like one of the approach. I would never say this is the only approach. Okay, in any essay, don't use it as a standalone approach. कि भाई सिर्फ past, present और future का लिख के छोड़ दिया. No, you have to go. In fact, often what we do, we combine 2-3 approaches. Like pastel approach can be combined with this temporal approach. All right. So this is the approach which is known as the temporal approach. Is that clear? Now let us go for the next approach. Okay. This is just for the sake of brainstorming. We are not writing essay directly with these approaches. I'm giving you example how you can do brainstorming. Institutional approach. What's the meaning of an institution? What's the meaning of an institution? We often link institution with only political institution. No, we have political institution, social institution, economic institution, we have environmental institution, we have different kinds of institutions are there. So we have to just remember what's the meaning of an institution. So you just take this example, government, judiciary, NGO, media, family, all these are institutions. Like suppose the essay topic is ensuring environmental sustainability is a key concern for India. Ensuring environmental sustainability is a key concern for India or for developing countries. Suppose if that kind of topic come in the essay. So one way of doing is for following this institution approach. What's the role of government? Ministry of Environment, okay, role of NGT, policies, then judiciary, various judgments given by them like ban of firecrackers, eco-sensitive zone, the media awareness like creation of documentaries like the Elephant Whispers, right? Suddenly you'll talk about NGOs, WWF, Greenpeace, TERI, right? Narmada Bachao Andolan, like all those kinds of NGO talk about. Education institutions like new education policy, what's the role of this in climate literacy? Keywords, climate literacy. So when you do this brainstorm exercise, identify the best of the keywords. If best of the keywords are identified, naturally the outcome is going to be very, very good. And that's the one thing which you need to remember. Then one of the most important institution which affects everyone is family. Okay, which affects everyone is family. Right? So if family is fine, then everything else can become fine over a period of time. So family, cultivating eco-sensitive values, habits, consumption culture, sharing responsibility across generations. So if we understand that, naturally the outcome is going to be better. This is the third approach. We call it institution approach. So we focus on the various institutions. A very similar approach to this institution approach is the stakeholder approach. Okay, stakeholder approach. Like if we have this topic, biased media is a real threat to Indian democracy. So biased media, threat, and Indian democracy. These are the three keywords that we have. And then we apply the stakeholder approach. Who all are stakeholders with respect to media? Media, right? So we try to understand, okay, the government is a stakeholder. Why? Because they're often accused of controlling media and they should focus on regulation. Citizens, why? Because they are misled by the biased news, hampers their informed decision making or informed democratic participation. Media houses, why? Because they focus on profit, they want to get close to political parties, they compromise the neutrality, which is the key aspect of any kind of news. Journalists, they face censorship, threats, many of them they are even sent to jail by using the case of sedition. So we just saying that who all are the stakeholders in this. Next, opposition parties like struggle for fair coverage, weakens democratic discourse. Judiciary, what is the role of youth, what is the role of marginalized groups? Like if we go towards the tribal people have relatively been more equal society. So their presentation of ideas, presentation of news is relatively easy in comparison to more stratified community that we have in our caste system in general. So you can give examples often ignored or their ideas are deepens the exclusion because media is not able to bring in their news also to us. So different types of stakeholders we have to bring in. This is also one approach of doing brainstorming. Look, you already have knowledge from general studies. And when some essay come which are relatively generic in nature, which can be answered just by using that form of knowledge, there direct this kind of brainstorming can help. And why are we telling you these approaches like the pastel approach or the institution approach, or the stakeholder approach or the temporal approach? Because it gives a structure to the essay. It gives a structure to the essay, which brings in the orderly fashion thought process. And that's why these approaches are useful. But these are some of the approaches which you need to remember. Then we have this one more approach, which is known as dialectical approach. Dialectical approach, right? It became famous because of Socrates. Socrates never used to give answer. He always used to ask the right question. The same approach is very famous in the time of the Karl Marx, dialectical approach. And we often say like there's going to be one idea, second idea, and then they're going to get synthesized, right? So this is known as thesis, antithesis, and then it becomes synthesis. So contrasting arguments are going to come and they are going to create a final outcome. So this approach is known as dialectical approach. Okay, so let us see it. Let us see it. Like this is a PYQ. I'm taking the PYQ so that all of you can become familiar with the PYQ from the first class itself. Like this was asked. Visionary decision making happens at the intersection of intuition and logic. Now intuition is like fast decision making. Logic is more about seeing the facts, processing it, and then taking a decision making. So visionary decision making happens at the intersection of intuition and logic. So what will you do? You'll first talk about what is intuition, how does it work, what is the role of intuition in decision making. Okay, explain with example. Then antithesis. What's the role of logic in making rational and sound decision? How can logic complement and sometimes conflict with intuition when making visionary decisions? And then the synthesis. Why do we need to strike a balance? Like suppose if there is a disaster management and there's a disaster and suddenly you have to take decisions. Can you only use the logic? It's next to impossible. There's going to be a survival instinct which is always going to be around the humans. And that survival instinct is nothing but that is going to create this intuition. So when you have to make fast decision where you do not have time, you have to go for intuition. There is no other way. But there are going to be certain elements of wrongness. When you have enough time, when you have to take a big policy decision, you cannot take it only on the basis of intuition. You have to go into the logic of that also. So whenever you have to create, and that becomes a synthesis. How can we strike a balance between intuition and logic? Why? Because both are required to be utilized in our life. Like if we see our prime minister, our president, or any of our prominent leaders of the last 6 to 7 decades, they have to take decisions very quickly. Sometimes only on the basis of intuition, sometimes on the basis of logic. Like just giving an example, Operation Sindoor. Now Operation Sindoor, it was on the basis of logic. It was not just on the basis of intuition immediately, but the soldier who is fighting, sometimes they have to just use their intuition. There's nothing else to guide them. So that's why both are used in the decision making. But which one should be used, you have to clarify that in the essay. If you're not going to clarify that, then this topic is not going to get reinterpreted. So visionary decision making happens at the intersection of intuition and logic. So here in the dialectical approach, we write the argument, counter argument, and then we create harmony. And in other words, thesis, antithesis, and then we create synthesis. This is the approach of dialectical. Okay, this is the approach of dialectical. In this session, what did we learn? Okay, in this session, what did we learn so far? We have learned the meaning of an essay. We have learned about the syllabus, which UPSC is telling us. Third, we discuss about how to select a topic. Then we have discussed about the importance of brainstorming, because without brainstorming, it will not be wise to write an essay directly. But there are various approaches to do brainstorming, and these approaches of brainstorming, different approach will work in different kinds of essays. So this is one thing which we have discussed so far. Okay, please understand this. More importantly, those of you who are having relatively a weak language, okay, English, please, you have to work on it. At least ensure grammatical errors are not there. That's number one. And number two, even more importantly, you should be able to use good keywords. Good keywords are very, very important. In this coming lectures, I will show you multiple copies of toppers who have got top 50 rank, who have written beautifully, beautiful introduction, beautiful structuring, very good visionary conclusion. You have to also learn this. Essay is nothing, but it's just about selling the dreams. It's about selling the dreams. It's about giving a very good speech. Just like a very good speech, that's what essay is. That you start with an introduction, then you go into deeper analysis, and finally you go for a conclusion. That's what essay is all about. We have just started the process. Okay, I'm going to continue it in the coming sessions. I'm going to continue it with the right sense of ideas. I will show you PYQ also. We will build content also. Building content is very, very important and challenging, but we will do it together. And don't worry about mains. Okay, keep following the classes. I will be available for offline sessions also, as well as online sessions also. Okay, so that is going to create that is going to create a synergy, because once we are able to be on the same page, outcome is guaranteed. We can at least get more than 120 125 marks, but for doing that you have to learn how to do it. So do not stay in oblivion. Okay, with PW now it is becoming relatively affordable to prepare for the mains examination. Previously, when we used to do, at least during the time of mains, there used to be expenditure of at least 70,000-80,000. Optional test series, GS test series, essay test series, ethics test series, etc. etc. There used to be lots of this. But here now the PW is doing this, right, where it is getting relatively easy for the student who are very serious aspirant to prepare for mains. So please use it to the best. I will be available this year. I have lots of experience. I've given 6 mains, I've appeared in 4 interviews, I've got 2 final selections. And that's how I have built myself. Okay, that's how I have built myself. Since 2021, I've been helping out students. Okay, many of my students have got very good marks in essays. I've already taken at least 5 to 7 batches. So you can be the next, and you can utilize this information in the best possible manner. And we will be sharing these PPTs. This is just an introductory PPT, but we'll be sharing these PPTs in order to make it easy for all of you. All right. So thank you so much. I'll be continuing with this series. Okay. Initially, it will take a little bit time to grasp the understanding, but as and when we are going to move forward, you will get more comfortable. And please improve the vocabulary. Essay paper is about vocabulary. Essay paper need that you follow the rules of grammar. Okay. Don't be afraid. It's okay. It's okay to have a little bit of here and there kind of an approach. It's okay in the beginning, but we have to become a finished product in next 2.5 months. So please focus on that. Whatever we do in the class, whatever assignment I will give in the class, please do that. Like I often give this assignment that write 5 introduction. Okay, on last year's PYQ. So you have to deal with this anxiety to write introduction. Majority of the students, they face problem in writing introduction. So you have to learn this approach. You have to get out of this. You have to become more confident with that. So we will write lots of introduction. We will focus on structuring. We will write lots of conclusion. I will give you picture perfect content which can be utilized in the exam hall directly. So all those things are going to be there. Just stay focused, believe in us. Okay, that's the most important thing. And do not go for multiple sources. If you are following me, then do not follow anyone else for essay. I will take care of that. Okay. Thank you so much. These things are going to continue. Thank you. Hi everyone, welcome back. Okay, so largely you will see these 2 videos, they will be joined. But anyway, we want to continue where I left off in the last video. It's about that how to structure and organize your essay. We've discussed many things. What is an essay? What are the expectations from UPSC side, etc., etc. Let us go further. Okay, so let us understand how to structure and organize an essay. So look, in order to organize an essay, there's certain thing which you need to be aware of. Like number 1, if you see that you should organize your argument. Okay, it's very important, and prioritize them. Like suppose if you're doing brainstorming, you are able to generate 7 to 8 arguments, but the 5 arguments are very important. 3 are just like surface level argument. So you can leave them and focus on the 5 important arguments. That's why the most important thing is prioritization. Plus, if you have some very good subheadings, you can use them in your essay. Very good subheadings. All right. Please remember that do not write generic subheadings like political impact, social impact, economic impact. Those kinds of subheading do not create any impact in essay paper. It's always important to go for the very innovative level of the subheadings. I will show you in one of the specific essay. Okay. Then there should be organic flow of arguments and logical sequence should be there. Plus repetition and reinforcement of the core argument or the core idea, which the essay is talking about. So it's very, very important that we go with the flow of the answer. Okay. Let us move forward. Okay. With this, you'll understand more. To see this, in general, when you write an essay, these are the things which you're going to have for yourself. Like number one, we will write an introduction. I will show you how to write a very good introduction. Okay, but you can take 100 to 120 वर्ड है ना, 100 से 120 वर्ड के आसपास ले सकते हो. Thesis statement. What's the meaning of a thesis statement? Thesis statement means what can the evaluator expect from that essay. I will give you examples to make you understand this. Okay. Next, what is the interpretation of your essay? Then you will go to the arguments, which will supporting arguments, then the counter arguments. Okay. Then subheadings in general. Overall, how many subheadings should be used in an essay paper? So it's better if you use around 4 to 5 subheadings. If you're not having very good subheadings, you can go with the paragraph in a very flow manner, not an issue. And finally, you have to write conclusion. Look, UPSC gives you this direction that write an essay in 1000 to 1200 words. So 1000 से 1200 वर्ड के अंदर आप लोगों को लिखना है, तो उसके हिसाब से आपको ये चैनल आउट करना पड़ेगा, स्टार्टिंग फ्रॉम इंट्रोडक्शन ऑल द वे अप टू द कंक्लूजन. In between, we'll write thesis statement, interpretation of essay, argument, counter argument, and subheading, and finally would be the conclusion. Let us see how. Okay, so एक एक करके सारी चीजों के बारे में समझते हैं. Let us start with the first part, how to write an introduction. Now, what's the utility of an introduction? Introduction is, all of you know this famous statement, first impression is the last impression. So whenever somebody is reading the introduction of your essay, if they are not interested by reading the introduction, suddenly it becomes boring. That's why it's very, very important that you write a very catchy introduction which is relevant and which can bring in the essence of that topic. So why we need to focus on introduction? Why? Because it should capture the essence of topic. Very, very important. In fact, if you want to score on the highest mark in essay, this is the most defining thing. Number one. Number two, okay, it should be innovative and eye-catching to a certain extent that is possible. Please understand the primacy effect. All of us know that if the introduction is good, the examiner suddenly feels that probably the rest of the essay is also very good. But creates that positive impact for you. And finally, very important, please avoid any kind of personal examples, cliched example, okay, or anecdotes which have been used a number of times. What's the meaning of cliched? If anything comes on, like suppose temporal being, and you suddenly come out with Buddha. Okay, you tell the story of Buddha in that. If you write, if the essay is about suppose struggle, determination, you come out with the struggle of Gandhiji. So these are very cliched kind of examples. Stay away from them in the essay paper. Everybody has seen them. It's always better to have some unique stories to tell if you're writing an introduction. Let me just give you an example. Okay, there are lots of examples which we can have. Like see this. Okay. Like suppose if any essay comes with respect to the impact of war on humanity, impact of war or impact of civil war on humanity. There's a very prominent thing, all of you know that there's a country in Africa by the name of Rwanda. And Rwanda, in this country, there was a civil war in the 1990s. So on this, we created this introduction. Please see, in 1994, there was this Radio Rwanda, a state-run radio station, played a significant role in inciting violence against the Tutsi ethnic group. There was an ethnic group, Tutsi, against which certain kind of propaganda was started by the state radio. Radio broadcast dehumanized them, which incited Hutus. Now, Hutus, they were the majority ones, to take part in the mass killings, led to death of approximately 8 lakh people, primarily Tutsis, within a span of 100 days. So, what we have done in this introduction, we have introduced the scenario by giving lots of detail. Look, whenever you write an introduction, detail is very, very important. Do not go for the shortcut. In the general studies, when we write introduction, we go for the shortcut, hardly 2 lines, 3 lines. Here, it's always better to tell the whole story. Telling the story, it's an art. Like here, if suppose you have to write about the genocide, you're first creating the context in 1994, Hotel Rwanda, state-run radio station. So we are giving all the detail. Played a significant role in inciting violence. Use the keywords. Inciting violence against the Tutsi ethnic group. And this broadcast dehumanized. Look, this is a very important keyword. Dehumanized. What's the meaning of dehumanized? Meaning making them feel that they are not humans at all. And if we kill them, it's not a big deal. That's why use these kinds of keyword. Essay is about vocabulary. Essay is not a normal general studies question. So you have to learn these, like whenever the word comes with respect to violence, use the word inciting violence. Whenever the word comes with respect to genocide, right? You have to have this one keyword that somebody must have dehumanized them, and then the mass killings would have happened. So same these keywords we're writing here, we're writing the two specific ethnic groups, Tutsi and Hutus, and what happened. And finally, we come out with an explanation further on this. The story of Radio Rwanda serves as a tragic example of how media and propaganda can be used to manipulate and incite violence during conflicts, and emphasize the importance of responsible and ethical journalism in preventing such a scenario. So suppose if this topic was about the biased media, okay, or biased media is a bane to the society. So suppose if that kind of topic it would have been a perfect introduction. So what we have done, we have shown the importance of being ethical in journalism by showcasing this story, that if a person becomes biased, if a radio station becomes biased, it can lead to a civil war in a country, it can lead to genocide in a country. But this is exactly what happened, right? So that's why biased media is a bane to the society. There you can use this as an introduction, as a story. And very few people would be able to use these kinds of introduction. And I will show you one of the topper has used introduction in a very good manner, and you will see that. Okay, so please remember, whenever you do introduction, remember 7-8 things. Okay, whenever we write introduction, this is not the end of introductions. I will give you lots of introduction. This is just the beginning. This is just an introduction to how to write an introduction. Okay, so whenever we write introduction, number 1, please bring in the full details. Do not write a sketchy kind of an introduction that in 1994 in Rwanda there was a genocide which happened because of irresponsible media. That's it. That you can write in a GS paper. It is not having detail which can create the right kind of you can say understanding for the person. Suppose a person is reading it for the first time. So in essay you have to assume that the person is not having any knowledge. That's why detail is very, very important. Second, the keywords that you are using, they should be of good level. Number 3, the introduction should be able to hit at the core theme of the essay. Like suppose if here the theme is biased media is bane to society. So this could have been a perfect theme. We are connecting the biased media with radio station of Rwanda and what was its impact. So it's hitting the core theme. It is having very good keywords. Okay, and plus we are providing the full detail, full scenario. So whenever you write an introduction like this, which is based upon system which is known as anecdote. This is the way of using anecdotes. Students use anecdotes a lot in philosophical essays. That's why I'm giving you the idea of anecdote form of introduction. There are other ways also of doing introduction. Like if we just go into that. So first method is anecdote itself. Second, we use quotes. Like if you have any quote on media, you can use that, and then you can start with the explaining the meaning. See, in some people they can go for definition based introduction also, but this is not a good way of introduction in essay paper specifically. Okay, in essay paper specifically, definition is not a good way. It does not generate interest. It makes you feel like that you are more of an academic person. So it is better to use definition later on when you're going for the explanation part. So in general, the two major ways which we have for doing introduction is the use of anecdote. Second is the use of quote. Quote is often, it's a very dry kind of an introduction. If you want a juicy kind of introduction, the kind of introduction which can have eyeballs, that is anecdote form. That's why those of you who are doing it for the first time, it's very relevant if you learn how to write an anecdote. So we will have classes on that also in the coming times, because in every class we'll be focusing around 40 minutes on how to write an essay on that topic. It's not just about giving you detail, it's also about making you learn things in a very systematic manner. So I hope these things you would have underlined. Please, I would like all of you to make small notes, even though it's going to be part of your slide also. But please remember, please write holistic details in the introduction. Number 2, please ensure that they are very good keywords. You will see the copy of a topper and you will understand. And finally, core theme. Okay, so like suppose I'm just showing a copy of one of the topper. Please see it with me. Okay, you can zoom it. All right. Now this copy belongs to Vibhor Bhardwaj. Okay, and see a topic. Wonder is the beginning of the wisdom. Wonder is the beginning of wisdom. Wonder is the beginning of wisdom. Now this is a quote. It becomes a philosophical essay topic. Now please see how the person has written the introduction. Please see. Number 1. Frustrated by repeated failures in his experiment, Michael Faraday, again an anecdote. So anecdote has been utilized through the piece of magnet in his hands towards a coil standing in one of his experimental table in the laboratory. So can you see the detail? The person could have written that after repeated failures, Michael Faraday learned, etc., 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 and wonder is the beginning of the wisdom. He wondered that how this would have been, and by chance he had an understanding of that, and that's the beginning of any kind of phenomena in science. But they are providing complete detail. Suddenly there occurred a quick deflection in the attached galvanometer, which settled back as quickly as it was produced. Faraday was, please see the word, flabbergasted, चौंक गए on this event, which led to the discovery of electromagnetic induction theory in physics. Later developments are based on it, be it bullet train or maglev. The wonder of Faraday led to the wisdom of a new concept. The person is able to connect with the theme of the essay. Number 1, they are using some very good keywords, as you can see. Flabbergasted, that's a good keyword. Number 3, the introduction is having holistic level of detail. 3 principles for writing a very good introduction. Please remember them. Okay, practice on daily basis. Okay, pick questions from PYQ. Think of how you can write an anecdote on that. If you practice this for hardly a month, you will become very good in writing introduction. The biggest challenge in essay paper is to write a very good and smooth introduction. It appears that this person is very well acquainted with this story and they know how to interpret it. They know how to put it in front of the audience. When you're writing an essay, it's like having a kind of a debate competition. You should be able to woo the audience. So this is how you woo the audience. It's a very good level of introduction, and I would say you can get very good marks with these kinds of introductions. Okay, and then just after the introduction, what do we see? The anecdote implies wisdom is followed by an instance of wonder. A moment of wonder produces a life-changing wisdom. Or like this, Vibhor has been able to create a very good level of introduction. Okay, so please remember, when you want to write an introduction which is anecdote based, and see, anecdote based introductions are the most important kind of introduction today. Everybody is using them. In fact, you read the Hindi newspaper on daily basis and you'll find, like I'm just giving you an example. I was reading newspaper today. This was about measles. Now all of you know measles was a big challenge for the human society 50-60 years ago. So how the introduction started in that article, that they are talking about a discovery, a person, I do not remember the name of the person, but since you are preparing for the exam, whenever you prepare the example, remember the name of the person who was responsible for finding the antibody, who was responsible for making the vaccine. So they're talking about how so many experiments were done, and over a period of time, it has helped in saving more than 9 million lives. Suddenly when you see, okay, this is something big, and then they introduce the next thing. So it's always about catching the attention of the examiner. You can catch the attention of the examiner if you have something new to offer. Please try to understand, why do we go and watch the movies? because in general in movies we see something new, and when we appreciate it, eventually you give good rating, it becomes a hit. Yeah? So the same thing goes for essay also. Whenever you're writing an introduction, it should not be stale. आधा कच्चा पक्का डाल दिया जो मन में देखो, आप मेरा इंट्रोडक्शन ऐसा ही चलेगा. Don't do that kind of a thing. Please work on it. Okay? Please work on it. We will work together, but at least first recognize. This is the first class. This class is about recognition. What is right, what is wrong, what should we do, where can we reach. I show you one of the introduction of the topper also, top 20 ranker. They are doing the same thing which I am teaching you now. Okay, so please remember that I have learned from my experience, I have learned from the experience of my students, and now the same experience I'm going to give it to you, so that you can do very well in this year's mains, or if in case you're preparing for the next year also. This is my humble request. Please learn the rules of the examination. This is what Einstein used to say. Learn the rules of the examination and then play them better than others. That's how it is done. I came from engineering background. I was a misfit for humanity, but I learned over a period of time and I cleared the examination. And many people are doing so. It's not that only people from humanity are clearing this examination. People from every background is clearing this examination. So believe in yourself, even if you have not written any essay before this, even if you have not written an essay even on my cow in your childhood, it's fine. Start new, start fresh, have faith and learn. Now, once we write the introduction, after introduction, we would like to tell the examiner what you can expect from this essay. So the expectation, once it is set, it becomes easy for us for ensuring the flow in the essay paper. So this expectation is set by the thesis statement. The thesis statement is optional. You may not write it every time, but this should be brief and it's like an overview of the essay. What kind of discussion you're going to have. And this should cover all the relevant questions related to essay. Let me give an example, because just by plain English, it is not clear. Like suppose this is now an essay which came in last few years. Poets are the unacknowledged legislators of the world. Now, poets are the unacknowledged legislators of the world. Now, if this is the essay in front of you, what would be the kind of questions which you will be posing? Which will be the kind of questions which you will be addressing in your essay? That is what is known as the thesis statement. So, like suppose in this essay, we will first discuss, and this is something you have to write always after the introduction. Don't write in the beginning itself, because thesis statement is always written later on. This is always the second or the third paragraph. In this essay, we will first discuss who are poets and who are legislators. Yes, because we have to see what's the meaning of a poet, what's the meaning of a legislator. Then we will discuss the often overlooked contribution of poets in shaping laws and why their contribution are unacknowledged. Are the poets only unacknowledged legislator? Besides this, we will also see who the real legislator and how the works of poets serve as the guiding light to them. In the end, we will discuss how the revolutionary works of poets illuminate pathways. See these keywords suddenly. Illuminate pathways, guiding light or illuminate pathways, same for both lawmakers and the world at large. Now, this is a perfect level of thesis statement in which we are telling the examiner this is the kind of relationship which we are going to explore here. And once you do this, this improves the kind of flow in your essay paper, because now the examiner is going to search for these 4 or 5 things which you will discuss in this essay. So for setting the right kind of flow in your essay paper, thesis statement is very important. Is that clear? Thesis statement is very important. All right. So please remember it. And this we have already discussed. Okay. This we have already discussed. This is the copy before. We have more toppers. So please keep on using it. We have more toppers. This is the way you write very good introductions. Please see next. So you write introduction. The next is the thesis statement. The third part is now going to be arguments. Okay. So in this body part, you should be able to first justify your position. You should be able to come out with the arguments, give examples and case studies in this part, bring experts' opinion and philosophical viewpoints to validate your argument. Let me give you an example. How you can focus on the body part, how you can improve the body part. Okay. So see here. Okay. Like if see this topic, thinking is like a game. It does not begin unless there is an opposite team. Again, a philosophical essay. Thinking, right? Thinking is like a game. It does not begin unless there is an opposite team. So, if we have to create a body structure for this essay, naturally you have to do brainstorming, and after brainstorming you will come out with 4 or 5 points. but you have to structure them also. But whenever we write philosophical essays, it's always better that you should have 2-3 philosophers to at least bring in the deeper level of meaning in that essay. Like in this case, think about. So here Hannah Arendt argues that democracy thrives when there is a marketplace of ideas where opposing viewpoints are freely expressed and debated. For example, parliamentary debate and discussion in democracy. So this, in a way, is saying or justifying thinking is like a game. Yes, and whenever there is idea, counter idea, and then we go towards further refinement. Dialectical thinking, this was done by Hegel. He noted that the clash of ideas spurs intellectual progress as opposing viewpoint result into new and evolved idea like thesis, antithesis, and synthesis. That concept can also be used here because thinking is like game, okay, which it does not begin unless there is an opposite theme. Similarly, Albert Rothenberg, he also says the concept of Januszian thinking where creative ideas emerge from the juxtaposition of opposing elements. And he gives example also, rivalry between Thomas Alva Edison and Nikola Tesla on the idea of electricity led to the development of various innovative technologies. So when you're writing the body structure, we need a little bit of authority. We need a little bit of analysis by using the viewpoints of these thinkers. So please try to remember thinkers on topics, because when we write philosophical essays, it is important that you have certain philosophers. If philosophers are missing, it will become a relatively weak essay. We cannot expect very high marks after that. If you want to score very high marks, learn the philosophies, because I will be teaching you these kinds of philosophy for essay paper, not for anything else, only for the essay paper. Relevant points we are going to give it to you in the coming classes. So please remember, when you write body arguments, it's always better to come out with this, okay? Similarly, suppose if there are certain counter arguments that you have against certain topic which UPSC has given in your essay paper, then there also you can put the alternative perspectives, okay? And that's bring in diversity in your essay paper. Like suppose if you're writing against meritocracy, like suppose if there is an essay topic, we say meritocracy is the only way for development of a society. Meritocracy is the only way for development of a society. Now it looks right. Yes, everything should be on the basis of merit, etc., etc. But there are certain limitations of merit. Which are those? So if you're writing those counterpoints, please see here. Number one, it increases inequality. Now you can write like GS, increases inequality, but you can use a better keyword like exacerbating inequality. Meaning is same. When you write essay, you have to use the best English that you know. Okay, you can even cram sentences. I told you I remembered 4 or 5 lines of Amartya Sen. Whenever there was topic on women empowerment, I used to write them just like my own without even quoting that these are from Amartya Sen. You can remember certain lines. It's perfectly fine. We are playing a game. Okay, when we are writing an essay paper, we have to learn how to present ourselves as the best. You have to present your best, not your worst. It's not about what is right, what is wrong. Whatever is required for the examination, let us focus on that. Okay, so there's a very famous book by Michael J. Sandel. Okay, so he says that the flip side of meritocracy is its tendency to increase inequality. Despite its promises of rewarding talent and effort, it often perpetuates disparity, leaving those unable to climb the ladder feeling marginalized and disheartened. Why do we have a system of reservation in India? Because we know that there are lots of communities who have faced inequality in the past and they need hand-holding of the state in order to come forward. So always talking about meritocracy does not make sense. A society may have wider needs. That's the first point, right? And second, neglecting inherent biases, right? Very important. Like Joe Litter says, meritocracy often neglects the deep-seated biases within the systems. Ignoring structural inequalities, the flip side is a failure to acknowledge and rectify systematic barriers that prevent equal opportunity, perpetuating injustice and hindering true merit-based advancement. Let me give you an example. Like suppose if a person scores 88 marks in prelims and if a person scores 87.88 marks, just giving a hypothetical example, cutoff is 88. So what's the difference between 88 and a person scoring 87.88? 0.12. Is that really that big of a difference? So sometimes even the criteria that we create for meritocracy may not be that sound. That's why we have to always see this. Why is UPSC always changing the trend of the examination? Is it that people who will get selected this year will be the best IAS officer? No. It's only experimentation. So none of us can say that there is a best system of civil services. Everybody can argue. The ethics that we have in our personal life and the ethics which people write in the paper, it's a lot of difference. So that's why this is a very proper argument that it neglects the inherent biases. The way in which examination is created may not be a very meritorious way, but since it has been accepted by the commission, it is functioning like that. That's why you have to always have counter arguments. Okay, there is no requirement to write them all the time. I will give you examples. There will be certain essays in which unnecessary counter arguments would not be required. I will give you examples for that also. But in topics like this, in which you have to debate for and against, please have some argument. And very importantly, whenever you have any concept, please have some thinkers on that. That improves the quality of your essay paper. Okay, like this is from Trilok Singh, AIR 20. Okay, understand backwards, live forwards. Understand backwards, live forwards. So learn from the past and apply it in the future. That's the broad meaning. Let us see the introduction. There is a saying that failures are the stepping stones to success. Now this is a kind of introduction. If you see a quote-based introduction, introduction, right? It is because the mistakes we do in past have to be understood to prevent their repetition in future. Great scientist, again Thomas Alva Edison, learned from his numerous failures to invent the light bulb. Even Walt Disney improved upon the famous design to come to the final Mickey Mouse cartoon, which made him a billionaire. Here also, even though the anecdote is not very strong, like the topper rank number 19 used a better level of anecdote, the better level of expression was there in that essay. But this is also okay. We are showing you these copies to make you understand. It's not like that if you have the best English, then only you can get a rank. If you write basic level also, you can do well. These people has learned their past is only necessary for recollection, and learn from them. Our own goal should always be future oriented and not living backwards. Right? This is very important. This is again the principle given by Buddha, that we have to always live in the present and we should work for the future. Alright, that's the most important thing. So here also you can see life can only be understood backwards, but it must be lived forward. So can you see the introduction? Can you see the thesis statement? Right? It's very important that we learn from these copies. I'll be adding lots of these copies. My team or the PW team, it's working very hard in order to get these kinds of snippets so that you can learn a lot. Along with the framework that I'll be giving you in the essay classes, you can also get the first hands-on experience also. Is that clear? That's very important. Then what to remember? Like suppose if you're writing subheadings in an essay, writing subheading can be a good way. Like I used to write subheadings, okay? But I used to collect subheadings from newspaper. I never thought about creating my own subheadings because in general we have basic level English. So first cram some good subheadings and then reproduce them in the examination hall. So very importantly, they are optional. Avoid using GS type subheading, they will not work. Innovative subheading can capture the attention of examiner. Use of subheading help in maintaining the flow of essay. This is the best thing about subheadings. It will never be required to think about the flow. You're using good subheading. Let me give you an example of this. Okay, please see this. Is an egalitarian society possible by educating the masses? Is an egalitarian society, an equal society, possible by educating the masses? So see these subheadings. Knowledge as the great equalizer. So can we make this as a heading? Absolutely yes, because it gives that flavor. Great equalizer, illuminating the path to egalitarianism. Can you see this word? Illuminating. It can be used as anywhere. Illuminating pathways. Illuminating the path to egalitarianism. From classrooms to equality. Crafting the blueprint for a just society. Can you see this statement? It captures the essence. Captures the essence. Crafting the blueprint for a just society. So if you want to create subheadings in your essay, you have to work now. It can't be that suddenly on the day of the paper of essay, you will be able to write subheadings. You may remember few from the GS also. I'm saying from there also you can use the subheadings, but it should be subject specific. It cannot be just random. Mass education, mass equality, redefining the social landscape. Redefining the social landscape. Again, these are certain good examples how to make a subheading. So we will learn, we will create subheadings in multiple themes, which will again improve the content that you'll be utilizing in writing your essay. I hope you're getting an idea. Okay, I hope you're getting an idea that if you want to score maximum in the essay paper, you have to learn certain skills. You have to learn how to express yourself to write the best introduction. You have to learn how to pose the right kind of questions to make the thesis statement. You have to learn how to create subheadings to use them. You have to also learn the philosophy of some of the people in order to utilize their ideas in your structure, either in the argument or in the counter argument. This is what is required to write a very good essay. That's why essay becomes a specialized paper. It's not just writing about the GS. Previously it used to work, now it is not working. You have to learn it and you have to execute it. Okay. Then whenever we go from one paragraph to the other paragraph, you have to always think about using the connecting words. Okay. Why should we use the connecting words? Like ensure logical flow of ideas, clarity, or clarify relationship between ideas. That's very important, right? Like they show cause, effect, contrast, comparison, etc. and improve reading engagement and understanding. That also happens because of this. Okay. Like see here, this is about the empires of the future will be the empires of mind. The empires of the future will be the empire of the mind. Naturally, see our social media. What is social media? Social media is controlling you and me to a certain level. But today, it's not an empire of any country. There's empire of Facebook. There's empire of Instagram. There's empire of Twitter. Right? But anyway, when we see the paragraph, see here, in a world increasingly driven by ideas, knowledge and innovation, the power to influence and lead no longer lies solely in military might or territorial conquest. Instead, now this becomes a connector. It rests in the ability to shape thought, inspire vision and harness intellectual capital. Again, very good keywords. As Winston Churchill famously stated, the empires of the future will be the empires of the mind. This statement reflects the shift from physical dominance to mental and technological supremacy. Right? Use these words. Physical dominance. You could have easily written physical dominance to mental and technological dominance. No. But that does not give the right kind of essence in this language. It's always better to use the synonyms. So after dominance, the next you use supremacy in shaping the future of societies. So connectors, you have to learn how to use connectors very well. Okay, I will give you a lot of examples in the coming classes when we will build the content, but connectors are very good in order to create a good essay. Okay, like see here also, building on this idea, it becomes clear that nations and individuals who invest in education, creativity and critical thinking will define tomorrow's global landscape, full stop. Moreover, in the age of information, the spread of ideas transcend borders, making the mind the most powerful tool for leadership and transformation. So words like moreover, words like instead, okay, these are known as connectors. And when you want to link two paragraphs, when you want to go switch from one paragraph to another, this is how you create a sense of meaning. So please remember that. All right. Now, all right, keywords, as I've told you, keywords are always very important. Please remember them. Okay, keywords are always very important. Like see here, if we see this, social media is triggering fear of missing out amongst the youth, precipitating depression and loneliness, right? So here if you want to create keywords, so please see, there's a sequence of keywords which you can make, like social media, it creates FOMO for the youth and then eventually leads to depression and loneliness. They form a cause and effect chain and use this chain to create flow and coherence throughout the essay, right? So when you want to write essay, write like this. Like in today's digitally saturated world, social media has become the primary social space for the youth. But beneath the glossy filters, can you see this? Beneath the glossy filters, right? Glossy filters. The whole world is using filters to look beautiful. Beneath these glossy filters lies an unsettling emotion, fear of missing out. that drives comparison, anxiety, and ultimately leads to rising cases of depression and loneliness. This essay explores the psychological impact of digital engagement. Like, see, in this essay, they are able to bring in the essence. What is FOMO? FOMO is nothing, it's the impact, right? Psychological impact of digital engagement and the emotional health of youth, of young individual. Okay, or the emotional health of youth, you can just end it here also, or young individual. This is how you have to use the keywords. Okay, it's very, very important. Similarly, when you write further, you write about the social media's roles. It is addictive scrolling, curated lifestyle, and influencers. You choose your heroes. Okay, and these are the heroes which will show you their story on daily basis, that we were normal people, suddenly we are like this, etc, 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 and on daily basis you'll be hooked to that, either it YouTube shorts or Instagram reels. Everybody is doing it. Okay, it has become a mass disease. In fact, Instagram's highlights reels versus real life. The real life is different. The real life is different. Everybody is happy, everybody is having the best time of their life in the marriage. Everybody knows what the life is about. Rise of FOMO. Why it is happening? Because they give these constant notifications. If you will not stop these notifications, or if you will not check your notification, once your mind has realized that you have received a notification, you will go mad. That's the kind of urgency these social media are creating, and this is creating that if you will not check, probably this is going to be less fun. A student feels less successful after viewing peers posts on college admissions or vacation. Suddenly, if somebody is in Shimla, you are writing your mains examination, and then you feel like zindagi kya hai meri, etc, etc. You start comparing things. That's the biggest challenge of social media. Anyway, so you can always make subheading like social media's role, rise of FOMO, youth and vulnerability. Okay, they're looking for this, what is known as validation culture. What is validation culture? You're sharing your photos so that everybody can put a heart on it and then say you're looking very good, you're looking very cool, etc, etc. This is validation culture. You're not feeling whole in yourself. You're always looking for people outside who can make you feel better about yourself. That is what is known as validation culture. So whenever you're writing about any essay, like look, this is a generic essay. It's not a philosophical essay. This is a generic essay, right? If we see, the social media is triggering fear of missing out amongst the youth, precipitating depression and loneliness. Now, this is not a philosophical essay. This is a very straightforward essay. But even to write this essay in the best manner, you have to have some knowledge of social media and the keywords which can represent the outcome of this social media, like validation culture, frequent updates, etc. These are the kinds of vocabulary which should be there. Because for writing any essay, there should be certain level of knowledge base. Without knowledge base, we cannot do brainstorming. And without brainstorming, without knowledge base, we can never reach to the right kind of ideas. Like see here. Here we have put studies. Like studies shows increased screen time into rising youth depression. This is the report of WHO. Low self-esteem, poor sleeping pattern, which leads to depression. Solution, then you talk about the meaning of digital detox. Now that's a very good word. Like campaigns like unplug to connect. Unplug the digital devices to connect with yourself, to connect with your family, connect with the real people around you. Right? So that's why such kind of keywords are going to be required in an essay paper to bring the essence of that topic. That's the soul of the topic. These keywords, these concepts, and all of you are going to be required to learn all this. Look, when we write essay for the first time, we feel like okay, हो गया, ठीक है, बहुत है, इतना ही हो पाएगा मुझसे. At least prepared 20 to 25 topics, and if we are able to at least reach that level, there are very high chances some topics are going to get repeated in the final examination. And even if it will not get repeated, now you know the process. Now you know how to choose, which essay to choose, right? The more you know about the topic, the better it will be with respect to expression and using anecdotes, using the structure, you making subheadings, bringing out the worth of a topic through brainstorming. That's what we're going to learn in these essay classes. All right. So reinforce the keywords, restate the key message. Like social media is a tool for connection. Unchecked usage is triggering FOMO, youth, fostering a silent epidemic of depression and loneliness. Silent epidemic. Again, a very strong kind of a keyword. And a conscious effort to build digital literacy, emotional intelligence, and offline connection is essential to reverse this worrying trend. So in your conclusion, you always try to give a vision. Okay, so you can write even a better vision than this. Why are we trying to ensure that the humans, they should not get addicted to this technology? Why are you trying to say that? Now, Mark Zuckerberg famously said, if you are not paying for the product, then you are the product. We are the product. In fact, on daily basis we are scrolling, right? In my days it was not there, but in your age, this has become literally an epidemic. And why are we doing this? Because look, human society, they are built upon interaction, social interaction. We will not grow if we are divided, if we are just communicating through these reels, etc. That's not real communication. And if you want to evolve like this, if you want to build a personality, if you want to have a strong social support, it cannot be done only on the basis of this. If we want to have a real family-like feeling in this world, the famous quote, Vasudev Kutumbakam, the whole world is one family, right? This digital medias, they have trollings of unlimited level. One person says something and then the trolling starts. It never stops. It doesn't matter to them. That's why it's so important that we should learn, okay? We should learn that how to have this relationship with digital media. What kind of life we want to live without knowing that we are being used by the technology. That's why in the end you can put these thoughtful, thought-provoking questions which can create a right kind of mindset for the examiner. And that's what you should be looking for. All right? Right? In the end, whenever you conclude with a smooth transition. There should be a sense of completeness in the conclusion, and most importantly, it should be visionary. You have seen the speech of any major leader. They always leave you on a very high. It's very important. That's the conclusion should be always about that. Like, see here, okay? Like, if there's a theme that change is the only constant in life. So just see this. Navigating the ever-shifting landscape of human life requires a delicate balance. Firstly, we have to embrace change while cultivating stability. We have to exercise wisdom and discernment in embracing transformation, which allows for meaningful growth. And last but not the least, it is of paramount importance to seek the purpose of life amidst the flood. This triad of principles forms a compass which can steer us through the complexities of existence, reminding us that change is not a threat, but it is an opportunity for evolution. So, if any such kind of themes comes in your philosophical essay paper, that how change can help you in evolution, this is a perfect level of conclusion, which is giving principles also. Like just Gandhiji has given a talisman that if you do not have any principle, just remember the person, remember the face of the person who is the poorest you have seen. Whatever decision you're making, is this going to help that person? Then only make that decision. So you are just giving some principles in the end, which helps in balancing life. So yes, it's a visionary kind of a solution. Similarly, if suppose you have to choose what is important for humanity, spiritualism or materialism, but you have to create a coherence. All of you know you cannot choose any one. Okay, so what we will do in navigating the complex interplay between materialism and spiritualism, forging a middle path becomes imperative. That's what I've said. It is within this harmonious balance that integral humanism of Deen Dayal Upadhyay finds resonance. Upholding the intrinsic value of each individual, it advocates for a society where material well-being coexists with spiritual growth. By acknowledging the non-material dimensions of our existence, we can create a world where the relentless pursuit of material gain, that is rat race, doesn't overshadow the richness of our spiritual essence. So again, conclusion should be very balanced. Okay, if the topic is this versus that, conclusion should be very inspiring. Conclusion should be solution oriented. These are the characteristics of a conclusion: solution oriented, visionary, balance based. They can be based on the values of our constitution. They can be based upon the ideas of Mahatma Gandhi, but every time writing the name of Mahatma Gandhi does not create the right conclusion. That's why we have to stay away from the cliched content which is being written by every third student. If we are going to use that kind of content, it's going to be a big problem for us. All right, like suppose if you get this, is democracy really the best form of government? This is now again a previous PYQ, a previous year question. See, as we navigate the complex terrain of democracy, it becomes crucial to question whether it is the ultimate form of governance or merely a stepping stone in our pursuit of a more just society. Why? Because democracy से भी ज़्यादा important क्या है? Society है. The strength of democracy such as representation, freedom are undeniable, yet its challenges and vulnerability prompt us to consider alternative pathway. In this continuous exploration, let us not shy away from the powerful question: is democracy the zenith of governance, or are there uncharted territories that might redefine our understanding of a truly effective and equitable system? So you're leaving the person with a very powerful question. Okay, you're not giving a final solution, but you're putting a very good question which is relevant in nature. So conclusion can also, just like introduction can be done like with a quote, basic definition, anecdote. Here also you can use the visionary words of some leader. You can even write a poem. You can even use a poem. You can even use a shlok in the conclusion. But if you're writing it in Hindi or Sanskrit, please add the English translation also side by side. But few words which are conclusory, and then these kinds of innovative things can be added to your essay paper. So please remember, these are the things which we are required to discuss with respect to how to write an essay. Alright, there are lots of people, like if you see the copy of Trilok, Harmony of Wind and Oars, है ना, तो इस तरीके से अच्छे अच्छे कीवर्ड्स इन लोगों ने बनाए हुए हैं. Please read them. When the wind will not serve, take the oars. Right. So as we charted the path of our nation towards Amrit Kal, right? So what they're doing, Amrit Kal, again the keyword which is in the vocabulary of our current government. It becomes clear that presence of favorable winds, whether it is with the social support, the enabling condition, or the external push, are needed along with individual efforts to succeed in life. And if we observe the problem of the climate change, we feel that this harmony is missing in our action towards this menace. It is high time that the wind unites in its action to fulfill the INDCs. All of you know the INDCs, okay? Intended nationally determined contribution, along with individual effort like the mission life to save our planet. Okay, this message reminds us the beauty of cooperation, also the individual effort, right? So again, the poem, then the person has written about poem. That in the end, and in the brackets, okay, they mention the meaning also of that poem. So whenever you do a conclusion, you have to be very comprehensive in nature. You have to make sure that you are able to address the theme of that essay paper. So we have given you some direct material directly from our class. We have also added these from the extract of these copies. So you are no longer required to go through unnecessary topper copies. At least see this much that we are providing you on a class to class basis. If you do this much, let me tell you, you can score very good in essay. I'll be here with all of you. I'll be helping you with the mentorship also. Initially, I'm focusing on recording these videos to give you the best opportunity, the best time, because we don't want to waste 2-3 weeks to start the classes, because that takes away a lot of time. First thing which we'll be taking today, it's about women issued, it's about women empowerment. What important points, content I can provide to you, many new ideas, all of these things we're going to be discussing in this lecture. This is very important theme, women empowerment and gender justice. Why? Let us try to understand why this theme is so important. So first of all, let us just see why it's so important. So many of previous year essay questions have been asked from here. Like, see, if we see from the topic of women in leadership role, okay? We just see it from here. Women in leadership role. So Women's Reservation Bill would usher in empowerment for women in India. Recently, you must have learned about that yes, Reservation Bill has been passed. It has not come into force. We are still waiting for what? We are waiting for census. But this essay can get repeated this year. Okay. So this is a very important theme. If women rule the world, greater political power alone will not improve women's plight. Men have failed. Let women take over. So these are all the themes which are more or less linked to leadership role for the women. Similarly, for gender justice, okay, girls are weighed down by restriction, boys with demand to equally harmful disciplines. So very important theme came recently. Just before that, hand that rocks the cradle rules the world. If development is not engendered, it is endangered. Right? This came in 2016. In fact, I also wrote this essay in 2016. Got very good marks. 152 marks I got by writing this essay itself. So if development is not engendered, meaning if only men are getting the fruit of development, then we will not move ahead as a society, and our future generations are going to remain vulnerable.
right? So development should be engendered. Everyone should be able to get the fruit of development. Otherwise, it is endangered. Next, managing work and home. Is the Indian working woman getting a fair deal? This is again a very important theme. Okay, the new women. Who is this new woman, right? The word new woman was asked by UPSC is in one of the essay. Kindly say this. Fulfillment of new women in India is a myth. What is this new women? We should know about the meaning of new women. Then similarly, whither women's emancipation, empowerment alone cannot help our women. Women empowerment challenges and prospects. The new emerging women power, the ground realities, motherhood, hand that rocks the cradle rules the world, hand that rocks the cradle only this much, and women is God's best creation. This came in 1998. So what we have seen from the previous year questions is that UPSC has been asking lots of questions from this area, and you can expect one question this year also. And since it is a very important theme, we are going to take a lot of time in discussing small things like what is the meaning of gender justice, what's the meaning of empowerment. In essay, it is very important to communicate your ideas freely, and you should choose the best of the best words which are possible. So let us try to build the content on this theme, and then we'll talk about other things later on. Okay. Now, this theme, if you see this theme is very much linked with the GS paper 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. So before starting, I'm giving you this idea that in GS paper 1, women in Indian culture, you can find in ancient and medieval. India's freedom struggle, we have lots of women who participated. Women in world history, also like Catherine the Great from Russia. Role of women in women's organization, effect of globalization on women. All these topics you would have studied for GS paper 1. Similarly, for GS paper 2, you would have studied about what's the role in the drafting of our constitution overall, right? Then the representation in executive, legislature, judiciary, women groups and self-help group, National Commission for Women, etc., etc. So lots of such topics you must have studied. GS paper 3, the role in India's economic growth, gender budgeting, women in agriculture, land reforms, women in STEM, right? Their contribution in science in India in general, representation in various security forces. So all these topics, GS 1, 2, 3, even GS 4, role of some of the women administrators, okay, their role in inculcating values in a family setup, and plus famous women moral thinkers. So all these are the fodder points for your essay paper. So you can utilize them whenever you are writing an essay. Use those fodder points which are already with you in GS 1, 2, 3 as well as 4. अब हम कोशिश करेंगे कुछ ऐसी चीज़ों के ऊपर डिस्कशन करने की which may be new for you, but these are very very important, and if you have a good understanding of these, then naturally आपका जो लिखने का तरीका है वो काफी improve हो जाएगा. ठीक है? So let us start. Okay, the first area is women in mythology and religion. All right, all of you must have heard about this Pandora's box. What is this Pandora's box? कहाँ से आती है ये story? ठीक है? So this story again, it comes from a religious tradition, the tradition of the Christianity. Let us try to see this. So there's a poem by the name of Work and Days, and this has been written by Greek poet Hesiod. It tells a story that how the humanity has developed over a period of time and why woman was created to punish men. So in this story, it tells there's a woman named Pandora which was created with the only purpose to punish humans because man was enjoying happiness. So even if it is funny, even if it feels like that this person probably was heartbroken and that's why he has written like this, but what could be the reason behind it? One thing which is very clear is that our religious texts, they have always favored men over women. And these kinds of stories, they get perpetuated over a period of time, generations after generation, and even till today, the societies which are even patriarchal in nature. So one major pillar of patriarchy, it is our religion. You have to understand this. This is a very, very important concept. One important pillar of the institution of patriarchy is religion. Because in religion, women are mostly shown in the wrong light. They are often considered as those who are responsible for temptation, who are responsible for किसी की भी साधना भंग करने के लिए. Those kinds of interpretation, they come from religion a lot, and they, in a way, they discredit women in general. So let us see this story further. So they say in this poem, he says that the man was not familiar with painful cold, hunger, disease, old age, etc. And then Zeus, he asked Hephaestus, who was a god of fire, to create a woman to punish Prometheus. Now, Prometheus is the person who is the father of humanity. That you should create someone to punish Prometheus. And then eventually, Hephaestus, he created a woman by the name of Pandora, and then she was sent to earth with a jar. Now, Prometheus' brother, his name was Epimetheus. Okay, so Prometheus' brother Epimetheus, he fell in love with Pandora. And one day Pandora opened the jar which brought these 7 evils: greed, envy, wrath, gluttony, sloth, pride, and lust. They flew out on earth, and hope alone remained inside the jar. That's why even today people are keeping this hope against any evil. But this story, this again brings a picture of women. That probably women are not going to lead to a better kind of civilization, since they will be responsible for misery of men. Now, from where does these kinds of interpretations come? Now, this is a perfect kind of an anecdote. If there's a essay a few years back, it was about that, can customary morality show us, or can customary morality lead our present or lead our future? This is customary morality. As per the customs, the women are considered being responsible for all the sins. They are being responsible for these 7 evils in Christianity. So please remember these ideas. These ideas just for the sake of making you aware what are the kind of things which we can learn from the cultures. Similarly, now this is not limited to Christianity. Okay, this is not limited to Christianity. If we see the philosophy of Buddhism, even Jainism, and even Hinduism to a certain extent, we do find that women are shown in the bad light. Yes, in some cases they were also responsible for social reforms, but right now we are trying to understand why so much of hate is there against women in these religious philosophies. Okay, like if we see both in Buddhism and Jainism, the female body is considered inferior, and the female, she is required to take birth as a male in order to get enlightened. So that itself is leaving away the path of enlightenment for the women in general. Plus, very importantly, okay, they say that male body creates life outside itself, while the female body creates life inside itself. And with meditation, okay, with mind control, a male body can retain semen, while a female body sheds menstrual blood, which is outside the mind control. Because of this reason, males are considered superior in these traditions. Similarly, you must have remembered about the comments of Buddha, where Buddha was asked that should women be allowed to be part of Sangha. So he did allow them to become part of it on the request from his favorite disciple Ananda as well as his foster mother. But he said that if women are going to become part of it, this religion will decline in 500 years. That also shows that they were not that much hopeful about making women a part of the religious tradition, even though Buddhism and Jainism, they were more reformative than the Vedic religion of 6th century BC. But suddenly and later, with the period of time, lots of such kinds of ideas continued. So one of the major reasons why we have not been able to evolve, why we not be able to create just society, is because the philosophy that we learn over a period of time, they are written against women. So we need to be aware of this. Okay, we need to be aware about these kinds of religious philosophies. Now, there's a very famous book. Okay, you can remember this. I was telling you in the first class, थोड़ा सा रट्टाफिकेशन करना पड़ेगा. If you want to show yourself as the best in the essay, थोड़ी सी तो cramming करनी पड़ेगी ना भाई. Like this book, The Palace of Illusions. This has been written by Chitra Banerjee. Okay, The Palace of Illusions. Now this talks about how there is a difference in the manner in which a male and a female, they are groomed from early ages. Okay, like here the example is of Draupadi. Okay, so Draupadi, her father Drupad, he always discriminated Draupadi against her son Dhri, though both were born out of fire as per the tradition. Right? Similarly, Draupadi is always talked of that what you should apply on your skin in order to look more charming. Okay, the skin whitening process for hours if she wanted flawless skin. Although Krishna is having a dark complexion and he never opted for such kinds of things. Similarly, from a young age, She was told how to behave in front of other men, how to behave in front of other women, how to walk, how to converse, how to interact. So, in a way, what happens is that eventually Draupadi is always made to be a subordinated one. And later on, she was told to accept even 5 husbands. Okay, so like this, you have to always understand that in our cultures, okay, whichever culture it is, the culture of Hinduism, the culture of Buddhism, Jainism, or even Christianity, one thing is always there, and that is that the subordination of women was there in all of them. And that's why this has been a historical fact, that we have hardly had any kind of society which can be termed as matriarchal. We have only had patriarchal societies, and that patriarchy is affecting us even till today. And why we are discussing about these kinds of questions? Why are we discussing about these things? Why? Because suppose when you're asked a question like this, okay, when you're asked a question like this, like please see this, girls are weighed down by restrictions, boys with demands to equally harmful discipline. So when you're discussing girls are weighed down by restriction, from where does these restrictions come? From where do they originate? The restriction, they originate from these religious ideas. They come from here. And this is the reason why they are inculcated in family as a part of the tradition, because they are linked with religion. So we have to reform our religion. Why in the 19th century we went for social religious reforms? Because without reforming the religion, it was not possible to reform the society. So please remember this one very important concept that we are discussing, that if we want to reform the life of women, we need to change our religious traditions also. Next, please see this, that there is a duality with respect to women. Okay, like in Hinduism, women are honored as Shakti, the divine feminine force, yet in scriptures like Manusmriti, okay, they restrict women's freedom, tying their roles to obedience, modesty, and even domesticity. Even in the Buddhist text, it is said that there are different kinds of wives a man can have, and the best kind of wife is slave wife, who will never ask a question. So obedience is something which is shown in these cultures in a very rooted manner. The same kind of thing is seen, like you must have encountered this. There are many families that are very wealthy, and from the beginning they will put this restriction that you are not going to work. You will only stay within the confines of home. So these restrictions are not something which are only to only those families which are poor or middle class. In high class families, in fact, many women from the beginning of the marriage, they are told that they should not work, right? Because they are putting those restrictions. They are frequently cast as origin of downfall or temptation in religious texts like in Christianity. I hope all of you know the story of Adam and Eve, okay? That first two people on the earth, and Eve is blamed for the original sin, right? They were told that they should not eat this forbidden apple, but they ate it, and then eventually it led to the beginning of the further evolution of humanity, and reinforcing the idea that women are morally weaker. So such kind of stories are there in every culture, which leads to the point that if we want gender empowerment, the one thing which we have to tackle is these religious traditions, and they should be changed over a period of time. Even if they are not changed overall, at least liberal level of interpretations are required with respect to them. That is one thing which you need to keep, and this is a very, very important point. Like, this may not be written in a GS paper, it's fine, but essay is about creating that kind of a vision where they can see you as future civil servants who will do a lot of good for the society. And if you have clarity on the paper, probably you have clarity on your mind also. So that's the perspective you should like to give through your essay, and that's what I'm trying to make you learn. Then idealization as control mechanism, like ideal woman is silent, self-sacrificing, devoted like Sita, Mary, or even Khadija, leaving little room for alternative roles. So the roles of the women, they are largely defined. In fact, in Hinduism, there is this concept of which is known as Panch Kanya. Okay, the 5 virgins, the 5 prominent women. Like we have Ahalya, she is known for her chastity and devotion. Draupadi for resilience and steadfastness. Sati for her devotion, virtue, and sacrifice. Tara for wisdom and decision making. And Mandodari, even though she was married to Ravana, but still She had virtues and moral strength. So this is the concept of Panchkanya, or the ideal women, which we find in Hinduism. So all these are some new things probably which you are learning. Okay, try to use them in your essay paper. Like suppose if a topic comes on women empowerment, wherever you feel like that this is relevant, then only you can add. Just because you have studied, don't write everything, every part of our discussion from the beginning till the end in your essay. No, that will not be the correct. As I have told you, brainstorming is very, very important. Okay, brainstorming is very, very important. And while doing brainstorming, you have to add multiple things. Like suppose if you're brainstorming on the topic with respect to women empowerment. So one area which we have just discussed, it's about religious philosophies and how or what kind of roles do they provide to women. Like in this essay, that restrictions, the religious philosophy put lots of restrictions. Let me give you a few more examples. Like within Buddhism, there is a very prominent institution of Sangha. Within Sangha, there used to be different number of rules for men and women. The number of rules for men were less, the number of rules for women, they were of higher nature. That also shows that more restrictions were put on the nuns than on the monks. And that's exactly what these religious philosophies do. Okay, they put a lot of restriction. In fact, the root of patriarchy, because we consider these religious philosophies as sacred. And if you consider something as sacred, naturally you will be aligned with that. And this sacredness eventually is leading to the patriarchal societies across the world. And then the moment this patriarchy comes into the picture, decision making it comes in the hands of male member. And this brings in inequality. When all the decision making in the hand of the male, it brings inequality. Now the woman is at the mercy. Whatever is going to be told to her by her husband, naturally she has to follow that as per the religious philosophy. So the root origin of patriarchy is from here. Okay, it's from here. So always remember these ideas, like Pandora's box anecdote can be utilized anywhere, right? Ki how women are projected as those who are responsible for misery of the men. So that could be a good example to showcase how these kinds of things are done. Alright, this is the first part. Let us now see in philosophy also. Like when we discuss about philosophy, the way women are represented in Greek philosophy, medieval philosophers are there. There are certain modern philosophers also who have been responsible for this movement of equality. And then we'll talk about certain feminist philosophers also. Look, I am discussing many things which are very different from your GS paper. In GS paper, there are lots of things which you will learn. In fact, you may have the latest of the data also with respect to multiple parameters. But this is about giving you the areas where you're weak. Okay, the information, like if we see the Greek, two most important personalities are Socrates and Plato, these two. Socrates used to say that women, he says that he allowed them to enter the ruling class, but he hated that women would always be weaker than men. Would always be weaker than men. It suggests that women should have same pursuits and activities as men, but women are inferior to men in all of them. So even Socrates, who is considered as one of the most important person full of wisdom, person known for his integrity, but still he is also the one who believed in this. Okay. Similarly about Plato, he said that women are physically weaker than men, but this is not sufficient to exclude them from warfare. Further, he mentioned that women who had got training shall still perform light duty because of their physical weakness. So what do we concur from this? We concur from this that certain biases towards women, they come even from the best of the Greek philosophies there also. Similarly, if we go to come towards medieval philosophers, we have this Saint Aquinas. Okay, Saint Aquinas is a very well-respected saint from the medieval times, and he believes that women's subordination to men is the part of the created order. They link it to the created order, and this subjection is actually for their own good and benefit. Women in the family should be governed by those wise, which meant that women are naturally subordinate to men. So he is not considering them as wise at all. They cannot take their own independent decisions, and this is exactly what you need to learn. Okay, that even Saint Aquinas, then Saint Augustine, he also wrote this Confessions and City of God. All right, and he expressed the idea that women are more closely related to corrupt body than men, making this subordination both natural as well as important. Right, so please remember this also. All right, please remember this also. All right, then from here we'll see something new, some ideas which are responsible for these movements, which are responsible for the equality movement for the women. Look, women even till today, they are facing lots of challenges in their lives. Okay, lots of challenges are there, and those challenges are linked to every phase of their life. Okay, what are the different challenges faced by women? So there is an approach which is known as life cycle approach. Life cycle approach means from birth till death, then lots of level of discrimination. How? Please try to see. At the level of birth, like in India, there is problem of sex selective abortions. So this problem starts from here. Okay, why did we have this Beti Bachao Beti Padhao kind of scheme? Why we needed that specifically in North India, areas like Haryana, Punjab? Why? Because the birth of a daughter was considered as insignificant, and they were ready to even sacrifice it, right? Then after birth, even from the beginning itself, like suppose the celebration that are done for a male child and female child, in case they survive, celebration are always going to be higher for a male than for a female. Okay, a family is often seen as being blessed by the god if they have a male boy, right, or they have a boy rather than the girl. Naturally, you have to remember that from the birth this thing starts. Then the problem starts with respect to education, with respect to nutrition, with respect to choices in life. Choices are one area which is often restricted for the women, and choices of every kind of choice is restricted for women. Like, please see, basic things, what they want to wear, as basic as that. Okay, what kind of career they want to pursue, that is also majority of them not in their own hands. After this, we also see what choices with respect to whom they should marry, marriage. Okay, with respect to bodily autonomy, that how many children they should have, this is also decided by the families rather than themselves. So their bodily autonomy is also taken away. In case of religions like Christianity, who believes in pro-life, right? Pro-life means that if somebody becomes pregnant, they should not go for abortion. That's why in France, okay, the right to abortion has now been made a constitutional right, a fundamental right in 2024. Why? Because in Christianity, they often give preference to pro-life rather than pro-choice. In Hinduism, it's pro-choice. There's not an issue with respect to that. But in Christianity specifically, they say this is the gift of God and you should not give it away. That's why they're always pro-life. Anyway, so the problems faced by women, okay, you can always go for this life cycle approach. Choices is one area which is something which is very, very important. What they wear, what they eat, right? Even the nutrition. Majority of the time, the women member, they eat last, right? They are considered responsible for all the kind of care work. Right? Even after marriage, they face this problem of dowry, domestic violence, and I must have heard about term about marital rape. All such challenges are being faced by her in her life even after the marriage. So n number of challenges are there for women in general. If they want to make a career in sport, very few are going to get supported. While if it is a male, it's a natural choice. If a girl wants to play cricket, she wants to become part of Indian women cricket team in the future, very few are going to support her. While if it is a male, it's a dream of everyone. It's a dream of not just the boy, also the family. मोहल्ले का भी होगा, डिस्ट्रिक्ट का भी, स्टेट का भी ड्रीम बन जाता है बड़ी जल्दी से. They agree. The amount of time which is given to a male person is always higher. The girl turns around like, so suppose 24, 25. Suddenly the things start that when will you get married? Right? So those kinds of challenges are there in the life of women. So choices is one area which is often the worst thing with respect to women. And women empowerment and gender justice are not possible until we consider each and every problem and we solve them. That's why we often say that if you want to empower them, then empowerment should start at every level. Economic empowerment, social empowerment, political empowerment, right? Religious empowerment. Every kind of empowerment is required. That's why we talk about them. Why gender related laws are not very sensitive in India? Because there's so less number of women in the parliament in India, right? That's why those kinds of sensitive laws are not there. Even the implementation is not that good, the majority of them. Yes, there could be some issues here and there. We must have heard in last 1 or 2 years, we have seen lots of misuse of these like 498A, etc., all those sections. But there are so many cases which are not even reported even till today, right? The excessive level of violence which is there in our society towards women. Okay, violence. The worst outcome is like the rapes, acid attacks, all those kinds of things which are there in the society, right? Plus, another kind of problem has become prominent with the rise of social media. The level of objectification of a woman's body is being done on a very big scale in the whole of the world. Pornography, etc. So, n number of challenges are there which can be linked, which are affecting the life cycle of a woman. And if we want to have this empowerment, if we want to have justice means giving someone something which they deserve. Okay, to give someone something that they should have. That justice, that is what we are looking for in this world. That's why this topic, why we discussed about religion in the beginning, because religion often gives the sanction for inequality. And if you want to get out of this inequality, if you want to move forward, then we cannot stay dependent only on the ancient and medieval ideas. We have to focus on the modern ideas. Okay, as I think 1890s, for the first time in New Zealand, right to vote was given to women. Right to vote was given in Britain around 1918, in USA around 1920. So right to vote was also not there with the women, while for the right to vote for the male, it's as long as possible. At least from 1820, 1830s in Britain, it was there at a larger level. Before that also it was there. But anyway, at a larger level. So this is what is you need to remember, that whenever you have to discuss, you have to go into detail. You have to bring in examples. You have to bring in very good keywords like the concept of missing women. Okay, that's a very famous keyword. This was used even by Economic Survey, the concept of missing women. It was used by Amartya Sen also, this concept. That there are millions of missing women in India. Missing women concept means those, number one, abortions were done. Number two, were not being taken care of after they lived or after they survived. They were not taken care of. right? So lots of such challenges are with respect to healthcare. There are differences, right? With respect to healthcare, there are differences. So each and every field that you are aware of, you need to just jot it down. Brainstorming is a process which requires you to define certain rules. And when such kind of essay topics are going to come, that women are marred by restriction, so you have to show restriction. You have to show the outcome. It's an outcome of n number of things coming together. Now let us see what kind of new things started happening from the 19th century and how we have reached where we are and what more things are required in the future. Okay, what different kinds of feminist movements we have seen. Let us now try to understand that. So J.S. Mill, all of you know about him. Okay, he was linked with the theory of utilitarianism, maximum happiness for the maximum number of people. But along with that, okay, he also advocated that women should have same opportunities as men. And when that will happen, women will be able to understand about themselves and they will be able to correct their abilities. So he was someone who said that there are lots of barriers, the social barriers, legal barriers are there which prevent men from knowing a woman's true nature. And he was the one who induced the first substantial debate on women's suffrage. Okay, and this famous publication, The Subjection of Women in 1869, was a catalyst for suffrage movement in Britain. Please remember this. Okay, please remember this. The Subjection of Women in 1869, which talked about the suffrage. But they were not given immediately. They had to wait for again more 50 years. Once the First World War was now close to end, at that point of time, women were given right to vote in Britain. And that's why, and later on in USA in 1920. So 1918 in Britain, 1920 in USA. So he was one of the person, the modern philosopher who believe in the equality. Similarly, okay, the other philosopher like she's one of the most famous, Simone de Beauvoir. She has written this famous book, The Second Sex. The Second Sex. And this gives a very powerful idea. Okay, please remember these words. One is not born a woman, but one becomes a woman. One is not born a woman. Why? Because what was the reference of this? That there is no difference between a baby girl and a baby boy when they are born. They have similar set of mind, similar set of characteristics. Now, from there, the way society goes for socialization, that is going to turn one into a woman who will be considered as a second level creature. Okay, and one as men who will always be given extra support, who will always be given more liberty to live their life. That's why this famous line, one is not born a woman, one becomes a woman. And this book, Second Sex, is very, very powerful. Okay, this book is said to have marked the beginning of a wave of feminism across the globe. In her book, she argued that throughout history, women have become classified as the other sex, which has allowed women to remain oppressed. Ideas challenged the societal norms and expectations of her time. Simone de Beauvoir is one of the most important personality when it comes to fighting for women's rights. Okay, remember her name. Remember the name of the book. Why you are going to remember these? Because in your essay you are going to quote about them. Even if you're writing what you think, what you feel is correct, you can just mention the Simone de Beauvoir in her book, The Second Sex, talked about this. Then you can write your point. It becomes more official. It becomes more authoritative in nature. And in essay, you have to bring in few philosophers here and there. That's the only way to get the maximum marks. From where would you get the keywords? You had seen the copy of the toppers the previous class, yes? Okay, we see that toppers copy of the rank 19 also, rank 20 also. So you need to learn. Similarly, there was this manifesto of 343. Okay, this was a petition penned by Simone de Beauvoir and signed by 343 women, all who said that we have had illegal abortion. This act of women to come forward with their experiences paved the way for legalization of birth control, okay, and abortion in France. Yes, they said even if Christianity will say, like in Christianity, there is a concept pro-life. And once someone becomes pregnant, then they should have delivery. This is a very big debate. Pro-life. And the ideas of Christianity, especially among the Catholic countries, it is there. Okay, like you must have heard about the case in Ireland. In Ireland, again the laws, Catholic country, right? The laws are favoring pro-life. So the woman was not allowed to have abortion, even though there was complications, and finally she died during the process of childbirth. Right. So one should not be that much fundamentalist when it comes to this. And all of you need to remember this, that in Christianity also, even though the idea is of pro-life, but what about the rights of women? Pro-choice, but the rights of women. The struggle which women have come through to achieve the level of equality that they have, it's humongous. Okay, it's humongous. Starting from the 17th, 18th century, where they used to be considered like before the era of rationalism, before the era of enlightenment, women were considered as witches. If there used to be any kind of spread of plague, any random woman was considered as a witch and she was burned. So such kind of witch hunting exercises used to be there in Europe. So what do we learn from this? What do we learn from this? We learn from this that there has been a big problem, big challenge for the women in general. Let us move forward. Okay, let us move forward. Now, in reality, there are lots of challenges, as we've just discussed: socio-cultural challenges, political challenges, economic challenges. Lots of challenges are there, right? And if we see socio-cultural challenges in India or in the world, one is patriarchy, second is sexism, third is intersectionality, and fourth is customary morality. Four major socio-cultural challenges. Please remember, okay, the last two keywords are very, very important. First two, majority of you would know about, but the last two are very intersectionality. I would like to have a discussion of 5 minutes on that. What's the meaning of this? Customary morality, we'll discuss about that also. But let us first start with patriarchy. What is patriarchy in general? Patriarchal means where all the major roles, okay, where all the major decisions, they are being taken by men in a family. That is what is patriarchy, right? So where men hold primary power and dominance while women are subordinated and expected to conform to the role of dependence, domesticity, and obedience. Please remember the definition. Many of us, we know patriarchy now, we feel patriarchy, but we are not able to express patriarchy on paper. So all of you, please remember this. And it's a social system in which men is having the primary power and dominance, and women, they are the one who are subordinated and expected to conform. It's a given fact that you have to be obedient, you have to be domesticity, and you should be dependent in nature. You should not go out of your house. Right? This is what patriarchy has been. Plus, what are the various manifestations of patriarchy? The various manifestations, like the most important or most prominent, is gender discrimination. Gender discrimination. Why? Like unequal treatment of sex is leading to disparity in education, employment, nutrition, and healthcare. This is what we also discussed in our brainstorming part. Right? Like please see, education. The percentage of girls, okay, who pass in 10th and 12th are always higher in India, percentage of girls. But if you see with respect to the higher university education, women are always on the lower side. Why? Many of them in the rural areas, they are made to marry by that age. Okay, so they are not even allowed to even complete their full education. Irrespective of the laws of the states, these things are being done. Education, right? Big challenge. If you are living in rural areas, you would consider the safety of 50 of girls, and suddenly you will not let them to go to the urban areas. Okay, so again, their education gets hampered. Right? Child marriage, even though it has become a thing of the past in majority of the part of India, but still in some parts of Rajasthan, child marriage is still practiced. And the moment a girl is married at such an early age, now she is taught what she should do to become a better wife rather than to become an individual. Those are the kinds of challenges faced by them. So that's why education is always sacrificed in patriarchy. Employment, again, they are often given a specific role, a division of, as per the division of labor in this patriarchy, and that is You should stay within the house, you should not go outside. That's why their employment, their financial empowerment is often sacrificed in a patriarchal setup. Similarly, with their nutrition, as I've told you, as mothers, they eat last. As girls, their health is not that much of a priority. Their nutrition is also not that much of a priority. If somebody is even becoming part of the sports, then also they are not given that much of concern. So nutrition does not remain a concern in majority of the patriarchal families. And this is what is known as sun meta preference. Okay, this keyword was used by our economic survey, not of today, 2016-17 it was used at that time. Please remember this keyword, sun meta preference happens because of patriarchy. Everything revolves around the sun. Everything. In fact, one of the cultural reason why sun are being preferred is that because in our holy books it is often mentioned, right, that if the last rites, if the last duties of a dead person are committed by a son, then they would have salvation. If it is done by a woman, there will not be any salvation. Such kinds of misconceptions are there in the society, and they are responsible for this dominant level of thing that you should always have a son. All right. And the concept of missing women and wasted girls. Missing women, those who were those who died during the abortion process itself, right? And then the wasted girls who were not given the right kind of attention. And since the right kind of attention was not given, they could not fulfill their own dreams. They could not become a full-fledged human being. They were not given the right kind of environment for that purpose. That's why please remember, patriarchy is affecting women in India, across the world. But in India, the outcome, the discrimination is very high in comparison to outside. And that's why this keyword, sun meta preference, it's a very, very important keyword. Whenever you write a paragraph, please use the word that because of patriarchy, there is sun meta preference in India, leading to the issue of missing women and wasted girls. Then, because of patriarchy, the next thing which comes into the picture is objectification and sexualization. This is what we see. Right? Have you seen the Bollywood movies? Like you watch a movie and suddenly, unnecessarily, out of nowhere, there's going to be one item number. And people are watching movies just for that sake. Right? These item numbers like Munni Badnaam Hui, Sheila Ki Jawani, what do they portray? They portray them as a visual object. Okay? They reinforce unnecessary level of beauty standards in the society, which are in this age of digital age, in this age of social media, they are now glorifying plastic surgeries. Like, let me give you an example of Korea. Okay, in South Korea, the gifts are not normal gifts. People gift each other plastic surgery. Okay, so can you see the level of objectification which is happening in this world, in some parts of the world, that these kinds of things have become so normal. They're given as a birthday gift, that for this birthday I'm giving you plastic surgery. Now you can have a good nose. Now you can have better lips, etc., etc. So rather than focusing on being a human, focusing on what you want to do in your life, these are the things which are being given priority. Why? Because of patriarchal notion. Next, lack of reproductive autonomy, restriction of access to contraception, abortion, reproductive health care. Like mortal mortality rate, right? In India, if we see, it used to be very, very high, because majority of the women at one point of time, they were not even having access to the hospitals for the sake of delivery. So maternal mortality rate was very high. In fact, IMR was also high in India at one point of time. Even though now we have improved a lot, we are trying to improve in this regard, but still the kind of services which are required for medical care, they are less. Okay, and in general, gender roles, right? They are restricted for them. Like patriarchy imposes rigid gender roles and expectations prescribing how women should behave, dress, and fulfill societal norms. Behave, dress, and fulfill societal norms. Many times you would have heard about these controversies, that even though the violence is committed against the women, but woman herself is being considered responsible for that. Rather than punishing, rather than giving justice to her, she herself is being considered responsible for that. Like somebody, if some girl gets raped, next day some of the people, they will not think about justice to her. What they will do? Why she was wearing those kind of clothes? So what does that tell us? That tells us that patriarchy is so dominating. Okay, they will focus on this: how they should behave, how they should behave, what should they eat, what they should not eat, for whom, with whom they should stand, with whom they should not, what kind of relationship they should have. Everything is being controlled in a patriarchy. So life becomes a prison. It becomes a prison cell in which you're just biding your time. Whatever you want to do in your life, you're not able to do because you're always afraid. And since you're always afraid, it becomes a big mental problem. It becomes a big psychological problem. And even that is not something which is cared for, because women are treated as like emotional creatures, and they are not given that support when they are going through all this eventually. Alright, so please remember, patriarchy has been a very big challenge in every society. They're often pushed towards teaching or nursing jobs, okay? The pink collar jobs, or disgraced from any kind of field jobs or even the armed forces. They're always told, we go for the pink collar jobs. And that's a big challenge which we see. Okay? Like you must have heard about this movie, Thappad. In this, Taapsee Pannu, she depicts the story of Amrita. She was publicly slapped by her husband, even though till that time everything was going correctly. But just to show power, her husband slapped her in public, and naturally it led to the divorce. Okay, it led to the end of the marital relationship of Amrita. So what does that tell us? That if a male feels humiliated, humiliated because of the actions of her wife, then they have all the right to slap them. Okay, that is the level of problem which patriarchy has created. That women are treated more like a property rather than a human being. And this movie depicts this dilemma in general, that even though they were having a good relationship, the instincts which are developed from the beginning of the birth, they show at some point of time. And that's the problem which we see here. Next, same Lapata Ladies. Okay, this movie even went to the Oscar, I think, as nominee from India, but didn't win anything. But anyway, now this talks about how the women, they're confined. Even the pictures of the women, they were in parda. Okay, they were in lehenga till this size. So what happens because of this? Because of this, eventually they are not even able to locate her. They are not having even one photo of that. So even though it looks funny, but it's at the same time, this depicts the condition of our society, which tells us that how our society is functioning, how patriarchy is controlling the life of women. And one word which is very prominent is restrictions on everything. So please remember this. Okay, these examples we are giving you just for the sake of ideas. If you have more information about this on yourself, use that also. Similarly, the second big challenge which we face is sexism. One outcome is hostile sexism, where overtly the men feel that the women, they are not good enough, they are manipulative, they are sinful, weak, resentful, and women aren't suited for leadership because they are too emotional. Such kind of ideas are known as hostile sexism. Then benevolent sexism, right? We say that women may be weaker than men, but at the same time, they say that okay, they are good at something, they are good with caregiving, they are good with children, etc. Okay, so that's what is known as benevolent sexism. And ambivalent, it's a combination of both, right? So sexism is again a big challenge which we have in our society. All of you would have heard the backlash this movie faced, Animal, which shows Ranbir Kapoor as alpha male, doing all sort of things, okay, and still getting away with them. Right, so that's the kind of picture which this brought in, and this shows, right, that discourse or the purported endorsement of toxic level of masculinity, and this glorifies male aggression, dominance, toxic behavior. Depiction can reinforce hostile sexist attitude by normalizing control and violence as signs of love or action. So these are the kinds of things, sexism, which is there in the movies. why are we so much concerned about the movies in general? Please try to understand this also. Like suppose if you read a newspaper, how many people read newspapers? Right? पता होता ना हर न्यूज़पेपर का कि हमारा इतना बेस है. But what about a movie? A movie has no limitation. अब एक दिन का न्यूज़पेपर निकल गया तो अगले दिन अगर उसको फॉलो अप नहीं किया तो वो न्यूज़ वहीं के वहीं खत्म हो जाती है. But movie, they stay on the platform for years and years and years. That's why when we talk about freedom of speech and expression, there are more restrictions on movie than on the newspapers. Okay, that's why movies become so prominent. That's why we have this board for certifications, Central Board for Film Certification, CBFC. That's why we have that. And naturally it is required. Naturally, even though they give this certificate, to which audience it is catering to, but still that is required. Why? Because when such kind of movies come, it can easily affect those people who are not very well educated, about the system of patriarchy, who will just consume this and start following this. Like the kind of hairstyle which he was having, suddenly it became prominent. The kind of behavior that he is having, that is something which became prominent later on. So without educating the masses, without making them realize what this is, if you're going to give these kinds of movies, then they may get influenced by it. That's why it becomes very problematic. Even though in a free society, in general, there should not be any kind of censorship, but India is still not that kind of a society. Okay, we have too much of morality. Then the most important point of this whole discussion is intersectionality. What's the meaning of intersectionality? It says that every woman is not facing same kind of challenges in life. Okay, like suppose if a woman is from the higher class, her challenges are going to be different from a girl who is from the lower class. Is that clear? So that's what you need to remember. Okay, that's what you need to remember, that intersectionality is probably one of the most important concept that we have today, and you need to be aware about this, right? Okay, so it refers to interconnected nature of social categories such as race, gender, class, sexuality, and ability. Like if we see Western societies, like if we see USA, okay, so there's a very big challenge for the black women in comparison to the white women to go for the same level of empowerment. In case of India, it could be with respect to caste system, right? Like the girls or the women from the lower caste, it's difficult for them to rise above, while it's relatively easier for the higher caste women to pursue their careers in comparison to lower caste. Why? Because in general, class and caste, they go together. Lower caste people, they have less money in general, and that's why they have to look after the survival needs. Okay, and that's why it's difficult for them to go forward, while a woman from the higher class family can easily pursue what she wants. So that's the topic of intersectionality. Okay, where we have to understand an individual's experiences of privileges or oppression into the picture. This is a very, very important concept. I would like all of you to remember this keyword intersectionality. Please use it in your essay paper. Okay, please use it in your essay paper. This is a very, very important part. In fact, the third and the fourth wave of feminism in the world is based upon the concept of intersectionality. Okay, so please remember this. All right. It recognizes the multiple forms of disadvantage or privilege due to these intersecting identities. Okay, like a person who is from a black race, but this person's family is rich. Suddenly, the kind of challenge in that person's life is going to reduce. Okay, but if the person is white, if the person is wealthy also, then naturally there is no restriction on the life, right? A male person, naturally. But if you have a female, again some things come into the picture. Like challenges faced by black women stem from both gender and race, and which are different from challenges faced by white women or black men. This is a very, very important concept, intersectionality. Write it in your essays. Next, customary morality. Okay, what's the meaning of customary morality? Now, customary morality means what is the morality pattern which we observe in our own society, in our own culture. Like if we see in the case of India, it's the same set of norms, values and practices that deeply rooted in a particular culture or society. Like in our society, in general, we have had this gender inequality and discrimination. and it is often linked to religion. Like you see, there was a ban on women's entry in Sabrimala. Similarly, if you see the case of Iran, okay, it's a case of Mahsa Amini. So Mahsa Amini, she refused to wear hijab. She refused to wear hijab, means the parda. And what happened after that? She was eventually, okay, she was eventually arrested by Iran's morality police, and later on she had several injuries and finally she died. Okay, so what does that tell us? That there are certain customary moral codes. If those are not followed in some of the societies, then even your life may be taken away. Now that's a big problem. That's a very, very big problem. And naturally, customary morality may not be good in every time. Like customary morality may have some positive elements also. I'm not saying all the customary morality is wrong. Like suppose if women are considered as goddesses, that's a part of customary morality which is positive. But majority of the times the customary morality have negative patterns. Majority of the times, at least for the women point of view. We're not saying from the point of view of polity, from the point of view of environment, from the point of view of women in general, because the cultures have been built, societies have been built on gender discrimination, on a patriarchal notion of society, and customary morality has been responsible for the perpetuation of these kinds of challenges for the women in the long run. So these are the 4 prominent challenges which you need to remember, okay, from exam point of view. प्लीज इसको रिवाइज कर लीजिएगा. पैट्रियार्की, सेक्सिज्म, थर्ड इंटरसेक्शनैलिटी, एंड द फोर्थ is customary morality. So any kind of strategy for women empowerment would not happen until and unless we take these into consideration, these cultural barriers into consideration, right? Because these created the glass ceiling that beyond a point of time reform is not going to happen. If we see the political challenges, I hope this is the easiest part. This is from the GS. Okay, like poor representation, proxy leadership, and gender biased laws. These are the prominent cocktail responsible for lack of political empowerment. Okay, please see, like you see representation of women in executive, hardly 10% currently. Okay, hardly 10% as ministers. Legislature overall around 13.6%. Okay, in the Lok Sabha, and if you see Rajya Sabha, it's slightly higher, around 16.8%, even though in the whole of the world it's around 27%. In the Nordic countries, if you go towards Sweden, if you go toward those countries, it's even around 50%. So that tells us that in India a lot is required for political empowerment. Judiciary, it's hardly 14% judges in High Court, they are women. So both are lagging. Our society is not able to create this level of empowerment for the women. Why? Because the institutions which are responsible for political empowerment, they do not have a say there. Okay, how many women PM we have had? Hardly few, right? Indira Gandhi, the most prominent one. Then proxy leadership, like the biggest institution of political empowerment in India was considered to be this Panchayati Raj. Okay, because Panchayati Raj, all of you know that is the it's the most important institution at the grassroots level. So we have had this. Okay, around 1 million women, they are serving as elected representatives, but the biggest challenge is how many of them are exercising independent power. You must have seen this famous series Panchayat. In this famous series Panchayat, we see how everything is being controlled by the husband of this sarpanch, right? And naturally the sarpanch pati concept comes into the picture, where everything is decided by the husband rather than the woman herself. When this is seen by the society, how would the society change? Because for every small or big work, they will go and proceed and have a meeting with the husband rather than with the elected representative, because they consider everything is controlled by her husband. So this is again a big challenge, right? Like women and men in India, 22 states have implemented 50% reservation. 1 million women are serving as elected representatives, but how many of them are having independent exercisation of power? That's up to a question. So that's again one area where we need to think. And finally, okay, gender biased laws are there across the world. You can give examples of the world also, not just India. Okay, like see, In a 6-3 ruling, Supreme Court of America overturned the Roe versus Wade verdict. This Roe versus Wade verdict, which allowed abortion as a constitutional right, this was taken down by the Supreme Court of USA. Okay, even though recently in France, okay, it was given a fundamental right, but in USA it was taken down. It has sparked this famous controversy of pro-life versus pro-choice, as I've already told you. All right, then in Indian Supreme Court also, if we see in Supriyo Chakrabarti case, okay, versus Union of India, they denied legal recognition to queer marriage. Okay, so when we talk about gender, don't just write about only two gender, male, female. The third gender is equally important. Okay, and but any kind of reform for them was not allowed by the Supreme Court. They said we are leaving it to Parliament. The Parliament is doing nothing. That's why empowerment of certain section of society, it's so important that everybody should come together. Till which time this customary morality, where we are ignoring the fact that these people exist, okay, is going to continue. That's why it's so important that steps should be taken for their betterment, for their empowerment, and that's the most important thing with respect to gender. Even the gender bias laws, they are in India also, everywhere, if you see. Okay, gender bias laws are of multiple level eventually. Okay, economic issues and challenges. We have gender pay gap. Glass ceiling is a very prominent concept. You should use this in your essay paper. Sexual harassment at workplace, big challenge, and unpaid care work. These are the biggest issue which we see, right? Like gender pay gap. It has been a big gender pay gap in India. All right. For the same work, men are paid higher, women are paid lower, right? You can remember few facts. Like in 2017 census of Fortune 500 companies in US, women hold only 19.9% of corporate board seat and comprise just 5.8% of CEO positions, which means there is a glass ceiling. What is the meaning of glass ceiling? Glass ceiling means it's, even though it is invisible, it's a glass ceiling. Why it's a glass ceiling? Because you cannot go up above this. It becomes a big social barrier, okay, preventing them from being promoted to top jobs in management. Similar kind of data you can find out for yourself through internet. How many of the secretaries in the government of India are women? That again is a fair data. Similarly, for top 100 companies of India, how many of the CEOs, they are women? That shows there's a glass ceiling. Why glass ceiling comes into the picture? Try to understand this. Women, they have some reasonable breaks in their career, like when they go for family planning. So many of the specific firms or companies, they think like this is going to affect continuity for us. So they often give more promotion to the male members because they know they are not going to go for any kind of break, right? Similarly, women are considered being more responsible for the family, so they will not slog hours after the office hours. So again, that also affects them, right? So such kind of multiple things are there which affect the chances of women. And our work culture in India, it's very poor. Work culture is very poor. Employees are being treated like the guinea pigs. Like from morning till evening, they should work. Right? The work, you must have seen the statement of Narayan Murthy, you should work 12 to 16 hours daily. How is that possible? Right? 70, 80 hours a week you should work. When that kind of expectation is set, okay, woman is already having a dual role. She's taking care of financially, she's also taking care of her family in general, because that dual burden comes in by being a woman. How can that be reduced? That can only be reduced when there is a work-life balance. But the work-life balance is not something which is known to Indian companies. That's a big challenge, and that's why naturally they come up with glass ceilings. So in India, it's even more worse, the glass ceiling, than even in the West. Then gender pay gap, lots of problems are there. Like World Inequality Report estimates men in India earn 82% of the labor income, whereas women earn hardly 18%. So gender pay gap is there. For this, you can even bring in new data. Okay, for some of them, you can bring in new data, which is going to give you a broader understanding. All right, you can bring in new data also. All right, that's important. Next, sexual harassment at workplace. We passed a law with respect to this in India. hardly in the 21st century, around 2012, 13. So this act has been trying to reduce the kind of problems, challenges faced by women at the workplace. But the moment this happens, takes away your job satisfaction, it increases the stress, and in many cases, the officers, well, in many cases, the CEOs, they prefer their male members in the organization whom they consider more efficient. So women switch their jobs when such kind of events happen. That also affects their livelihood. It also affects their mental stage. So it's again a big challenge which we face in the corporate sector. Even though it is not that well recognized, but it's real, right? Like there's a data of NCRB of 2022. There are 419 reports cases of workplace harassment, averaging approximately 35 incidents per month. And this is going to be very low reporting, as I can see. Okay, unpaid care work, that is again a big burden on the life of women. They are made to take care of children. Okay, they are made to take care of the elderly. They do all the basic household chores, starting from cleaning to anything and everything which is possible within the confines of the house. Male, they are not raised to share burden in this regard. Okay, that is also the problem of patriarchy. When you're raising a child, okay, you have made it defunct. They can't cook, they can't clean, they cannot do anything. They have been only taught to sit on the bed, okay, and watch TV. The life of male has been made very comfortable by this patriarchal society. But the pressure of the patriarchal society is also there, which is often learned by the male later on, when every responsibility is suddenly put on the male. Initially, no responsibility. Enjoy. But afterward, all the responsibility is now put on the male. Even though the women may work, but still every responsibility of finance will be put on them. And they come under pressure for that. That's why all of us need to understand this, okay, that there's a solution which can be there. Like we have this, the time use survey. We say that women spend at least 20% time of their day for unpaid domestic and care work, while men spend hardly 3%. In case of India, it will be hardly 1%. Okay, it will be hardly 1%. So please remember this. This is a very important part, right? Even in a society, these kind of questions can come. Now, role of women, right? One very important thing, like this essay theme which comes time and again, the hand that rocks the cradle rules the world. Okay, so what's the role of women? The role of women is very integral in today's society. Okay, and one of the most important part of that society, that build-up part, is motherhood. Okay, so please remember that this is a very famous statement by Princess Diana, that a mother's arms are more comforting than anyone else's. Right? So, what happens when woman enters into motherhood? Okay, it creates an identity for her. It's also what creates self-discovery, understanding of the self, understanding of the emotions. Okay, seeing a new life in your hands changes your perspective towards the world. So all those things, like, is a journey of self-discovery and transformation for women. The experience of being a mother can shape and redefine their identity. This is a very famous movie. I think this won Oscar also. You can always quote this. This is a novel by the name of Room by Emma Dongue. Okay, by the name of Room. And similar title was that of the movie also, the movie Room. The character here, Joy Newsome, she undergoes a profound transformation as a mother, discovering her strength, resilience, and capacity for love in the face of challenging circumstances. Okay, they were living in a very small room, right? And within the confines of that room, she has to do the socialization of her child. That's why it becomes a very tremendous experience, a very difficult experience, but still she is able to do that role well as a mother. Right, that's what this is. Even though I have not seen the movie, but I know this was in the news at some point of time. But motherhood, yes, it leads to self-discovery. Then intergenerational connections. Okay, it is often said that if you teach a woman, you teach a civilization, because nobody takes more pain for their son or for their daughter than a mother. So once mother has that education, that intergenerational connection are always going to be of higher level. And that's exactly what we see here. Like motherhood creates intergenerational connection, passing values, traditions, wisdom, okay, from one generation to the next, which can shape a child's identity and provide a sense of belonging. Similarly, this book or novel, The Joy Luck Club, in this what they say that they explore the relationship between these immigrant Chinese mothers and their American born daughters, and showing how cultural heritage and the experiences of motherhood are impacted because of this. Similarly, we also have this feeling of empowerment, okay, and advocacy. All of you know that the countries where we have more representation of women in the parliament, it also improves the life of their wards. It also improves the life of children in their society. Why? Because they care. They care about the children, right? Education, well-being, healthcare. All those things are good in those societies. Like we have this very good example. I hope all of you remember Malala Yousafzai. When she came into the news, she became a very popular personality also. Why? Because she was trying to teach children. Okay, and Taliban, they shot her at point blank range, and eventually her mother, Tulpeka Yousafzai, she supported and encouraged Malala's education advocacy for girls' rights despite challenging circumstances. Okay, so when we see motherhood, when we see a level of devotion, it's always higher than anything else. But now, when we talk about the hand that rocks the cradle rules the world, there's one dimension which we often ignore, and that is there are few women in this world who don't want to be mother, but it is also imposed by the society. Again, an outcome of patriarchy. An outcome of patriarchy. And this is something which is written by Adrienne Rich. Okay, Adrienne Rich. She says that disturbing side of motherhood and counters popular romanticized views on maternity. Actually, what happens as male, it's difficult to understand, but as female, it's easy to understand that the body size, it changes for the women, and number of hormones they get developed. Okay, the life cycle during the pregnancy, like 9 months, and later on the initial 6 months, they are very challenging in nature. And if you are not inclined towards raising a child, what should you do? So when motherhood is often romanticized, it often creates this challenge again of choice for the women, and many women, they don't want to have child. That's why she maintains that institution of motherhood is difficult to see and touch because it is defined in the way the most don't see as an institution or a prison. And to see motherhood as an imprisonment is not a lens through most would want to look upon the process of mothering. The woman who chose it and should have been socially conditioned to do so. Like from a young age, they are told that one day you will become mother, etc., etc., you will learn, etc. So many women, they become mothers for that experience. Okay, but many are those who don't want to be. So this choice should also be there in the society. Okay, this is a very prominent perspective which we often do not see in India as such, but this is in Western society, this is becoming a very important one. Like those people who are not looking for children, right? Why should they be imposed? Why should society impose upon them this? So that's why you should remember about this aspect also. Okay, then maternal touch of spouse. Now this is a story of, again, we have already discussed about this, J.S. Mill. J.S. Mill, during his early life, he was affected by depression, but then he got married to Harriet Taylor. Okay, once he got married to Harriet Taylor, eventually he came into the world with full consciousness. He eventually found a friend who could listen to himself, and then who can help out even with respect to the theories that he was developing. So because of this, he was completely healed, and he eventually became one of the most important philosopher of the 19th century. So what we need to remember from this is that the role of women, okay, Taylor's ideas, the role of women, it's not just limited to motherhood. It also goes as a partner, as a companionship, an enriching relationship, and that's exactly what we see in this case. Okay, and he published his essay on liberty shortly after her untimely death and dedicated loving to Harriet Taylor. So this shows that if women are given equal status, if women are allowed to be a companion, then it can change the life of anyone. And this is an example of J.S. Mill for that purpose. Okay. So we have discussed broadly Okay, multiple things which are required to be learned for this theme of women empowerment. Now, one area where all of us need to understand is this, that which specific women has contributed to society in different ways. We should know about them and what more can be done in the future to create or to generate the right kind of circumstances for women empowerment. That's what we need to understand now. Let us now see. So in political domain, okay, in political domain, like one very prominent personality is Ellen Johnson Sirleaf. She became the first democratically elected woman president, and she led Liberia through reconciliation, recovery, through even the Ebola crisis, and she was given Nobel Peace Prize for her work to empower women, right? And according to her, there is increasing recognition that full gender equality will ensure a stronger economy. Look, when you will give examples, strong personality, specifically women, please bring in diversity. Don't just write about Indira Gandhi and think that's it, and that's it, that's going to give it. No. Or even Margaret Thatcher from UK. You should have knowledge of some more. That's why we have added these kinds of slides. Okay, so Ellen Johnson Sirleaf. Similarly, if we see Sunita Krishnan, now in her life she faced a tragedy. She was gang raped. Okay, but over a period of time she got out of this. She refused to become a victim, and she said, I am a survivor and I'm going to ensure in the future other people who have suffered from this kind of violence, I can support them or I can save them even before the commitment of this kind of violence. So she started Prajwala Group in Hyderabad, where she rescued women from places where they're forced to work and helped their kids get an education to stop them from facing same problem. She has saved more than 2,500 women, with Sunita herself freeing around 1,500, and she is still working to ensure that there is no human trafficking, etc., in the areas around herself. This is now a very inspiring story, that even if you have faced a kind of an event which could destroy a person, but still you rise from those ashes, you rise from them, and then eventually you build up a work, you build up a perspective which can help the fellow human beings also. This story, I think everybody knows, the story of courage of Neerja Bhanot. Okay, and she was a flight attendant. Okay, and eventually that flight was hijacked, flying between Bombay and USA. She managed to enter the emergency code to the flight deck, which enabled them to escape the aircraft through the hatch in the cockpit. This immobilized the aircraft during the hijack. And for her bravery, Government of India has in return given herself the Ashok Chakra Award, right? Then, if we see from USA, okay, from the side of USA, we have Ruth Bader Ginsburg. Now, she was one of the women who served on the Supreme Court, and during her tenure, she was able to give many judgments for gender equality as well as women's rights. All right, and she ruled that qualified women could not be denied admission to Virginia Military Institute in the United States versus Virginia case. So she was someone who was a believer in gender equality. She even worked with Barack Obama, who was then the president of United States of America, and eventually she was the one who helped in this Lilly Ledbetter Fair Play Act to combat pay disparity also. So she is also a very influential woman leader from judiciary. Please remember that. Okay. Then in the economic domain, Indra Nooyi. Now she was the CEO of PepsiCo for a very long time, 2006 to 2018. She transformed the company through health-focused product lines and sustainable practices. Born in Chennai, but still she became one of the biggest corporate leaderships member and broke all kind of gender and cultural barriers, right? And she still remains an advocate of women in leadership. Then Tessie Thomas, you can give her example in science and technology. I hope all of you can remember about her, right? She is known as the Missile Woman of India. She became a member of the project of Agni 4, and as scientist of DRDO, her work has been very prominent, right? And she has been working very well in this aerospace and engineering sector. Similarly, you can give example of Madame Curie. We know Madame Curie, Marie Curie, and she was the one who got two Nobel Prizes for subjects, both physics as well as chemistry. She discovered the idea of radioactivity and elements like polonium, radium, and for nuclear science and medical radiology, breaking barriers in male-dominated scientific world. So that's a very, very important achievement. Where largely they were male scientists, she was able to become a women scientist. Then among the leadership, you can also see from the religion. Like, this is a very famous story. This is the story of Udaya Bharati. Okay, so what happened? Her husband and Shankaracharya, they were having a debate, a religious discourse, and she was very peaceful. She peacefully learned about the both ideas, and eventually she acted like a judge. In the end, she gave her verdict in favor of Shankaracharya. That's why she is very famous from the religious discourse, right? So this is story of Mandana Mishra and Udaya Bharati, who were a learned couple and were a follower of Mimamsa school of thought. Adi Shankaracharya was another one, right? And he visited the very special couple to do the Shastra. Then in the deliberation between Shankaracharya and Mishra, she was made as a moderator, and she eventually was able to give the right. So this is a very important one. Please remember this, that they could be impartial even when they have to choose between their husband and between the other scholar. She chose the one which she found related to be more sound system of philosophy. Now, Vanigiri Mathai, you have to remember about her also, alright. She also was the first black African woman to win Nobel Peace Prize, and she founded the Green Belt movement in 1977, all of you should know, to plant trees across Kenya, and she was driven by a perceived connection between environmental degradation and poverty and conflict. Yes, and she planted more than 30 million trees and inspired the UN to launch a campaign that was led to planting of 11 billion trees worldwide. That's what Vanigiri Mathai is known for, protecting the environment. So please remember, there are certain leaders, okay, we have given you these 4 or 5 examples. Why? So that you can have diversity in your essay paper. If diversity is not there, it's going to become challenging, okay. And whenever we read somebody's essay, one thing which I always look for is the use of the vocabulary, how smooth it is, okay. Second, what new things I have learned from their essay. So you should be having that idea that I should give some new things to someone. तो जितना भी हम लोग पढ़ रहे हैं, इसमें बहुत सारी नई चीजें आप लोगों को भी देखने को मिली होंगी, राइट. प्लीज इनको रिवाइज करते रहिएगा टिल द डे ऑफ एग्जामिनेशन. Even though we are doing it at a very early stage, it will be very good if you can keep on revising it. If you can keep on revising it, naturally it's going to become very good. All right. Let us see further. So, feminism. When we discuss about feminism, there have been 4 feminist movements across the world. Okay, the first feminist movement, it goes way back, just after the French Revolution of 1789. At that time, Mary Wollstonecraft, okay, she published the revolutionary Vindication of the Rights of Women, right? Why? Because she thought that women played a very important role in the French Revolution. In fact, there was a specific protest which was done by the women, but still they were not given the rights, right? There was a declaration of rights for men and citizens in 1789, but it was not extended to women. That's why she was an advocate of the women's right, and she wrote this. Similarly, in 1848, 200 women met in church and they came out with 12 resolutions asking for specific rights, including right to vote, right? While in USA, it happened in 1920. In New Zealand, it was done in 1893. So this first wave of feminism largely was about having a society that recognized women as humans, not property. While the leaders of first they were abolitionists, their focus was only on white women's rights. Okay, so please remember, the first wave of feminism, which was across the Europe, the larger focus was only on the white. The second wave of feminism, this was inspired by the civil rights movement, okay, and protests against the Vietnam War. During this time, we see the major victories, which includes Equal Pay Act of 1963, Roe versus Wade in 1973, in which the US court, they gave the verdict that you have right to abortion. And in this wave, we witnessed 3 kinds of feminism. ठीक है, एक जो mainstream था, which was focusing on institutional reforms.
Second, the radical, which wants to reshape the society entirely. And third, the cultural feminism, right? That female essence that's a distinct from men. These are the three phases which we see during the second wave of feminism. Then we have the third wave. Now, these are some of the poems also which we have added. Okay, so if you wish, you can use them. Like this is a very famous poem, Phenomenal Women. Okay, pretty women wonder where my secret lies. I'm not cute or built to suit a fashion model's size, but when I start to talk them, they think I'm telling lies. I say it's the reach of my arms, the span of my hips, the stride of my step, the curl of my lips. I'm a woman, phenomenal woman. That's me. So that's a famous poem by Maya Angelou, right? So people do use poems in the conclusions also. That's very important. Alright, if you wish to have some kind of innovation, तो आप कर सकते हो. You can take it from Indian culture also. You can take from a foreign author also. Anyone's story. ठीक है? Then third wave, around 1992, it was done by Rebecca Walker, when the 23-year-old black woman, and she was the one, right? And during this time, it was about intersectionality. That it's not just about being a woman. To which specific race you belong to, which community you belong to, that should also be taken into consideration. But the third wave of feminism was more about intersectionality, right? And that's very, very important. And plus, it focuses on gender as well as race. So the issues of the black woman were highlighted during this part. And the fourth wave of feminism, which is the recent one, the Me Too movement through social media, where effectively whoever had committed any kind of sexual sexual imposition was done by one person on a woman. So those things were revealed at that time, and many people, they apologized for that kind of behavior. This Me Too movement was regarding with respect to this, right? And the questions of empowerment, equality, and freedom really mean they were discussed during this time. And in this, again, the focus remain on intersectionality, right? It remain on intersectionality. All right. And during this time, even there was focus on even the rights of the LGBT people. All right. So this fourth feminist movement wanted that everybody should be able to get the right kind of place in the society without being apologetic for what they are. All right. In case of India, okay, like we have discussed about these four waves of feminism. In case of India also, we have a important term which is known as Dalit feminism. Okay, this mapping Dalit feminism, it was written by Anandita Pen. In her book, she talks about the feminist movement for the ignorance of caste, but also Dalit movement for remaining patriarchal. All right, so you have to remember this. She highlighted the need to see caste through a gendered lens by discussing how sexual violence against Dalit women is a mean of exercising Brahmanical control over Dalit people. Now, there are certain areas of India where there used to be this kind of relationship. The Dalit women, they were sexually violated by the people of other castes, and it happens even till today. In some parts of Tamil Nadu, there was a tradition that people from the lower caste, and specifically the girls and the women, they were not even allowed to have any kind of clothes on the upper part of their body. So she explores that kind of things which happen in a society, and she used the term dual patriarchies to articulate patriarchy experienced by Dalit women from dominant caste. One is at the hand of their husband, second at the hand of the other caste. So that's why in case of Dalit women, the empowerment becomes even more difficult. Why? Because the kind of challenges faced by them are even higher than that. All right. So this is a very, very important book. You can remember its name. Okay, you can remember its name. Let us see further. Okay, now this is a poem by Rupi Kaur, Being Independent. Right? You can use this also. I don't want to have you to fill the empty parts of me. I want to be full on my own. I want to be so complete I could light a whole city, and then I want to have you because the two of us combined could set it on fire. So this is about being a companion rather than being a security of any kind, right? Often the marriage is considered like a kind of security, but it is about companionship. So there could be many poems which you can use. We have more also on this. Okay. Now, ecofeminism. Like in case of India, we have had ecofeminism.
Chipko movement, as all of us can understand, all right, where the women just they hugged the trees so that the contractors they would not cut them. And this kind of movement was led by women from poor families. So in India, feminist movement are not just linked to the rights of women, they're also linked to the rights of environment, and that is eco-feminism. Okay, green belt movement, that is in Wangari Maathai in Kenya, we have already discussed about her role. Okay, so that's also our eco-feminism. Now, what should be the way forward? What should be the way forward for the world? We have seen lots of discussion on lots of things, but what should be the way forward? So what should be done by the state actors? What should be done by the non-state actors? State actors, again, all these are going to come from your GS, role of executive, legislature, judiciary, leaders, constitution, laws, rules, regulations, right? Like, what's the role of executive? Come out with policies which are going to reform the society, like Beti Bachao, Beti Padhao. There should be gender budgeting, bring sensitivity to gender, okay, in legislations, programs, allocation of resources. For legislature, fair representation, like we are looking for this 33% reservation, okay, still, even though principally it has been passed, but when it will become implemented, that takes time. Focus on reducing the gender pay gap, okay, focus on debate and discussion on the issues which are important for women. With respect to judiciary, we have to get out of this uncle judge syndrome. There are a handful of few families which are controlling the whole judiciary of India, and till the time they are going to control judiciary, it will not be possible for women to become part of the higher judiciary. That's why we have to get out of this. Okay, gender neutral laws we have to create, right? That's very important. Then gender neutral language should be there even in the notebooks, right? Everywhere it's about men. There should be introduction of women. Okay, even in the syllabus, every law. Role of leaders, very important, like Michelle Obama. She was very prominent person. She worked for the upliftment of the poor, reducing racism, promoting education, nutrition, and women's right. And through Reach Higher and Let Girls Learn initiative, she helped adolescent children, particularly girls, to attain quality education. So her stories of sacrifice, hard work, and even dedication. All right. Then our constitution has been prominent with respect to right to equality, article 14, 15, 16. DPSP talks about equal pay, fundamental duties, renounced practices. So these should be instilled among the people of India. Voting rights are already given, right? Reservation, now we are giving them at the level of the parliament also. Non-state actors, they also have a role. There's a prominent role of women organization, role of media, role of private sector, role of civil services organization, right, or international organizations also. So like this program, can you see the Groots Kenya program? So it was led by grassroots women leaders, empowering rural women by strengthening their leadership skills. Similarly, in India, we have this famous Kudumsri in Kerala. It mobilizes women, right? It's a very famous example of self-help group, helps in training, and then they participate in community development activities. Seva is a very important association, right? Civil society organization. This and informal, it organizes people in the informal sector and allow them with training, etc. Then we have rape crisis centers across, okay, in multiple parts, right? Then what should be the role of civil society? Civil society, as we see, we should focus on creating schools of equality, empowering through education. All of you should know that the kind of people that we are, it's the part of the education that we received. So from the early stages, the notions of patriarchy, they should be taken down. The kind of career choices which are imposed upon women, that should not be done. It's very, very important, even though it's challenging, but we have to do this. So build a generation of gender sensitive youth, work through school-based program focusing on equality, empathy, and justice. Curriculum should be there, which make people aware about gender, caste, body image, discrimination, right? All those things. Right, because look, what happens on social media is that a certain kind of body type is being considered as desirable by everyone, and then others start feeling inferior. Such kinds of things should be taught in the school, okay, that you naturally, whatever kind of body you should, you accept it and enjoy your life. Empower girls to assert rights and boys to become allies for equality, right? It's very important. You should remember this, that equality will not come through fight. Equality will not come through just by fight. Men, they should be taken into the groups. They should be counseled. Once they will become the agents of change, that's when the real equality is going to begin to come in our society, right? Like we have this Men Engage India, Engaging Men for Gender Equality, coalition of NGOs है जो ये काम करते हैं, promote करते हैं positive masculinity and gender equitable practices, right? Campaigns like Share the Load, very important, right? Role of private sector. Now, private sector, please, they have to focus on pay parity, economic empowerment initiatives like Nike's initiative like Girl Effect campaign to empower adolescent girls in developing countries by providing education, right? UN Women Initiative like Unite, which aims to prevent and eliminate all forms of violence against women and girls. He for She campaign, right, seeks to engage men in challenging gender stereotypes. All right, role of media is again important. Okay, they should have a coverage of the issues which are there in India. They should not just say that this is as per culture. They should show all kind of gender violence and discrimination, and they should spark a debate on women rights, gender issues. Entertainment media, they have to be the more responsible, the portrayal of strong independent women like we have in The Crown. They can inspire and empower women. Social media also, there should be certain level of regulation with respect to social media. Okay, in the concluding line, you can again use examples from anywhere. Like we have this famous one, right, by Kafin Yazmi, which talks about arise my love, for now you must watch with me. Flames of war are ablaze in our world today. Time and fate have the same aspirations today. Our tears will flow like hot lava today. Beauty and love have one life and one soul today. We must burn in the fire of freedom with me. Rise my love, for now you must march with me. So that's a point which thinks of women as more of companions. Now this is something which was used by our Prime Minister at the time of the launch of Chandrayaan 3. Okay, so while addressing the scientists, he said that in Chandrayaan 3, the Vikram lander's touchdown will be known as Shiv Shakti point, right? Why? Because the humanitarian resolve is integral to the concept of Shiva, and it is from Shakti that we get the ability to fulfill that resolve. The Shakti in the name Shiv Shakti comes from hard work, inspiration and empowerment of the women scientists. So this is also one good concept which was put forward by our Prime Minister himself. All right. So what is important in this whole theme? You have to develop perspectives. If you develop these perspectives, if you are able to come out with some good comparisons, some good examples from India, some from outside, you can write a very, very good essay. And this theme, it is doable. Okay, this theme is doable. If this theme, you are going to prepare for this in a wise manner, this theme can give you very good marks. Okay, so this theme of women empowerment plus gender justice is important. Okay, this is very important. Now I would like to discuss 2-3 keywords for the sake of clarity, like the concept of new women. Okay, like in PYQ, UPSC has asked this: the fulfillment of new women in India is a myth. What's the meaning of new women? Now, it is open to interpretation. There is no such fact-based definition of new women. But who is this new woman? A woman which is working. So this new woman is a working woman. This woman is filled with aspirations, who want to have a brilliant career. This woman is looking for equality. This woman is looking for sharing the household burden. So what's the element? Like sometimes when UPSC asks you these kind of essay, we become blank. What's the meaning of this? So whatever you are seeing around yourself, you have to have a broad understanding of this. What is this new woman, right? What is this new woman? A woman which want to become part of security forces, which doesn't want to be kept aside just because of the traditional notion of less masculinity. They want to be part of, they want to serve the nation, right? The best example, you can see this in Operation Sindoor. You can use this Operation Sindoor because there was a very strong domination, right? There was a strong support from the side of women in this Operation Sindoor. Even the two ladies who came eventually to tell all the important events during this time, okay, that also showcases it. So what is this new woman, right, which want best thing for her children, education, health, new kind of socialization she wants to provide, not the previous traditional notions of patriarchy. So always try to have this basic meaning. Whenever some new terms come into the picture, you have to be aware about it. And if you can identify the dimensions, naturally it's going to create a lot of impact in your answers, right? A woman which want to rise above glass ceiling, which want to be in a leadership role, no longer she wants to be a follower. All these are characteristics of new women which are rising in India, rising across the world. Okay, so these are some of the things which you need to remember with respect to this topic. This topic is very important. As I've told you initially also, UPSC asks a question at least every second year. So that means this remains a very, very important topic for all of us. Now let us move to the next topic. The next topic is about history plus society and culture. Alright, so if we see history as one of the area, from here UPSC has been asked question on a regular basis. Like, see this question: history is a series of victory won by scientific men over romantic men. This came in 2022. Before that, they asked history repeats itself first as tragedy, second as farce. This was the comment of Karl Marx. The past is the permanent dimension of human consciousness and values. And finally, geography may remain same, history need not. Okay, so these are the kind of questions which you have seen in history as a paper. So this is where we'll try to understand. Okay, so we have broadly made this theme's name is lessons of history. Let me then make you understand things from a basic perspective. Yes, so as I've told you in the previous class that you can do introduction by using multiple approaches. You can use anecdote. In topics of history, even you can use quotes. They will work. Okay. Definition based, not so much important. Not that much good for essay, but these two are the larger approaches which you can start with. Alright. So that's why in this PPT we have added few quotes which you can remember. Like, please see the first quote. Those who cannot remember the past are condemned to repeat it. What is the meaning of this? It means that if we will not learn from the past, naturally we are going to repeat the mistakes. This is from George Santayana. Similarly, history is a gallery of pictures in which there are few originals and many copies. And this comes from Alexis de Tocqueville. That's a very famous quote on history. You can remember this one. This is an easy one and it makes sense also. History is an unending dialogue between the past and the present. And this comes from E.H. Carr, a very prominent historian. Then the only thing we learn from history that we learn nothing from history. This is from Orlando Figes. And finally, Mark Twain, naturally a very famous personality. History doesn't repeat itself, but it often rhymes. Means exact events will never get repeated, but it will be very close to the previous event. So that's the last part. Anyway, so these are some of the quotes. You can pick any 2 or 3 out of them. I would choose at least 3 and 5. Okay, so try to remember 1 or 2 quotes on this. Let us now start with the discussion. What's the meaning of history itself? Okay, so let us try to understand that. Now, when we go for history as a subject, what is history? So this is the statement of E.H. Carr, who says history as a continuous dialogue between the past and the present, with the historians mediating this interaction. Yes. What's the process of writing history? What's the process of writing history? So history is written on the basis of sources. 2 types of sources are there: archaeological and literary sources. These sources are interpreted by historians. Historians can have different bent of mind depending upon the interest that they are portraying. Like if we see in the case of India, we have seen four approaches. The first approach is known as colonial history. Okay, these are the various schools of history in India. Colonial school. Now this was linked to the British. The British were trying to make us understand that we are not good enough. And naturally, their attack was on India's self-confidence to justify their foreign rule. Then came the nationalist school. Nationalist school tried to increase our self-confidence. They countered the narrative which was built by the first school, that is the colonial school. But largely the first and the second school, they largely focused on political history. Then come the third school, Marxist, which focused on social and economic history. But all these first three schools were largely focusing on political, economic and social or even the religious history of the elite people. So the fourth school is known as subaltern. This school focuses on the history of people from below, also known as history from below. Okay, so what is history? History is nothing but it's the interpretation which historians are able to get on the basis of the sources. Okay, on the basis of sources, there can be various approaches to look at history. Same specific source can be interpreted in different means depending upon the side, right? Like suppose if we see Tipu Sultan. Now Tipu Sultan is a very contested figure in the history of South Asia. If you go to Pakistan, he is considered as the most important revolutionary till the 18th century. But if we come to India, he is just another part of one of the princely state, that is Mysore. So same person, same events, but the interpretations are different. Same goes for like suppose Mahatma Gandhi. If we see from the perspective of India, he is the father of the nation. If we see him from the perspective of the Pakistan, he was probably the person who was trying to get them, okay, not to get them the area of Pakistan. So he was trying to ensure unity. Probably in the history of Pakistan, Jinnah is the father of the nation, right? But in the history of India, he was the person responsible for partition. So same set of events are depicted differently by different historians. That's what we are trying to learn here. Okay, that's what we're trying to learn here, that history is a continuous dialogue between the past and the present with the historians mediating this interaction. It depends upon the historian what kind of idea they're going to put forward. It depends purely upon them. In fact, he challenges the traditional notion that history is a straightforward recounting of objective facts, proposing instead that it is a selective interpretation. That's very, very important, shaped by historians' social and intellectual environment. Right? Like suppose if the historians come from British, why would they put blame on themselves? They will put blame on us. If we are writing history, we will become emotional and we will put all the blame on the British. So that's why it's always a narrative. That's what history is all about. Even though in history we try to establish the truth, but the truth again it is filtered by a historian. So it's always going to depend upon the historians in between. Alright, please remember that. According to him, historians do not merely discover facts. They choose which facts to highlight based upon what they deem significant, influenced by their own contemporary values and biases. And his insights have profoundly impacted the field of historiography, prompting a reconsideration of what constitutes historical truth and the process by which we understand the past. So this one slide can give you a broad idea of what is the meaning of history and why even history as a subject, there are lots of different interpretations, and that can you see from the ideas of E.H. Carr. So please read and remember these two paragraphs. Suppose if any essay comes on history, then you will be very lucky, because the kind of content that you will be writing will be way better than others. Otherwise, you will be writing very basic level of content, like you will be giving examples. History repeats itself. You will start from the example itself just after the introduction. That is not the right way of writing essay. For writing a good essay, you have to write number one, introduction, thesis statement, then you have to write the arguments. Along with arguments, you give examples. Do not leave everything to example. That takes away the beauty of the subject. That takes away the philosophy of history away from the subject. And nobody is going to give you good marks for that.
That's why please remember few specific lines. Okay, like here the best line that is given by E.H. Carr is that a continuous dialogue between past and the present with the historians mediating this interaction. Is that clear? So please remember this definition. Now, when we see history, there are different people with different approaches. Some people say that history is going in a singular direction. So it is linear in nature. It is going only in one direction. We are going from the past, we are going in the direction of progress. But some people say no, it is a cyclical part, right? So history is nothing but it is cyclical in nature. There are period of rise and there is period of fall. That is what is said, it is a cyclical nature. Some people say no, history is nothing but it's the history of great men. Okay, great men like Ashok, Akbar, Napoleon. These are the people with around whom we read history all about, and it's not about linear or cyclical. Some people believe in geographic theory. We'll discuss about that. And then the Marxist theory. Marxist theory is a subset of cyclic theory. Okay, Marxist theory again, it believes that history repeats itself. First as tragedy and the second as a farce. So that's nothing but Marxist theory is a subset of cyclic theory. So overall we have broadly four approaches: linear, cyclical, great man theory and geographic theory. Please remember them. This is the most important slide when we are discussing about history. You can give examples from whatever you have learned from Indian history or the world history, but the academic part of history is equally important for essay writing, and this is the academic part. Okay, this is the academic part. Let us take some examples of the linear history. Okay, so what is the meaning of linear history? Linear history means that it is straightforward and chronological order. It is straightforward and it works in a chronological order. Now, if we see it from the perspective of a religion, whichever religion you go for, so from the perspective of religion, it will always look like that whatever is happening in this world is the will of the God. Since it's the will of the God, naturally we are going in the progress way, right? So Saint Augustine presented the theological framework of history, which defines history as the manifestation of God's divine plan, culminating in the final judgment. That everything is going to come to an end on the day of final judgment, but till then we are moving in as per the God's plan. And this is a theological framework of history. Theological means a religious framework of history. Please remember his name. Now this is a more of a religious way of interpretation. Now we come to a more secular way. Okay, now we come to a more secular way. So here Voltaire adopted a secular view of this linear progression. How? Okay, I hope all of you know about Voltaire. Now Voltaire was one of the famous philosophers of France during 18th century. And he was one of the person who was a supporter of freedom of speech and expression. Along with Montesquieu and Rousseau, Voltaire was very influential. Anyway, he proposed that history is marked by four significant epochs. Okay, so four significant rises, like each representing a stage of human advancement, with the final stage being enlightened by Newtonian scientific achievement. This perspective sees history as a continuous improvement of human condition advancing towards knowledge and rationality. Okay, so he says that it is nothing but we have seen four significant epochs and through which we have become what we are today, right? A human society based upon knowledge and rationality. This is the perspective given by Voltaire. All right. Now, the perspective of linear history also arises in the book of Yuval Noah Harari's. I hope you must have seen this book, Sapiens. It's on every book stand, right? Everywhere you have this. Now he also provides a compelling framework for understanding linear progression of history through transformative epochs. Like the first revolution that he talks about is cognitive revolution. Like all of you know, during the Paleolithic era, there was a rise of human, right? From Homo habilis to Homo sapiens sapiens, where the humans eventually became intelligent. Okay, sapiens means the wise beings. So this was the first important revolution, cognitive revolution. This marked a surge in human creativity as well as communication. We learned the art of understanding others. We learned the art of understanding words. This is how we understood the communication. Second important revolution was agricultural revolution. Why? Because for the first time humans can now make their own food. Since now they can make their own food, it eventually became a very, very important work, right? Because through this we got surplus, Surplus gave us civilizations. So agricultural revolution is very, very important. And the last part is scientific revolution. What is scientific revolution? Scientific revolution was trying to focus on rationality. It was trying to focus on the evidence-based ideas. It was not like that the religion. In religion, we often have multiple myths and faiths which may not be true. But science tried to explain the world by the use of the rational facts. So these are the three major stages which are talked by Yuval Noah Harari in his book Sapiens. The first is cognitive revolution, second is agricultural revolution, and third is scientific revolution. So please remember that. Okay? Whenever we talk about linear progression theory, you can quote the book Sapiens. Okay, I'm giving you these books. The reason is very clear, because this will improve your evidences which you write in your essay. So in Sapiens, Yuval Noah Harari talks about three major epochs, starting from the first one, the cognitive revolution. Then after cognitive, we have agricultural revolution. And the last one is the scientific revolution. So what do we see from this? Through this, he is saying that human beings are going from strength to strength. So we are going only in one direction. Okay, we are going from strength to strength. So probably we are going in one single direction. This is the idea of linear progression. The idea of linear progression, as we have just seen, first you can link it to Saint Augustine, okay, who links it to the divine plan of the God himself, and it will end on the judgment day. Second, about Voltaire. Voltaire gives a secular perspective on this, and again he says there are four epochs which have affected the whole humankind, ending with the final scientific revolution, okay, which led to the rise of ideas of enlightenment. So whenever you have to write essay, okay, on history, don't just go for the cyclical approach. We also have this linear approach, that humans or the earth or the evolution is only going in one direction. Okay, they are not accepting the cyclical approach. Is that clear? Please remember, this is the first theory which we often used. Now this theory, this linear theory, there are lots of people who criticize this theory. Why? Please try to understand. Like in the book The Dawn of Everything, A New History of Humanity. This is written by David Graeber and David Wengrow. These two said that evolving from primitive bands to complex state, they had examples such as sophisticated political structures of indigenous North American society, the decentralized urban centers of the Indus Valley. So what they are trying to say, it is not that we are going only in one direction. They are saying in between we have seen phases of top. Okay, like see with respect to urbanization. The first urbanization happened in India, and that is the Indus Valley civilization. This Indus Valley civilization reached its peak by around 1900 BC. Okay, and then it went for a decline. Again we see urbanization around 600 BC. Then again we see its decline. Again we see the third urbanization around 13th century AD. So what they are saying, it's not linear as it is presented by the previous historians or the scholars. So what they are saying, that we have seen sophisticated political structures in the previous era also, like republics during the Greek time. Similarly, in India also we had certain republics during the time of Mahajanpada. So what should we tell about that? Okay, they may be having a more sophisticated structure, even though not as complex state structure as today, but they were also having a workable political structure. Those empires also worked for a very long time. So that's the idea put forward by them, and they say these societies exhibited advanced social political organization without following a straightforward path of state formation, thereby disputing the linear evolutionary model. So there are other models also possible, and one of them is put forward by them. Please see the next one. Again, now this comes from James C. Scott, Against the Grain. He argues that shift from foraging to agriculture did not unequivocally improve human life. Very, very important argument. Why shifting from hunting and food gathering to agriculture did not improve human life? Let me give you a few examples. Number one, it led to change in diet, okay, from protein diet to carbohydrate, right? That's not necessarily good for the body, right? Number two, it led to too much work. So we kept on, previously we used to have relatively more leisure time, but now everyday work. The nature of work shifted for the humanity. Number three, when we began with the agriculture, we started promoting the man-made climate change. Today, if we see agriculture emissions across the world, they are around 17 to 18% and they are responsible for climate change. So necessarily shift from foraging or hunting and food gathering to this did not lead to any major good, or it did not lead to all the good things. In fact, our population increased. Today we always talk about population pressure. Why did the population increase so significantly? It's because we had much resources after agriculture, which put strain on the resources of earth, and that led to what is known as the ecological imbalance. Okay. Then James Scott also points out sites in Turkey like Catalog to demonstrate that while agriculture supported larger population, it often led to increased disease, malnutrition, and even social stratification. Very, very important. The example of malnutrition you can even see from India. In India, during the Chalcolithic period, we see large number of graves of children, and that you will find in the western Maharashtra. So that points towards malnutrition. Social stratification, that also you can see. Like if you go to a site known as Inamgaon, we find the different kind of structures. Even in Harappan civilization, we see citadel on one side, which was probably the ruling class, and the lower town on the right side. That's also an example of social stratification. So probably the equality that we are today looking for, we were having more equality before in the pre-agricultural societies, because naturally at that point of time, land was not that big of a commodity, because resources were relatively good enough for the human beings. The population pressure was less. So all the challenges that we have seen that have begun with the beginning of agricultural society. Okay, so that's what you need to remember, that we cannot put that there is only one linear progress. We can see linear progress with respect to economic output. We cannot see linear progression with respect to everything, with respect to humanity, or with respect to nature around us. So that's a very, very deep perspective. Okay, please remember this. The things that we're discussing today, they are very, very different from what you may have studied so far. So it's important to remember this. Now, the second theory, the first theory we have discussed, the first theory is what? It is the linear theory of history, and the critique also we have discussed. Okay, now let us go to the second theory, cyclic theory. What is cyclic theory all about? Cyclic theory say that historical event and social development often follow a predictable, repetitive pattern and has been a persistent theme across various epochs. Okay, epochs means periods. Okay, if you're from geography optional, you'll know there's a difference between these two, but if we just seeing it at a general point of view, it's just like that. But anyway, please try to understand this cyclical theory. So, in the ancient age, Greek historians like Herodotus as well as Thucydides, they said that history was cyclical, observing patterns in the rise and fall of empires around them. Okay. Similarly, when we go towards the medieval age, thinkers like Petrarch as well as Machiavelli continued to explore this notion, seeing history as a continuous loop of success and failure, influenced by human nature and political fortunes. And this perspective was again put forward by Arnold Toynbee as well as Oswald Spengler. Okay, Toynbee in his work A Study of History elaborated on how civilization rise to challenges and either succeed or fail, thereby entering a phase of decline or achieve renewal. Similarly, Spengler wrote in The Decline of the West that Western civilization was just one of the many to rise and inevitably fall according to natural and preordained cycle. So there are many historians who link that the rise and fall it's a continuous part of life, and this cyclical theory is very, very famous. Even Karl Marx was a believer in that. Okay, Karl Marx was also a believer in this theory. Now, what's the example of cyclical theory? Okay, I hope you know a little bit about Roman Empire. Okay, so we have had two Roman empires, one which was largely having the major areas towards the west, and the second Roman Empire, which is known as the Byzantine, which capital was in the region of the modern Turkey, right? The Istanbul region, Constantinople. So Roman Empire became very strong. Then around the middle of the 5th century, it started declining, and later on we see the rise of another Roman Empire, but this was towards a little bit east. Okay, so we did see two Roman empires. So one rose, then fall, then again rose, then again fall. So that shows that it is cyclical in nature. Even in India, you can take example like we see the rise of Magad, and from Magad we see the rise of the Mauryan Empire. Then the Mauryan dynasty fell, and eventually we see the rise of the next dynasty. So it's rise and fall, rise and fall. This is exactly what they are putting in this. All right. Then, despite the collapse of the Western Roman Empire, the Eastern Roman Empire, headquartered in Constantinople, managed to augment its strength, and leaders like Justinian the Great, the Byzantine Empire saw a renaissance in 6th century, marked by military conquest, and they captured many part of the Western Empire. Anyway, so the example is this, that even a single empire can rise and fall multiple times. All right, that is nothing but that is the cyclical part. Like in India, we had urbanization, then we have the phase of deurbanization, then phase of urbanization, then phase of deurbanization. So there have been multiple phases of urbanization and deurbanization. That's what we're trying to say, that many things they have repeated. You can have example of World War also. Like in World War I, World War II, what was the common link between them? Germany was a common link in World War I as well as World War II, right? And same kind of factors are responsible for World War I, same kind of factors are responsible for World War II also. Like World War I, it was fought because of the imperial conquest. Austria-Hungary captured what? They captured Bosnia. Serbia wanted Bosnia, and finally the Serbian nationalist guerrilla prince, he murdered French Ferdinand, which erupted the First World War. Second World War, again it was Hitler pursuing the imperialist policy on behalf of Hitler. He was trying to create the Third Reich, the Third Empire for the Germans. Again, he attacked Poland at the beginning of Second World War. So many things are often going to be common in this. Okay. Now let us take critique of cyclical theory. Now Francis Fukuyama, okay, he criticizes this in his famous book, The End of History and the Last Man. He argues against cyclical nature of history by suggesting that society are progressing towards a uniform and a more system of liberal democracy. So what he is saying, that we are moving towards a democracy, okay, and his thesis is based on observation of democratic trends and economic interdependence that surpass traditional cyclical pattern, suggesting a linear progress towards political and economic liberalism. So what he is saying, that probably for some time in previous generation we may have had the cyclical theory, but in today's time the world is moving towards more democracy. But now this trend probably could have been argued in 1900s, in the 1990s, or even the early 2000s. But if we see the way Trump has rose, again with trade wars with everyone, putting tariffs on everyone, he is now replicating what has happened during the 20th century. So it's very difficult to say if we are having more liberal democracy today than previously, right? For some country it may be different, like for Japan, South Korea. Even in South Korea we have seen a recent thing where it was more of like a coup. But anyway, so we are not very sure to what extent the arguments put forward by Francis Fukuyama are correct. But anyway, these are some of the propositions put forward by him that we can consider. Similarly, Niall Ferguson, okay, he mentions about civilization, the West and the rest, and he says cyclical. He criticizes this cyclical theory by examining the role of competition and the role of cultural and institutional factors shaping the historical outcomes. Okay, he uses the example of Reformation and scientific revolution to argue that these were not merely cyclical but were contingent on specific social and environmental factors, and that do not necessarily repeat in other contexts. Okay, please try to understand this. Like scientific revolution happened in Europe in 16th and 17th century. Okay, scientific development were there in ancient part also of the world, in medieval part of the world. But this beginning of the modern world was way different than the previous ones. Yes, there were scientific developments, but not of very similar nature. This scientific revolution was going to revolutionize the world, right? So that's why he is also against this theory of cyclical. Next, great man theory. Now, great man theory means that there are certain very prominent personalities like Thomas Carlyle. He talked about this. Okay, he talked about this great man theory in the history. He gave a series of 6 lectures titled on heroes, hero worship, and the heroic in history. And in his lectures, he analyzed the decisions and ideas of 6 heroes Okay, Divine Odin, Prophet Muhammad, Poet Shakespeare, Priest Martin Luther, Rousseau, and finally King Napoleon. He says that the history of the world is but the biography of great men. Very famous line. The history of the world is but the biography of great men. Like, what do we study in general? What do we study? We talk about these personalities who are famous, who had done something in the history. History always remember the victors. It never remembers the losers. And that's why he's saying history is nothing but it's the history of great men. Forget about rise and fall. They will keep on happening. But the gist of history writing is going to be always concentrated towards these prominent personalities. Okay. Then this theory is now criticized by Herbert Spencer and Leo Tolstoy. Leo Tolstoy uses a very good connotation. He says that these great individuals, they are history slaves. Can you understand this? He's saying great individuals are history slaves. Why are they considered history slaves? Because everybody is writing about them, everybody is interested in them. So they become slaves. Even if they want to, they cannot get out of these chapters. Like Indian history cannot be written without Gandhiji. So in a way, history is a slave of India's modern history. Okay, from history writing perspective, don't take it otherwise. Okay, so that's what Leo Tolstoy is trying to say. Similarly, Herbert Spencer argued that seeing history as a series of decisions made by great men is an unscientific approach, and individuals are not independent movers of historical current. Very, very important. Individuals are not the independent movers of historical current. Instead, they are product of their social environment. So every hero that they are talking about, they developed in a specific context. And without that context, nothing would have happened. That's why this approach is also criticized by certain historians. So I hope you are able to learn something new. My objective with these essay lectures is to give you some new perspective which you can incorporate while writing your essay. We will have some live lecture sessions also later on, but right now I am focusing on building content. I am trying to give you the best of the approaches which I utilize, which my students have utilized, and they scored very good marks in the essay paper. So please use them. Okay, it will be very useful. Then the last one, geographic theory. Now this came from Jared Diamond. Okay, he talked about this guns, germs, and steels, and he talks about the perspective on shaping of human society and their historical trajectory. He argued that geographical factor played a pivotal role in determining the success or failure of civilization. So he says that history cannot be read in isolation with geography. You must have seen the topic in the beginning we discussed. Geography may remain same, but history need not. Right? So why geography is so important? Please try to understand. If we see the history of India, Indus Valley civilization, can this civilization be formed without the Indus Valley? No, probably not. That's why geography played a very important role. Big empires were always made from North India, not from South India. Why? Because North India had the Great Indian Plains. They have the resources. And when you have resources, you can make empire. That did not happen from South India. Alright, so please try to remember these things, that geography plays a very important role in the development of history. And that's what he's saying, that history is not independent, it's always linked with geography. Marxist theory is more or less same theory that we have, okay? And here, when he discusses this cyclical theory, he brings in this history of class struggle. He says, throughout the ages, be it ancient, medieval, or even the modern part, there has been a relationship between people in the society. Like during the ancient time, there was master and slave. During the medieval, there was feudal lord and serf. And during the modern time, he discussed it was the capitalist class and the working class. The capitalist class and the working class. So what does that tell us? What does that tell us? That there has always been the haves and the have-nots. So his way of explaining is that there have been always haves in the history and have-nots in the history. And then he goes on to say that history repeats itself first as a tragedy, like from ancient to medieval, it repeats as a tragedy. But from medieval to modern, it's a farce. It's a farce. And that's why he said, working class, unite and finish off the capitalist class. Rise against the capitalist class. Create dictatorship of proletariat. So that's why he is a believer in cyclical approach of history. But this cyclical approach that he discusses with reference to the idea of class struggle. Okay? And that's why he was adding his own ideas along with this. I hope that makes sense. Okay? I hope that makes sense. Those of you who are from sociology optional probably can know more than this also. But for the perspective of understanding, this is more than enough. Alright? Then argue that historical progress is not linear, neutral process, but rather a series of conflicts arising from contradiction within the modes of production. The central driving force is the tension between ruling class and the working class. And according to him, different historical epochs are characterized by different modes of production, such as feudalism and capitalism in medieval age and the modern age, respectively. Now, let us see some of the lessons of history. We have discussed what is history. We have discussed what are the various approaches of history in India. Then we have discussed about the various approaches. There are four major approaches: linear history, second is cyclical, third great man theory, and number four, it is about the relationship between the history and geography. So history cannot be learned independently from the geography. These are the four approaches which you need to remember for the examination. And whenever question comes, try to incorporate some of them. That will give you a good flavor to your essay. We are always looking about inspiring the person who is reading your essay. So please focus on that. Okay, don't write stale content and expecting too much marks. That will not happen. The information that you have in the general study, it is fine, but it's important that you use that information along with certain which is more appealing. And that appealing part is already coming in these lectures. Please continue watching. I would say that the information that you will get in these 20 to 25 hours is going to be very, very condensed to the point, and if you use, that's good enough. That's good enough. Like within history, I have given you already the viewpoints of at least 10 to 15 scholars. If you can remember them, and if a question comes on history, our day is done. Okay, we'll get probably the best marks. Then we have to discuss the structuring part. Now, there's a famous quote which comes from Martin Luther Jr., who says, "The arc of the moral universe bends towards justice," right? And this always say that in the long run, justice is going to prevail over injustice. He emphasized that while progress might be slow and the journey may be arduous, arduous means it may be far-fetched, history shows that efforts to achieve justice do not go in vain. This lesson encourages perseverance and faith in the fight for civil rights and equality. So you can use this somewhere if it is required to be written down. Okay. Next, injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. This quote was even asked in your ethics paper. Okay. And from his letters from Birmingham jail, he discusses the interconnectedness of communities and the importance of solidarity across different struggles for justice. He argues that accepting injustice in one place sets a precedent, undermines justice everywhere, suggesting a global interconnected approach to tackling inequality and oppression. Right? This is the reason why the country should come together whenever they see inequality, whenever they see injustice in one form or the other. But because of the selfish nature of the nation-state system, it's very difficult to move in that direction. Anyway, non-violence is a powerful strategy for social change, as we have seen. He used this during civil rights movement. We learned this from Mahatma Gandhi. Gandhi had already used it during India's freedom struggle. Okay, so he says that non-violence not only achieves social goal, but it creates an environment of respect. So these are some of the ideas from Martin Luther Jr. Okay, then timely action against oppression is very important. That's what he believed in, right? That he said that history has shown us that oppressors do not cede power willingly. It must be actively and courageously pursued by those who demand it. That's very important, right? Then, हाँ, ये भी पॉइंट भी बहुत अच्छा है, आप उसको याद कर लीजिएगा. He talks about two types of peace: negative peace and positive peace. Negative peace means where there is absence of tension. Where there is absence of tension, that is negative peace. Positive peace is when it's not just about the absence of tension, but there should also be presence of justice. That's a very good kind of use of the word negative peace and positive peace. So you can use this idea somewhere where it is required in any philosophical essay. Okay. Now, from mythology, we have multiple things like from Mahabharata. I hope you know everything about Mahabharata. Multiple things we can say, right? Like number one, following dharma in your life, following your duty in life, right? That's number one. Then number two, unchecked ambition leads to destruction. Like hardly 5 villages were demanded by Sri Krishna ji to Duryodhan, but Duryodhan was not ready to do so. And thereafter, we see the war of Kurukshetra. So unchecked ambition leads to destruction. Third, loyalty must align with justice, right? In this case, we see from the example of Karn and Shri Krishna. Karn, now he was loyal to Duryodhan, but still he was helping the one who was committing injustice, and the world doesn't respect that. And while on the other side, Shri Krishna, he stood with the people who are believing in justice. Silence of the wise is complicity, right? Like Bhishma and Drona knew what was wrong but remained silent. Injustice thrives when good people choose comfort over courage. And truth may hurt, but falsehood destroys. That's what we see from Mahabharata. Okay. Then similarly from the other part from this, like war only for righteous reason as a last resort, like the idea of just war. All of you, I hope, know the meaning of just war from ethics paper. You were subheaded. Like what is the meaning of just war? Means war should be forced as a matter of last resort. You should not start war unnecessarily. Number one. Number two, you should fight war only when odds are in your favor. Number three, the war should be fought for some specific ambition, like that is going to create justice, that is going to create some kind of positive things in the end. Without that, wars are not required to be done, right? So war only for righteousness and as a last resort, and that's what we see during Mahabharata. All right, like not attacking a retreating or unarmed army, fighting between equals should be there, and no fighting after sunset. In general, these are the things which are followed, right? And this is known as jus in bello, justice in war. Ramayana, if we see Lord Ram, right? So duty above desire. When his father once said that he will go for Vanvas, he went for Vanvas, he went for that. Second, ethics must guide our hand, right? Ravan was mighty, but he became arrogant, and the way he kidnapped Sita, so that created the challenge for Rama. But Rama, he remained steadfast, and eventually he defeated Ravana. Women's honor reflect a society's soul. If nobody is respecting women's dignity, their honor, then eventually the society is corroding. The principles the society is following are not good enough. True leadership means serving others, and that's what we see from Ram. He is a believer in compassion, wisdom, and even justice. And temptation is the root of devil. That's very important. Like Shurpanakha's lust and Ravana's desire for Sita led to war. And eventually, these are things which we can learn from Ramayana. Alright? And we have some lessons from Greek history also. Like democracy is fragile, but it's still revolutionary. Like ancient Athens pioneered direct democracy, proving that citizens can govern themselves. Hubris leads to tragedy, right? In Greek, tragedies and politics, as we see, excessive pride often lead to downfall. Philosophy thrive in open societies. Yes, so Plato, Socrates emerged from Athens' intellectual openness. Unity is strength, division is vulnerability, and that we have seen, right? And finally, justice must balance the individual and the state. Alright, from wars, like from World War I, World War II, like see from the World War I, the cost of national pride. Yes, unchecked nationalism leads to competition, suspicion, and in fact arms race. And that's exactly which was responsible for the destruction later on. Then failure of democracy is the start of war. Yes, that's that. Failure of diplomacy is the start of war. This is the famous quote of from the Hitler also, that when diplomacy ends, war begins. So you can remember that quote. When diplomacy ends, war begins. This is the quote of Hitler. He says, when diplomacy ends, war begins. Okay, this is the quote of Hitler. Then Technological progress without moral progress is dangerous. I hope you remember the kind of weapons of mass destruction which were used in the First World War and even the Second World War. That shows that science without morality or science without religion is not something which should be there, because religion brings that level of temperament where the people can live together, where they can at least exist together, right? Global problems cannot be solved with isolation. That also we have seen, right? All these people after the First World War, everyone went for an isolation policy. Like US went for isolation, it didn't work out, and then it led to great economic depression. In fact, within the next 10 years, peace built on humanitarian is fragile, right? Or humiliation it is fragile, and that's what we see. The Treaty of Versailles, right? After the Treaty of Versailles, it was imposed upon Germany, and finally Hitler became the symbol of this lack of fulfilled ambition, and that led to the World War II. Right? So humiliation is not something which is going to work for a very long time. Next, after World War II, what did we learn? That ideologies, okay, what kind of ideology you are professing is going to have a big impact. Like if we talk about fascism, Nazism, racism, they led to genocide, war, suffering, concentration camps, right? All such problems. Silence enables evil, right? That's very clear, right? The Holocaust. The policy of appeasement, which was pursued by Britain and France, became responsible for the rise of Hitler in a significant manner. And he kept on fighting with other powers. The unity in adversity creates strength. That's how I have seen, right? All these powers came together, USA, USSR, British. Then propaganda is a weapon, and that's probably the most prominent thing to be learned. The manner in which Hitler and his propaganda minister, Goebbels, they used propaganda, the way they brainwashed the whole of Germany to fight against the Jews, to fight against the others. That is something which is based upon propaganda. And peace needs institutions. And that's why immediately after this, when there was failure of League of Nations, UN was created. These are some of the important lessons from World War II. Okay. Then there's a famous book, The Lessons of History. It comes from Will and Ariel Durant. Okay. Like number one, life is competition. You cannot live life without competition. And this we see even from the beginning of the ancient Greece. Like in Greece, Athens and Sparta, they used to drove significant political, military and cultural advancement. Why? Because they used to be competitive in nature, right? But if there is too much of unregulated competition, it can lead to conflicts, which can lead to wars, which can lead to societal decay. Similarly, in this book, they talk about selection, right? Just like Darwin talks about this, that selection operates beyond biological realms, influencing culture and social evolution. Like in Renaissance Italy, artists and scientific ideas competed for patronage and popularity, leading to a flourishing culture, and that's selected for innovation like perspective and painting. Okay, so that's very important. Then life must breed, but in general, if we see any species, the one thing they're conscious about is to breed. The relentless drive of nature for reproduction is a fundamental mechanism of evolution, and this is going to continue till the end of time for the stable societies. Then there is no true equality, and that's exactly what we have seen over a period of time. Like all of us, we believe that there should be equality in the society, but it is so difficult. It is so difficult to have equality. And why it is so difficult? Because who will decide who will keep what? We had this system, which all of you know, communism, which believed in that from everybody as per their capacity to everybody as per their need. But this system was not workable, and the state system based upon that became, as all of us know, the one which was totalitarian, like Stalin. That's why this is one big challenge which humanity is facing even till today, right? That nature values diversity as it provides the material for evolutionary selection. And in human society, this manifests as varying abilities and talent among individuals, which become more pronounced with the advancement of civilization. Like in industrial evolution, technological advancement led to increased specialization of labor, which widened economic disparity based on skill level. So the societal progress that we are seeing around us under capitalism, it's always going to lead to inherent inequality. It's a very, very difficult to reach towards equality with this system, and without the control of population. Like there are certain states like Sweden or the Nordic states or the Finland, their income inequality is less, but there also inequality is there. Okay, inequalities are still massive there, but yes, those inequality are not affecting the life chances of the individual. In case of India, inequality is so high that we have crores of people who are not able to even have 2 times meal on a regular basis in a very desired manner. But then there are riches like the Ambanis. So there is inequality. This is what we have seen. Plus, the next thing which is prominent is freedom and equality. Okay, now this is the arc which we all need to remember. The rich will always look for freedom. Okay, the rich will always look for freedom. And the people who are at the bottom of the pyramid, they will always seek equality. This is the problem which we have to sort out somehow in the future. Okay, so absolute freedom leads to inequality as individuals leverage their ability and resources differently. Conversely, enforced equality restricts individual freedom by imposing uniform standards. Like in capitalist society, economic freedom allows individuals with higher ability or resources to excel, often at the cost of increasing socio-economic disparities. And while socialist societies strive for equality by curbing certain freedoms to reduce disparity, which was not a bad thing compared to morals of today's society. Anyway, so what we have understood, there is always going to be this dichotomy between freedom versus equality, depending upon the society you are living in. If you are in a capitalist society, you will always look towards freedom more than equality. If you are living in a socialist society, you will talk about equality more than freedom. And naturally, there is somewhere in between which we have to understand, which will going to be the major important point for us. Next, you talk about economy. So economic interests often underpin the motivation for war and revolutions. Like, why did we see the beginning of French Revolution? French Revolution happened not because everybody was looking for equality at that point of time. It happened because there was financial bankruptcy. Once the bankruptcy happened, there was then the summoning of a State General. Once the French Parliament or the State General it was summoned, then they started the process of that we want equality. So privileges were there. Yes, they were problematic in the social life, but that was not the most important concern. The most important concern was the economic stability of the nation. So economics plays a very important role with respect to revolution. American Revolution, again, it was a fight between British capitalism, British mercantilism and American capitalism. Americans, they wanted that they should be able to freely open any industry. The British were not allowing that. And finally, it led to conflict in the 1770s, which resulted in the American War of Independence by 1776, and finally it ended in 1783. Alright, so it's always important. You need to remember that economic interests are always important. That's why it's not just about anything else. Economic interests are always responsible for warfare. Right? Please remember that. Please let us go further. Now, morals, right? So moral codes evolved in response to changing socio-economic and environmental condition. For example, in hunter-gathering society where survival was paramount, practices like polygamy were necessary and morally acceptable. But in today's world, okay, where we have seen a healthy lifespan, where we see that resources are always on the higher side, so there's no requirement of large number of or there's no requirement of polygamy, right? Because now we're focusing on equality and individual rights, right? Now, this was a topic which was asked by UPSC. History is a series of victories won by the scientific man over the romantic man, right? So let us have a little bit of discussion over this. What's the meaning of scientific man? What's the meaning of romantic man? And what's the overall conclusion which we can bring in this kind of essay topic? So please see the introduction. Okay, this is an introduction that universe is full of magical things, patiently waiting for our wits to grow sharper. This is by Eden Philpotts. Okay. So, whenever you have, like, suppose this is the topic of essay, if you have a quote which is very close to this, okay, so in history you can use quotes. In historical essays, it's often okay to use quotes. I'm telling you this, even if you have less anecdote, it's fine. But here you can use quotes. So with this quote, you can say these words by Eden Philpotts encapsulate the gradual triumph of the scientific perspective over the romantic as witnessed throughout the lens of history. This struggle between the rational and the romantic is poignantly illustrated by the transition from Enlightenment to the Romantic era. During the Enlightenment, which happened a long time ago, people like Isaac Newton were all about using reason and evidence to give or figure out how the world worked. Later on, during the Romantic era, people started to move more on feelings and emotions, and they saw nature as something really special and almost magical. But even though the Romantic era was all about emotion and nature, the ideas from the Enlightenment, like using evidence and reason, still had a big influence. And a scientific way of thinking, with its focus on facts and evidence, ended up being more influential in the long run. So over time, people shifted from believing in magical and mystery to relying on facts and evidence to understand the world around them. Okay, so then you go for the arguments. What kind of arguments you can put in? Like if you talk about science and technology, yesterday itself I was talking about like how measles has helped in ensuring that there are less number of deaths, around 9 million less death in the world in the last 65 years. So science has made our life easy. Science, and that would not have happened without the scientific man. Everything that we have today is because of the scientific man. If we see in the physical or the material mean, like you see technology, the phones that we have, the camera that we have, the videos we are shooting, everything, the fighter planes, etc., etc., everything is because of the scientific men. And without them, the material progress of this civilization would have never happened. So that's the perspective you have to build here, right? Life expectancy would not have increased without the vaccines which were developed for smallpox, which were developed for the other kinds of ailments, like suppose COVID. Okay. While Romanticism argued that this progress has come at a cost to human well-being, which all of us know, and an environmental health. Like Industrial Revolution, even though it led to scientific progress, it also created degradation. Like if we see the case of Delhi, in Delhi we have, yes, infrastructure development, but this infrastructure development has come along with what? Along with air pollution, which has shortened the life of the people of Delhi by at least 5 to 7 years. The quality of life suffers because of this. So naturally, now if we see towards the West, in West there's scientific development also, but better indicators of the life are also there. So there are going to be contrasting opinions, but one thing is very clear: science has helped us over a period of time. Whatever we are, it would not have happened without science. So give some perspectives about how scientific rationalism, enlightenment, or the focus on reason made more democratic and egalitarian societies. Right? What's the example of this? Previously, humans, they were under the major influence of religion. Like I gave you example, like 16th and 17th century, there used to be like this witchcraft, okay, and the women used to be considered as witches, and they were burned publicly, even in Europe. For what purpose? Just to show that probably they were responsible for the misery of the people. If there was any famine, they were responsible. If there was any spread of plague, they were responsible. And when we realized that it's not because of them, so we created more egalitarian society. Social reforms increased, and eventually the life has now reached to a level where men and women, at least fundamentally, they are considered equal. But in those society, it was not done so. Why? Because everything was based upon the ideas given in the scriptures, and the scriptures were by their very basic nature, they were biased in nature. So reason has helped in the understanding of this world. The way we know about the world today, it would not have happened if we would not have given the right kind of perspective to science. We would have never known that if the Big Bang theory has happened or not, how the whole universe works around us, how the planet works, how our solar system works, the kind of research development, the understanding of monsoon, the understanding of anything which affects us. Everything is on the basis of science. So scientific man has played a very important role in the evolution of these civilizations. Next, please see, on the flip side, romantics argue that emotion and intuition are essential for complete human experience. Yes, because everything cannot be like very rational in nature. Like we, all of us are, what do we study, how much we study, how much we write answers, it's purely on our mood. If we are motivated, we do well. If we are dejected, then suddenly we don't do very well. That's why it's so important to give the right kind of perspective to emotions also. So that's why the subject of emotional intelligence became so famous. Like in ethics, you must have learned about Daniel Goleman, who talks about the emotional intelligence and how EQ decides 80% of your success in the career and IQ only 20%. Why? Because in human society specifically, understanding of emotions becomes so prominent. So we are just going for argument, counter argument, argument, counter arguments. That's how you can write an essay like this, where they are talking about the victory of one over the others. So build up the arguments. Okay, once the arguments are built up, then you can even give the counter, like digital. You talk about digital revolution, the way life is improving, the way technology is playing a very important role in our lives, right? And then you can go towards conclusion, like William Blake talks about this: to see a world in a grain of sand and a heaven in a wild flower, hold infinity in the palms of your hand and eternity in an hour. Right? It means, this is a very famous quote, and this quote is nothing but it's a harmony creation of use of both science as well as the romanticism in the world. Right? These evocative lines from him eloquently capture the essence of our discussion. They remind us that within the minute details of the world, be it grain of sand or a wildflower, lies a vast expanse of wonder and insight. And these words bridge the gap between the empirical rigor of science and the profound depths of romantic mysticism. Can you see this? How we create harmony? The gaps between empirical rigor of science and the profound depths of romantic mysticism, illustrating that both perspectives offer a gateway to understanding the infinite complexities and the beauties of the universe. So we cannot say that only one is important, but yes, in general, if we have to choose one, so broadly the answer is going to go towards science in general. Okay, the answer is going towards science in general, but science without humanity, that also is not going to make any major sense. I hope this is clear to all of you. All right. Now, this essay, history repeats itself first as a tragedy and then second as a farce. Now, here we use the introduction of Indian subcontinent. Okay. I hope all of you are aware about this famous two-nation theory. This two-nation theory used to say that Hindus and Muslims are two different nations, and since these are two different nations, they cannot live together. So, to some extent that happened in 1947. Even if the people of India do not accept this theory, Jinnah was adamant and this happened as per the Mountbatten plan. But what happened after that? By 1971, Pakistan got divided again. The Muslim majority provinces were there, hardly any Hindu population was there, but still the eastern Pakistan became Bangladesh. So history repeats itself. First as a tragedy, yes, it was a tragedy because India and Pakistan were divided. But the second partition of Pakistan, it was a farce. It was a farce because what they believed in, it did not work. So that's what we have discussed here, and see how beautifully this introduction was formed. You can learn from this, okay? Like this, in the inexorable march of history, events often echo with a haunting familiarity, bearing testament to the adage that history repeats itself first as tragedy and then as a farce. The tragic partition of British India in 1947 stands as a somber testament to this axiom. Please, you can even cram few of the line, okay? Cram few of the line, just like fill in the blanks. So whenever you're required to, just change that part and it will give you a lot of flexibility. It will improve your English writing skills. Born out of religious discord and political expediency, division of subcontinent of India and Pakistan unleashed a wave of violence and suffering, leaving scars that endure to this day. Yet, within a mere quarter century, within 25 years, the tragedy of partition was compounded by a farcical repetition of history. And what was that? The state of Pakistan, forced in the crucible of religious identity, failed to learn from the bitter lessons of its own past. Ignoring the diverse linguistic and cultural fabric of its populace, it descended one again into the folly of division. And this is how we see the birth of Bangladesh. This cyclical pattern of history, oscillating between tragedy and farce, serves as a stark reminder of humanity's capacity for repetition and folly, and the failure to heed the warning of the past often lead to the reenactment of its darkest chapters, albeit with a tinge of absurdity. So, can you see this introduction? Why are we learning the introduction part? Now, all of us know the history, at least this much history. And when this topic came, history repeats itself first as tragedy and second as a farce. This is a perfect example for that. In fact, same kind of challenge came for Sri Lanka also. Sri Lanka also did not give the due level of respect to the Tamil community in the north and the eastern parts of northeast parts of Sri Lanka. And finally, it led to the creation of Lite and the long civil war which happened there. And things have not been very great even till this day. Even though the new government which has come, it's more accommodative. But as per the 13th amendment of their constitution, the steps they were required to take, they have not been taken with the wholeheartedness. So those are the challenges which have remained even till today. All right. But anyway, this is a very, very good level of introduction and you can learn from this PPT. Is that clear? In this, what kind of arguments can we put? What kind of arguments can we put? Okay, history repeats itself. So you can talk about the anatomy of revolutions, okay, like American, French, Russian, right? And if we compare French Revolution and February Revolution in Russia, both have begun with lofty ideals like equality and fraternity, but descend into violent period. Like in case of France, it was the reign of terror, and in Russia, it was the Bolshevik civil war, right? Then you can talk about The economic crises like economic downturn often follow a similar pattern. Like if we see the work of Carmen Reinhardt and Kenneth Rogoff, they say in this famous book, The Time is Different, 8th Century of Financial Folly, which talks about the repetition of financial crisis. So that they compare the Great Economic Depression of 1930s with the 2008 financial crisis, and they say both involved bubbles, lack of regulation, and subsequent economic collapse. They are showing similarities between these two events. Similarly, if we see Edward Said's Orientalism discuss the recurring pattern of Western imperialism and the cultural narratives that support it, and how British went to different parts of the world one after the other and they pursue the same kind of policy. So again, repetition. Environmental degradation, right? Like if we see Jared Diamond's collapse, how society choose to fail or succeed. Tell how societies like the Easter Island civilization repeated mistakes leading to environmental management leading to their collapse. Right? So deforestation, the same can be seen even with respect to Indus Valley civilization. The factors, the most important factor responsible for decline of Indus Valley civilization, what was that? It was ecological imbalance. They were doing deforestation for the sake of making burnt bricks, and once it was too far, the agriculture started getting affected. Even the monsoon system of that time probably is shifted, and that became responsible for their decline. So history does repeat itself, okay, to some extent. But when we go into the finer tune, okay, some counter arguments can also be written. Like technological determinants argue that each way of technological innovation is different. Like we may say that industrial revolutions are going to come. We have given a similar kind of a name, industrial revolution, but when we see the first and the second industrial revolution, they are not comparable. One was based on cotton, the second was based on iron, which was based on steel. The third industrial revolution was based on IT. It is not comparable to the first. So the kind of technology which we talk about, it's not cyclical. Yes, it's technology, but it's not similar kind of technology, right? Like in Techniques and Civilization, Lewis Mumford argues that nature of technological change is epoch specific, with each phase introducing distinct social and cultural dynamics. So we cannot say at a blanket level, right? Similarly, economic historians argue that while financial crisis may share certain characteristics, everything is not same. Like in this famous book, Manias, Panics and Crashes, Charles P. Kindleberger suggests that while financial crises often follow periods of economic euphoria, differences in policy response, economic structure, and global context make each crisis distinct, right? And similarly, the dot-com bubble burst and the 2008 financial crisis differed significantly, affecting different sectors, policy responses, and they also challenge the idea of simple repetition. All right, neocolonialism. Like many of us talk about colonialism, but the phases of colonialism has been very different. When we talk about the initial colonialism or initial imperialism, it was led by Spain and Portugal. Okay, then we see a phase of change, the rise of British plus French, then with the unification of Italy and Germany, and this is the phase which is known as new imperialism, which was a way different. So nation's pride became very prominent with new imperialism. And after decolonization, after 1940s, after the rise of UN, we see the rise of neocolonialism, where indirect control over economy is often used to dominate a country. And the best example is Africa. Like in Africa, you see, we always say Belgian chocolate. Now, Belgium does not have chocolate. The chocolate comes from where? Congo. But even till today, the raw materials of Congo, they are directly going towards Belgium. They're going towards Switzerland. In fact, there are hardly 4 companies which broadly extracts the whole chocolate from the region of Africa and take it to Europe for the final product. But still, they are the one who control everything. So each phase of imperialism has not been seen. Yes, it's imperialism, but the impact has not been seen. The powers have not been same, right? So finally, when we write conclusion, we often say that history is a gallery of pictures in which there are few originals and many copies. Captures the essence of our exploration in history's cyclical nature. As we traverse the annals of history, we have witnessed a recurring mosaic of events, each varying in color and form, yet undeniably reflective of earlier pattern. Here in this essay, you can also discuss other theories that we discussed. The linear theory, which you can mention here, the great man theory, the theory with respect to Karl Marx specifically, that would also be added. Impact of geography on history, that would be also added. So we have given just a broad outline. What I am trying to do is to give you some answers of the PYQs also. Like here in the history topic, we have discussed 2 PYQ paper itself. What does it give us? It gives us a broad perspective how to begin. Many of you are brand new, probably writing your first mains, and the first mains, the biggest challenge is how to begin. So you should have something ready-made, and we are trying to provide you this ready-made information which can give you a broad idea. All right, so this is very, very important. Then in the concluding line, you can always talk about, right, that consider the parallel between digital revolution and industrial revolution. Industrial revolution reshaped society, economics and culture, a transformation made by digital revolution. Although separated by centuries, both are united by common threads of human emotion and behavior, fear, adaptation and innovation. In the end, you can always talk through these reflections, it becomes evident that while the stages and setting of histories may evolve, the scripts and actor exhibit remarkable similarity, continually echoing the past. Okay, so the first theme, it is over. The first theme, it was about history. These were the dimensions which are new, which probably few of you would know about. Okay, in this lecture, what you discuss in the first 1 hour and the 15 minutes, it's about the history part. The second part is relatively more straightforward. It's about society and culture. So let us now see that. Okay, so some of the previous questions, please see. This topic, forests precede civilization and deserts follow them. Last year I taught this to my students, and those who wrote mains, they were very happy with this, right? Because we discussed a similar topic. Culture is what we are, civilization is what we have. Okay, then national identity and patriotism, etc., etc. As civilization advances, culture declines. Indian culture today, a myth or a reality. Okay, modernism and traditional socio-ethical values. True religion cannot be misused. The composite culture of India. So culture and society, they have been very, very important topic. Even in globalization, South Asian societies are woven not around the state but around their plural cultures and plural identities. 2019, right? Similarly, biased media is a real threat to Indian democracy. Sting operation and invasion of privacy. Does cinema shape our popular culture or merely reflect it? Okay, so the answer would be naturally both. Anyway, lessons of history we have already discussed. Poets are the unacknowledged legislature of the world. I think we have written a specific thesis statement of this essay previously. So these are the broad kinds of topics which you need to remember. Now we'll discuss 5-6 major ideas, okay, in this theme. The first thing is the difference between culture and civilization. Majority of us, we are not very aware about it, and even if we know about it, we are not able to express very well. Like if we go at the historical level, okay, if we go at the level of the manner in which historians define culture and civilization, civilization has two very important elements which are missing in a culture. So civilization is always going to have script. So writing is going to become a very important part. And second, civilization is also going to have urban features. So material progress becomes very, very important. But these are some of the nuances. Okay, while culture is considered something which is a part of humanity, which is a part of man. Okay, like basic art, music. So that's the part of culture. But civilization is going to be more sophisticated in nature. It's going to be more formal. Okay, it's going to be more formal plus institutionalized. While if you talk about culture, culture is a spontaneous thing. It's spontaneous. Along with that, it's also going to be very informal in nature. These are some of the keywords which you can pick up for this. Okay, like historians, they often say that culture and civilization, they have few similarity, but there are major differences, and the major differences are script and urban features. Okay, let us now move forward. Now see some of the quotes, like a famous quote by Will Durant: civilization begin with order, grow with liberty, and dies with chaos. Now can you see the essay topic? Okay, the first one which came last year itself: forest precedes civilizations and deserts follow them. So here you can use this quote very well from Will Durant. Okay, and we discussed this last year also to our students. Civilization begin with order, grows with liberty, and dies with chaos. Civilization die from suicide, not by murder. Very important perspective. Why civilization die by suicide? Because the way they use the resources. Because in civilization, the resource utilization is of very high order, and naturally that creates unsustainability, and unsustainability is the reason for death, for the chaos. Then civilization is a race between education and catastrophe. Culture is the widening of the mind and of spirit. Okay, and that is the idea coming from Jawaharlal Nehru. And art is the lie that enables us to realize the truth. Right? And last one, the poet is a liar who always speaks the truth. This comes from Jean Cocteau. Now anyway, so when we discuss the meaning of culture and civilization, Oswald Spengler gives us a very good perspective. He says that culture represents the organic, spiritual, and artistic aspect of a society. Organic, spiritual, and artistic aspect of a society. Whereas civilization is a more rigid institutional structure and materialistic aspect of a society. It's very important. So the first difference which we can create: culture is more about artistic form, spiritual form, while civilization is more materialistic form, the outward form. That's the basic difference between these two, right? And culture is more informal, civilization is more institutionalized. That's the difference which you need to remember. Remember the name of Oswald Spengler and please quote this. Okay, like he considered ancient Greece as a culture characterized by its philosophical, artistic, and intellectual achievements, and Roman Empire as a civilization focusing on administrative structures, laws, and territorial expansion. You can give this example. Okay, the ancient Greek as a culture and Roman Empire as more of a civilization. Okay, that we can say, like in India we have Vedic culture and we have Indus Valley civilization. So that also can be used for example purpose. Okay, similarly, Arnold J. Toynbee describes civilization as external form or material manifestation of human societies. Like you enter an urban area. The moment you enter an urban area, what do we see? We see buildings, structures, infrastructure, right, of different kinds. Okay, different kinds of businesses thriving. So what is this all about? This is more about materialism or material manifestation, focusing on technological, economic, and political achievement. And in contrast, culture represents the internal spiritual and intellectual life of a civilization. It's more of an internal part, okay, a spiritual part, which is still not having rules and regulation, which is still wild in its very being, right? Like he's just giving you an example for the sake of understanding. Like Bhangra. Bhangra is more of a culture, while Bharatanatyam is more of a civilization because it has rules, it has specific things, what represents what. But in Bhangra, whatever you do is it's fine, it's acceptable. So it becomes more spontaneous. But Bharatanatyam, if you say Bharatanatyam and you do something else, you will not be given any kind of forgiveness for that. So that's the difference between culture and civilization. Please always remember that. Okay. Like he gives example, ancient Egypt as a civilization emphasizing its architectural feats like the pyramids, agriculture practices, and hierarchical social structure, and Egyptian religion, art, and mythology as expressions of culture that shaped and influenced the civilization. So that is always there. We do not have like a kind of hard and fast difference between civilization and culture. There are some kinds of interaction with them, right? Like see, elements of culture as per Ernest Gellner, that culture forms the bedrock of identity, shaping how individuals perceive and relate to the world around them. Like one of the important part of culture is your identity, like your mother tongue. Okay, so your language becomes a part of your culture. The festivals that you have, again, it's a part of your culture. So whatever you link, even your religion, it's a part of your identity. So all those things are part of your culture. And why it's so important? Because it's the invisible thread that weaves together the fabric of civilization. It's on this bedrock that we create big civilizations. Okay, and they have an influence on civilization. Culture, values, beliefs, and practices influence the formation of laws, governance, etc. It's the very famous code, the code of Hammurabi, which is the code, legal code of Babylonian. Okay, and in fact, in the later world, it has also influenced the codes of legal everywhere. So, culture can have an influence on civilization. Okay, similarly, civilization is not solely limited to material advancement, but it could also have some cultural achievement. Like we have the example that cultural achievement of renowned artists like Leonardo da Vinci, Michelangelo were foundational to the progress of civilization during that time, and they were foundational to the progress. And this is going to be important one. Okay. Similarly, sometimes what happens as civilization advances, culture declines. It happens. It happens a lot. Okay. And why it happens? Because naturally it leads to cultural homogenization. Like suppose with the rise of digital media, okay, we have more or less same things everywhere. So what does that gives us? That gives us a level of cultural homogenization. So civilization is advancing, technology is increasing, but at the same time, what is happening? We are seeing the decline of culture. Like suppose if previously how the people of India had breakfast, now that is getting completely changed. We have got Americanized. The way we are having our dressing sense, that is also westernized. What we consider as formal or informal, that has changed, right? So that also happens when civilization rises. At times, culture declines. Second, the second major challenge which rises, है ना, यही आपका ऐसे का टॉपिक था, एज सिविलाइजेशन एडवांसेस कल्चर डिक्लाइन, है ना, ऐसे में PWIQ में आया हुआ है वाला, इसलिए मैं इसको डिस्कस कर रहा हूँ स्पेसिफिकली, so that all of you can appreciate it, all of you can understand this. Second, loss of traditional knowledge. Like today, we always talk about allopathy, but what is the importance of Ayurveda? Na? Allopathy, it is having lots of side effects, but still that's the only medicine system which is getting the maximum investment. So we as a civilization are now completely aligned towards what? And we are leaving the medical culture of India of previous times. So again, it leads to loss of traditional knowledge, decline of Ayurveda as medical science in India. And finally, the rise of consumerism and materialism, right? Like we see the rise of mass production and the easily accessible entertainment and the media platforms has led to decline in indigenous art form. Like these days, if you see, the folk music is declining, specific kinds of Bollywood music is only continuing. So that also affects the culture in general. When civilizations start making the rules, this is the only limit within which you can develop the culture, it becomes problematic. Like in India, why do we have maximum musical composers who are copying from the West? Because there is a specific kind of formula which will work in the Bollywood, and since the movies are controlling all the musical industry, they cannot survive on their own. While in the West it is not so. Music is not controlled by the film industry. Music industry is as big as the film industry in the West. But in India, it's just Bollywood which is big, and it is controlling the musical taste of the whole of India. So a civilizational part is controlling the culture. Next, when civilization advances, culture also progresses. This can also happen. Okay, like if we see with respect to Peru, then they have this annual Inti Raymi festival, okay, which celebrates the tradition of the previous times of the Inca, okay, which brings in both local and international visitors. Similarly, cultural exchanges also happen. Like if we see jazz music is nothing but it is the blending of African, European and Latin America musical tradition. And that's also what's happening. Why? Because new kind of knowledge is coming from different civilization, and this new knowledge is helping in the vibrant of jazz culture across the world. Okay, these are some of the examples. Sometimes when civilization decline, culture progresses. This is also the third possible level of outcome. Like for example, we have in Ireland, this Irish literary revival movement was aimed to reconnect the Irish people with their cultural roots. So even when the civilization was declining, but the culture was getting the new form. Like alternative cultural movement can also be seen. All right, like in the 1960s, 1970s, a counter-cultural movement started, which was in response to social and political unrest. Right. So when civilization decline, culture can also progress. So all these three dimensions can happen. Okay, all three dimensions can happen. Now we have added few slides which you can read on your own, okay, and you can understand more about them. Like one of these slide is about what's the meaning of cultural exchange, okay, like Mackim Marriott, he came out with this one research, okay, like which means that there are little communities in indigenous civilization, okay, and the concept of universalization and parochialization. What's the meaning of this? Sometimes what happen, a small tradition can become a very big tradition over a period of time, so it gets universalized, like with this forgetting the name, still forgetting, Alt Balaji. Because of this Balaji production, Karwa Chauth has become a universalization in India. Okay, if you're not doing it, even if in your culture nobody was doing it previously, suddenly if you're not doing it, then it is not good. Why? Because the social media is filled up with the pictures of Karwa Chauth, right? So a little tradition eventually becomes a very humongous kind of tradition, and that's what he is explaining. Like Diwali, the festival of lights, which is celebrated locally in Kishangadi village to propitiate the goddess of wealth and prosperity, Sorti. It says that goddess Lakshmi may be a universalized form of Sorti of little tradition. So a little tradition of a village can eventually become a big tradition in the future. Similarly, okay, the process of universalization can also lead to parochialization, which stands for downward spread of rites, beliefs, and cultural ideals. Okay, like if we see this in Navaratri festival in Kishangadi is a version of Navaratri festival in goddess Durga is worshipped. So from there they have learned this tradition. Okay, so if some tradition is unique in an area, that can go to the national level, and from national level some can get to the local level. So when it comes from small to the above, it is universalization of the tradition. When it comes from the top to the bottom, it is parochialization of the tradition. That is concept of cultural exchange, which is explained by Mackim Marriott. Okay, then there's always this challenge of civilizational advancement versus ecological degradation. Like when you develop any civilization, you will go for industrialization, urbanization, and technological growth, and it affects the environment. Like it leads to higher level of air pollution, resource depletion, climate change. All this is self-explanatory. Okay, biodiversity loss and even waste crisis. Right, in India, like if you see, we have waste crisis of multiple levels. We have basic waste also, medical waste also, e-waste also, hazardous waste also of multiple types. So waste has increased multifold, and we are still not having that kind of an idea of how we can stop this from becoming a big problem or big challenge in the future. If you see the health of the rivers of our country, like Yamuna is the best example of that, how from a river it has eventually become a Ganda Nala, right? So that challenge is already there. Then this is the example of this Easter Island, a tale of environmental collapse. So this was a remote island in South Pacific Ocean. Initially, this was known for multiple things. It was famous for its iconic Moai statues, okay, and it was carved by the Rapa Nui people. But then they overexploited. Finally, it led to ecological breakdown and eventually that's collapse of civilization. Use this example. It's a very good example which shows that in the process of evolution, a civilization can destroy itself if it is not going to see the environmental cost of it. Okay, that's why it's very important that we should learn about sustainable level of civilization creation. Like we should learn from Mesopotamia, we should learn from Easter Island, right? We should focus on green infrastructure, eco-centric education, right? Climate justice, intergenerational responsibility, and we do not inherit the earth from our ancestors, we borrow it from our children, right? The famous statement with respect to the climate change, or with respect to the sustainable level of development, right? So please remember this. Then culture, if you see civilization versus culture, there's some perspective given by multiple personalities like Francis Fukuyama, John Mearsheimer, as well as Samuel P. Huntington has given these perspectives. Like Francis Fukuyama says in his book The End of History and Last Man, success of democracy and free market capitalism. and how it was responsible for the death of communism in this world. And as a result of this, okay, a warfare in the post-Cold War is unlikely given the rise of democracy. So for him, the one specific kind of culture which has won over the others is capitalism. If you see John Mearsheimer, so he talks about the tragedy of great power politics. Okay, it talks about how the international system is responsible for causing wars. Okay, like if you see, whenever we have seen centralization of power, like Napoleon or the rise of Germany, or responsible for World War I, World War II. So it's always when the international system of balance of power politics was both unbalanced and multipolar, right? So that's why he's saying that it's important to seek balance of power of the United States, right? Then Samuel P. Huntington talks about that future wars would be fought along civilizational fault lines. So he is someone who has done this analysis of the Middle East. What he has seen that in the Middle East region there have been lots of wars, and why the frequency of war is so high in the region of Middle East. So for that also he gives an explanation. He gives this explanation that probably because of the fault lines in Islam itself, and Islam is having these bloody borders. So he says that Islam has bloody borders. In fact, that Islamic civilization is particularly tend to become violently embroiled with other civilization on its periphery, right? Then he gives example of 9/11, the Iran-Afghan war, okay, all those kinds of war that it is talking about, right? Then, can culture be a unifying force in this world? There's a very good example of a football team, right? Then we have this country, Ivory Coast. Now it has changed its name, Cote d'Ivoire in Africa. So one of the footballic icon from there, Didier Drogba. So he was someone who was respected across the country. Now his country was going through a process of civil war. So during a football match, the whole football team, it went for the knee. Okay, so with their knee they touched the ground just to say that we are fed up with this and we would like to have peace. So by using the footballing culture, by using his cultural icon status, he was able to create peace in his own country. That's the story of how culture can be so powerful that it can create peace in the world. Next, culture could be a dividing force also, and this is the example which I have already discussed, how in the case of Sri Lanka, the Tamil people and the Sinhala people, the majority Buddhist people, right? They are not having the cultural similarity, and so the majoritarianism from the Sinhalas has been responsible for the manner in which they have treated the Tamilian people in Sri Lanka, and this has led to civil war. And that's why when the cultures are not respected, when you are going for only the promotion of your own culture and subjugation of the others, it is not going to stay that way. The others are going to revolt, and this leads to multiple levels of ruptures. Okay. Then the last part, this you already know, like globalization. What's the meaning of this? So we have these 5-6 terms: globalization, globalization, deterritorialization, cultural homogenization, cultural imperialism, deglobalization, and finally modernization versus westernization. So what is globalization? Globalization, as all of you know, that this is nothing but here the world has become a global village. Okay, and what is the major driving force of globalization? The major driving force of globalization is information technology. So we are having very high level of connectedness. We are having a very high level of the use of technologies, right? This is what globalization is all about, right? So if we talk about Anthony Giddens, it says that globalization is an intensification of social relations throughout the world, linking distant locality in such a way that local happenings are formed as a result of events that occur many miles away and vice versa. Like we have stock markets, right? And that's a classic case of globalization, that Indian stocks, they are listed on, suppose the on the stock market of USA, right? Or suppose, so that tells us what, that any event in USA is now impacting India on daily basis. Tariffs of Mr. Trump, okay, suddenly and out of nowhere it came. So that's what we need to remember. And Anthony Giddens talks about this. Similarly, globalization may be pictured as a thread of an immense spider web formed over millennia, with the number and reach of each threads increasing over time. So this is what it's all about. Globalization increased the level of interconnection across the world, right? Then the different manifestations of globalization, it could be about economic globalization, technological, economic like in FDI flow, global value chain, okay, similarly WTO led trade liberalization, technological globalization, like we have seen The best of the smartphones are even made in China, but they're designed in US and they are sold everywhere else. This is how we see the technological globalization. Cultural globalization is there, like Hollywood movies, they have become famous everywhere. The rise of Netflix, the rise of K-pop cultures. Even in India, we have a fan base of K-pop, and K-pop is very close to this Balaji films. Then yoga and Ayurveda, that is also has become a global ambassador, right? McDonald's has or Starbucks are available throughout the world. Social globalization is there, like Me Too movement, Black Lives Matter, migration, diaspora networks across every country. Environmental globalization, like Paris Climate Agreement is there. Peace protests are happening, right? Then educational and knowledge globalization is also can be seen. Massive online courses are there in India for the education. Similarly, international students are in US, even though recently all of you know the Harvard University, it was banned from getting any kind of people from. And the Trump is like, it's difficult to say. He goes against the trend, he goes against any kind of thing. His own court has then said that you do not have any power to put tariffs. Then the Court of Appeal has changed that. Multiple kind of things. More we'll discuss about all these things in the IR part. I will be taking your IR part, so I read IR a lot. Political globalization, as we have already seen, the creation of new kinds of forums like G20, BRICS, Quad, WTO, right? That is there. Then deterritorization, meaning traditional notion of territory are now gone. The way there used to be territory, it is not there. Like we have cyberspace now. Everybody is available on the cyberspace at the same time. So territory does not work the way it used to be. So you can use this term, okay? It can be found in the realm of information technology and communication. Then homogenization, okay, yes, this has also happened, like the use of English as a global language. The fast food chains, if you see menu, it is more or less similar everywhere. Those kinds of things which can lead to cultural homogenization in multiple places. But at the same time, it also lead to a concept which all of you are aware from your society part, globalization, like a mixture of both. Like if we see with respect to India, in India, McDonald's does not sell beef, okay, beef burgers in general, because in general the Hindus do not consume the beef, right? So that's why they are conscious about the sensitivity of the Indian culture. So that's how those things are there, right? If you eat a burger in India, it's going to have lots of masalas. If you go to any Western country, that masala will be gone. So that's how globalization happened. Indian taste is adapted as per the requirement. Okay, cultural imperialism, this is what we have seen over a period of time. Like in US, we have this MTV culture, right? And this MTV culture is responsible for spreading its idea across the world. In fact, during the Cold War, they used to send their movies, music, etc. globally. The reason was very clear. Whoever is going to be influenced by us is naturally going to support us. So this is the idea of cultural imperialism, which is already there, right? But in today's world, we are moving to more towards hybridization, or what is known as globalization. Examples you must have seen in your society: Mekalu Tiki Burger, K-pop, Bollywood remixes, global genres, and those are the kind of things which we witness. Globalization, right? Adaptation of global products to suit the local context. In India, we have seen it multiple times. Okay. Cultural revival is also happening, like in case of India, yoga and Ayurveda. UNESCO is recognizing the intangible cultural heritage in India. Handloom and Khadi movements are rising. The current government is taking a lot of time in the rise of this. Deglobalization, now this is happening in some certain areas. Like global economic integration is now on the decline in the afterward of the COVID. The trade wars which are rising, that's an example of economic deglobalization, right? So please remember the example of this. Economic deglobalization is happening. Like everybody is now talking about China plus one. China cannot be the only center of production. That's why slowly lots of manufacturing of Apple is now coming towards India. Apple is now opening the stores in India in a very aggressive manner. They have one in Mumbai, one in Delhi, and recently they have detail has come for the Bangalore also. India's production linked incentive is also being responsible for this. So economic deglobalization is happening. Companies have realized that they cannot stay dependent upon one country. If COVID like pandemic is going to happen one more time, at least they will not suffer because of this. Brexit is a good example how UK left the EU's single market during this time. Okay. So that is there. Nationalism in economic policy has become prominent under Donald Trump, who talks about America first. Okay, who is putting tariffs on everyone left, right, and center. Those are the kinds of things. Data sovereignty has become a big issue for every country. Like even in India, we have RBI coming out with notification that you cannot send our data to outside, the financial data, the sensitive financial data. Okay, so these are some of the things which are required to understand in this topic. Please इसको पढ़ लीजिएगा. Modernization and westernization, there is a little bit of difference. Modernization is about the process of social development by advancement in technology, economic structure, governance, education, and overall social progress. Westernization is a little bit difficult. Why? It will be different because they impose their culture, irrespective of it being good or not. Like suppose in the West there is an element of racism. Now racism is not a feature of modernization, but it's a feature of westernization, right? So that can happen. So cultural practices of the West, when we accept them without any kind of moderation, that is known as westernization, like their clothing, language, music, ideology, social norms. Like the best example is the family. The way in which family is there in India, the same kind of family structure is not there in USA. So that differs. So if we are going for more nuclear families, probably we are going towards the culture of the West rather than the culture of the East, because in India that the culture was of the joint families, right? So that's more about that how we are going towards westernization rather than modernization. All right. So read one or two of this. Okay, there are some good things about globalization. Like if we see Thomas L. Friedman, he argues that advancement in technology and communication have leveled the playing field and created a global landscape where individual and business can thrive, right? That's the example that he is giving. Another positive is that it has created interconnectedness and exchange of goods, idea, and innovations, and humans have been able to get the maximum out of this. But there is some flip side of globalization also. Like Joseph Stiglitz writes about it, that the developing economies, that negative consequences of them are very high. Like IMF and World Bank, they have advocated the economic system which has increased inequality, social unrest, and economic stability. This Washington Consensus, right? I hope all of you know the meaning of Washington Consensus. This was a set of principles of neoliberal economics which were mostly articulated by the West, and then they were followed by the rest of the world, and they have not created the desired result. Okay, and finally Vandana Shiva. Now she gives a very good concept. I would like all of you to remember this. The famous book Earth, Democracy, Justice, Sustainability, and Peace. In this, she argues that prevailing model of globalization driven by corporate interests has led to environmental degradation, social injustice, and conflict. And she advances what is known as Earth Democracy, meaning a concept that right of all living beings on the earth itself. And she contends that true sustainability and peace can only be achieved by embracing ecological and ethical principle, challenging the current economic globalization. And she talks for a need for a decentralized community-based approach. Okay, decentralized community-based approach. So remember this idea. It's a very, very good idea, and this can show you as a visionary. Okay, Earth Democracy, where each and every creature can have a sense of belongingness without being affected by the policies of the human beings, because we have captured this planet to the extent it is possible, and we have put poison in everything, water, air, land, whatever is required by the species for the survival. So it's not just about us. Yes, we are looking for all the grand ideals, but at the same time we have to think about the others also who are sharing this planet with us. We cannot just call them biodiversity and do anything else that we are looking for. The concept of Earth Democracy is very, very solid. Okay, so these are some of the ideas in these two themes. I hope you can learn about them, and please read and then write your essay paper. We will later on see what kind of essays you will be writing. We will have some mentorship session also later on. You will have your mentors also assigned who are going to help you on a regular basis. So please learn from them also, and later on once we are done with recording these lectures, we can have lectures in offline as well as online. Okay, so thank you so much for this. Please learn. Essay has these 4 or 5 things. Number 1, you should have solid content. Number 2, you have to learn how to write a good introduction. Third, you have to learn to write good kind of a flow, right? You have to bring in a good flow in your essay paper. And finally, a visionary level of conclusion. If all these things are added along with the approaches which we learned in the first class, then the outcome is going to be very, very good, and you can also score in the range of 130 to all the way up to 150 depending upon the year, because that's also a very important concern. What UPSC is giving you is naturally going to be the one which is going to stay for this examination. ठीक है, so अभी यहाँ पे हम the end करते हैं. This PPT will be shared with all of you, and thank you so much, and I'll see you in the coming lectures.